kind of a shame that that's what it takes for, I guess you could say, the reward structures in our brains, that we have to see something like actually happen before we'll be a believer. But the way that I've really kind of tweaked my onboarding and how I present my, I guess my elevator pitch, for lack of a better words, for Hex, is it's more so I actually ask them if they're looking for an opportunity and some of the things, but fewer words I've found are hitting harder these days. So I would caution, the diarrhea at the mouth, and trying to say, please take a look at this, please take a look at this. Like, I kind of went, I kind of get that same way. I'm not saying that I don't do that. I'm a lot like you, Mexican Soldier. I'll plead with people, until the day is long. But in the end, it's really a lot of wasted time. I have to say that, because it really is. It's a lot of wasted time. And so Romanian Dan has made it very clear that we all need to really just onboard ourselves. And, that's a big thing. When you're onboarding yourself, it means you're kind of investing in yourself, and you're showing other people through your actions instead of your words. And that's really, I think, what it means. But really, I'll say this, Mexican Soldier, one of those people that you sent that picture to, and that they said they will come to you. They will. And that's the beautiful part of life, is that when that moment of glory does come to you, and they will come to you, that's when you have to remember not to have diarrhea at the mouth, and then execute efficiently, and just be like, okay, you're going to do this and this, because they're going to be willing to do whatever you tell them to do at that moment. And that's going to be the beautiful part of that. So there's going to be that moment where you're going to be like, oh my God, they're finally ready to listen. But that's the beauty of taking advantage and capitalizing on the control, and then not really using the control to your advantage, but to their advantage, to save you time. I hope that makes sense.
It does. I appreciate
it. Samantha, did you have anything to say? If not, I just want to say my 2 cents to Too Short over here.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
Yeah, man. All right. Yeah. Life is too short. 01, dude. Dude. So I know where you're coming from as far as your background, and I have a very similar come up story, if you want to call it that. 7 people in a 2-bedroom apartment. Like, I know about it, dude. Like, I've been there, I've done that, and I've escalated like tremendously, to the point where like no one, regardless of your financial status, could tell me who I am or how good of a person I am or whatever. You know what I mean? And when I look back at your story, fucking tremendous story, dude. Like hold on to that. Like, whatever you do like never lose sight of where you came from. Sure, it's great to like move up, and prosper, right? Make $100,000, $200,000, $1 million, whatever. But like never lose sight of your roots. But also don't be afraid to evolve, dude, because that's something I've struggled with, is learning that like as you progress, dude, like meet new people, you speak different. It's as simple as that, dude. Like your language, your tongue literally changes rhythm, and you will, like, no homo, dude. Like you'll literally learn how to speak to different people that you will never have learned to speak with unless you learn to evolve, right? To grow from whatever situation you're currently in or used to be in or whatever. With that being said, dude, like, your approach, I think you're doing great, dude. And me personally, like, I'm flamboyant, like, when it comes to Hex, dude. Like, I told people about it at 20 cents. I'll be so honest with you. And I told them, just look into it. Like just look into it, right? And consider buying, right? Just, and again, like, the numbers speak for themselves. And like mathematics, like, you can't BS math. Like, you simply can't. It's very, very, very static. And I can't give you advice or anything, but what I could tell you is that I told people about Hex at 20 cents proudly, dude. I was like very proud about it. Fucking dipped, right? 2 cent Hex, whatever. and I was still doing the same thing. And now where we're at now, what, like 8 cents, what, 9 cents, whatever. Like, I'm doing very similar strategies to like what you're doing, and like flexing. Dude, there's nothing wrong with flexing, dude. And just show them a chart from January 1st to now. And like, I'm slowly doing that to like every other person that I ever told hex, to or whatever. And it's a very, there's no shame in it, dude. But eventually, I think eventually you should shut your mouth. You know what I mean? Like, eventually you should just shut your trap and let the numbers speak for themselves. You know what I mean? And then back to King Daniel, dude. I heard what you said earlier about like dressing nice.
So you mean go back to the hood in the brand new Mercedes Benz in a couple of years?
No, dude. Never, dude. Unless you really want to, man. Like, don't get me wrong, dude. Like, unless you really want to.
I'm not gonna say anything. I'm just gonna drive by.
Drive by, dude. Drive by, but like, don't roll down the windows, right? Just, and it's great to reflect, right, where you came from, because like, if you don't do that, you'll lose sight of who you are, like internally, right, in the spiritual level. You know what I mean? So like, dude, by all means, like, dude, gosh, my parents are still, like, one of my parents are still in the hood. You know what I mean? Like, I know what it's like to have separated parents, all that BS, right? And I'm so glad this is not recorded, dude, because I mean, someone may be recording, which is fine, but the space itself isn't. But don't lose sight of that, because it's very special. And you know what you'll have? You'll have an advantage when you do speak to people who have been, who lived with the silver spoon in their mouth like their whole life. You know what I mean? You will. It's just one that like it's a burden almost, to brag about like growing up in the hood and all that shit. Like, it's not like a good thing to have, but you could use it to your advantage, and your advantage is you experience what life is for other people who never, ever, ever experienced it. Like, back when they were like, what, toddler to like, what, middle school age or whatever, you know what I mean? And there's just to touch base on like what King Daniel said like earlier about like wearing, nice things, flashy clothes, all that stuff, dude. It makes sense, dude. I've done it before. Like, when I was younger in like high school, this was like years ago, right? Excuse me. Wearing nice clothes, being successful, not even wearing nice clothes, right? Just being successful will attract certain people, like, period, right? And if people define wearing nice clothes as being successful, you're going to attract so much attention. You know what I mean? And you better be ready for that on an intellectual level, because if you're still on like this, shall I say, like, fuckboy mentality, you're not going to know what to say or how to say it, and people are just going to look at you like, oh yeah, you make a lot of money, but you're kind of dumb at the same time. You know what I mean? I've been in and out of that cycle before. So if anyone here is a millennial, I used to wear Supreme, fucking Nikes, fucking all that stuff, dude. You know what I mean? And it resonated with people. People were like, oh shit, this guy's like 18 years old, but he has to have a lot of money if he's showing up every single day with a different freaking pair of shoes, right? Different hot sweater, whatever, you know what I mean? Whatever's fresh. That's another pillar, you know what I mean, in the learning process of being able to communicate with different people. Me personally, like, now I've completely, like, dude, I know so many people who could get you the freshest Jordans, right? Who could get you the freshest Nikes. I don't care about it anymore, dude. I show up to work with a hoodie and like the same shoes every day. You know what I mean? But it's up to you if that's the way you want to approach, people or whatever the case is. And King Daniel, feel free to whatever time you want, like, cut me off. But I just want to speak to Life is Too Short, which I suspect you know who Too Short is. And if you do, I think that I love the name. I love the handle, dude. Like, keep it. Fucking hilarious to me. But yeah, man, that's it, man. Like, keep doing what you're doing. Like, don't like, it's a learning process at the end of the day. So there is no right or wrong way to do what you're doing. But I'm just telling you from my experience, dude, I've been flexing hex for a minute. And like, I tell these people, like, eventually I'm going to shut up. But until that day comes, I'm going to show you the graphs. You know what I mean? I'm going to show you the freaking history. Sure, show me the founder with his Gucci bags and his Louis bags. I don't like, that should not impact you whatsoever. And the fact that it does is very, very interesting to me, just reading people's human psychology. With that being said, again, also, dude, don't be afraid to, get out of your comfort zone, dude. Like, don't, because if I really wanted to, and if you want to talk slang, you want to talk hood, we could do that, dude. We could do that all day, baby. Like, I'm telling you, like, I really don't care. But as you grow, dude, just don't be afraid to, like, climb higher water, or whatever the saying is, dude. Like, don't be afraid to climb the ladder, right? And evolve, because it will help you tremendously, dude. Bravo, like, keep doing what you're doing.
Nah, I appreciate you, Bigfoot, and you're right, man. There is a saying out there, right? Like, eventually you have to level up, right? And there's certain people that will never level up. Like, they're just stuck at that one level, and no matter what you do, they will never level up. And unfortunately, you just have to leave. You can't dwell on that, right? You just can't. And like, they're stuck in their ways and they don't want to change. Then it's unfortunate, it's part of that.
You kind of, and I really hope this doesn't come out the wrong way, but you kind of do remind me of, like, and I don't know your age at all, but you do remind me of kind of like a younger Bullish. I don't know if you've ever spoken with him, but I encourage you, man, if you haven't already, to try to speak with him, and maybe he could aid with guiding you the right path, all that crap, dude. Because all these people here, like, in these spaces, believe it or not, at least most of them, right? They want to help you, and they want to help you win. At least I do. You know what I mean? Like, I want to make sure that you fucking make money. You know what I mean? I want to make sure you do well, not only in the financial aspect, but also, like, the life aspect. You know what I mean? Make the right decision, dude. Don't get fucking arrested, right? Don't do these things that you see other people do because you think it's cool. Like, dude, Hex is cool as shit, and it's like like getting good at math, and you're going in high school and, like, you're really good at it, you like math, and all the fucking other people are, like, teasing you and, like, oh, math is dumb, you know what I mean? And then you turn out winning anyways because you know numbers, right? Hex is the same thing. Like, you don't have to know it to the T, but you do have to know it's shit, and as long as you know it's cool, and, like, other people think, oh, you're lame, you're in a scam, like, whatever. It's like, dude, I don't give a fuck. Like, me personally, like, I really don't care. You know what I mean? And as long as you know that, like on a like a spiritual level, even, dude, you'll be fine. Just don't let other people, dude, don't, dude, But yeah, speak to Bullish, man. I'm just speaking with you. I don't know if you're from the East Coast or what. That would be my guess. But if you haven't already, dude, reach out to him and see what's up, if you can, when it comes to, like, just maybe a mentor is what you may need, or something. Just just stay calm and collect, dude, for sure.
East Coast, baby.
Yeah, I'm East Coast.
If you don't mind sharing, I mean, go right ahead. I'll tell you where I'm from. I don't live there now, but I'll tell you where I'm from.
Yeah. I'm on the East Coast of the United States, man. Born and bred. But yeah, I hear you, man. I'm not that young, bro. I'm hitting 50. I'm about to hit 50.
Are you in New York? Are you in New York?
Yeah. I'm right.
Oh,
Right next to you. Yeah, I'm hop, skipping a jump away. I'm in Jersey. I'm a Jersey.
Hey, dude, I'm from Jersey, dude. Me too. I'll be honest. I'm from Central New Jersey. Yeah. So I like my story that I told you. Living with 6 people or 7 people in, like, a bedroom, whatever, in a 2-bedroom apartment, resonated from from the outskirts of the suburb of New Jersey. So, like, I grew up in, like, a very, like, weird household, right? But I went to school in a very, 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 like, you could call it whitewashed, you could call it suburban, whatever you want, environment. So, like, at a very young age, I was able to communicate with both sides, right? But I was never suitable to be, like, accustomed to one, whether that be, a poor side or even, like, a rich side of town. I was always, like, stuck in the middle, which never made sense to me until, like, I eventually moved the fuck out. You know what I mean? But fuck yeah, dude. Like, if you haven't already, dude, speak to. I mean, just because, like, he's a good dude, and for some reason, dude, your voice reminds me, and that's where I got, like, the East Coast vibe.
Yeah, the voice is very similar.
Yeah, I don't know the guy, so I gotta maybe give me his handle. I'll double check. But yeah, it's funny how you say that you were kind of on both sides of the track, right, at one point in your life. Because even though I grew up in the hood, there's good people, there's very smart people in the hood. So I was blessed to have great, to grow up with I call them my pamper buddies, like, second grade, third grade. Like, I grew up with some very, very smart, caring, loving friends. So I had that group, and then I had the hood group, the gangs, the hustlers, the cats that cut school. I had, so I ran with both sides of the track as well, man. And it kind of kept me even keeled. I knew the stories from both angles. I knew that my really loving smart friends, the ones that went on to college, the ones that went on and did something for themselves. They had the two-parent household. They had the steady income. They had you to go home and be at home. And then there's the other side of the track where the reason that they're out that late is because they can't
They
come
don't
home.
want to be home. Yeah, they
They
don't
don't
want to be
want to be
dude.
home. Home is hell, right? And the street corner is kind of like their oasis, unfortunately. So yeah, I was on both sides of those, and I kind of veered off to one and the other, throughout the years. So I'm kind of blessed because some of the people that were on the other side of the track are dead, or they're still in the same hood that I left them in, the same corner
Same
that I
job,
that I
same
saw
job.
them
Yep.
in 25 years ago. They're still there, and it's sad, because it's just now those guys have 3 or 4 kids, and those kids are doing nothing, and you just know that it's just gonna continue that ugly cycle unless one of those children just wake up or just realize that, just flip that switch. So it's hard, man. It's not easy, but yeah, I totally get what you're saying, Bigfoot. I appreciate you.
Yeah, man, that's all I wanted to say. I mean, I just came up as speaker because you were speaking, and I've never seen you before, and whatever King Daniel and Samantha were saying, all like and Chris, right, and others, um, resonated with the same message, and I think it's a very powerful message, dude. And it's also something. I mean, if you look at, just simply put, right, like Richard Hart's profile picture, like a lot of people won't understand that, but others will. And for the people who do, are probably maybe his next target, right? And going back to what you said, like, it's probably the people who need it most, not the people who've been making 6 figures for the last 10 years. You know, I do have to hop off though, but it was great meeting you. Everyone, just saying hi and have a great morning, and keep moving forward, guys. Fucking PLS looks like it's right around the corner. Just stay out of trouble. Don't do anything I wouldn't do. And let's party, dude. I can't wait till that comes out. PLS and PLSX and the airdrops, all that crap. But yeah, guys, stay real. Keep it 100. Keep it just be safe. And dude, I can't wait, dude, until this pops off and everyone's here. Like, good vibes only, strictly. So guys, have a great one. I'll probably be listener because I can, but I won't be speaking because I can't. So have a good one, guys.
Bye. Thanks for coming up. It was nice hearing from you.
Take care, Foot, man. That was brilliant. Man. Take care, brother.
All right. So thanks, Joss Hole. If you sent me co-host, what's up?
Howdy, Chris.
So how's your morning?
Trying to prepare for next week. I have a little local issue I have to deal with that might be more serious than I think. So I just have to prepare.
This
Enjoying
too
the room
shall
today.
pass.
Enjoying the room today. Good stuff going on. Yeah, I've been served a violation for like being late getting out of my camps, and it's happened a few times. And there's just some local politics, and I've pissed some people off with that. Like nothing too serious, just a couple hours late. In the winter, it's really no big deal. The parks have been empty, but summer's coming, so they're trying to tell me something. And it's just some crazy local politics, so I just have to take it seriously. That's all. And
So
then get out of
what's
here.
the issue with you leaving late? Is it because others can't get in?
Right.
Okay.
Exactly. I mean, but that hasn't been an issue because there haven't been others waiting because it's been winter, but that will be.
So you think maybe they're being like proactive with like setting the expectation?
Definitely. Yeah.
Interesting. I mean, obviously I don't know all the details, but to be served anything based on that is interesting.
Well, served a ticket.
Okay.
A violation. There are 3 different departments here. There's like the park. There's the head bureaucracy of the park that covers like all the parks in the county, and then it reports to the state. And then there's the parks rangers, which is like a sub-unit police that patrols the areas. And there are different parks and different heads of the individual parks, and all these people are like stressed from someone politically and financially and physically and emotionally, and they all hate each other, and like it's really tense. Plus the residents are equally as stressed and from their lives and come and call and complain and throw their money around. And I represent like a full-time contingent, sort of like a transient, like homeless, even, like if you look at it as like a constituent, there are people that do this full time, and then there are residents who, have homes that want to just come for the weekend. So, and all are heard, and some call to complain and make an issue and stuff. So that's the local aspect of it. It's really annoying. Yeah. One reason why, after I deal with this, is to try and really plan to leave the area, because doing this is not really, it's not amiable, really. It's not tenable to. It's not about not following rules. It's just I'd rather not have to look over my shoulder in the middle of the woods.
Hey, bro. I
Yo.
told you to move to Texas, man.
Yeah, Texas or something like it. I understand, Daniel. Yeah, I'm gonna start to head south down the coast first and have a few stops, and maybe I'll make it all the way to Texas eventually. But that's not my first destination. I used to live in Houston, man, for a little bit in my life, so I'm familiar with the area.
Yeah,
Do you have? Oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was just going to ask. You said that's not your first destination. I was just going to ask if you had a first destination. If you know
No,
where
I
you want to
don't.
go.
I really don't. That's really, I don't know where to go. I don't have a destination. Don't have really a network to like even stop off and think about it. So that's why I'm doing this now. I really don't know where to go, and I'm just emotionally tied to here and didn't anticipate having to hit the road. And I thought, this would be all right for a little while.
Hey, how far are you away from Texas? From Austin?
I'm in the Northeast, man. I'm like 1,500 miles from you.
It's not that bad.
No, bro, but I'm not. That's not my first destination.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying.
But I plan like I don't know where I'll end up, but this area is just really like not only just doing what I'm trying to do, but even just living like a normal person is almost untenable. Like it's just too expensive, stressful, and you know, no one's dealing with that very well around here. It's incredibly just politically fucked up. I don't know how else to say it really. So either you tolerate it and make enough money to live above it, so to speak, and become an asshole, or you know. That's why often when I express these problems, some people are just like, "What? What? Well, that doesn't happen here. What the hell are you doing there? Like that's insane." So I can't forget that and just really get out of here. I have to truly like hit the road, prepare for that. Probably
Yeah,
have a much better lifestyle.
you got a place in Texas, man. You're welcome any
Yeah,
day.
man. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, man. I hope to make it there at some point. I really do. But
All you gotta do is pay your utilities. That's all.
I hope to pay more than that, man. I hope to pay more. I'm gonna have to get some boots if I'm down there, man. Right?
Say again.
I'm gonna have to get some boots if I make it to Texas.
You'll be good, man. Shit, it's cool. Life is lovely over here, man. I mean, it's getting expensive, but it's not that bad, you know. You know, shit. Trust me on that. When you come over here, you ain't got nothing to worry about, brother. Life
Well,
is not more than the freaking air and water and food we eat, bro. Trust me. I'm
okay,
ready
man.
to.
I like the
Oh
sound
yeah,
of that,
really.
Daniel.
I'm ready to take a shirt off for you to be able to wear and feel warm. That's all life is all about. So you're welcome any day, anytime. I said, you fucking wake up one morning, you say it's too fucking tough, you know, whatever,
Texas.
come to Texas and say, Daniel, I'm here. You trust me.
All right, man. That's a big Texas howdy. That's for sure. Thank you, man. Thank you.
Hey, anybody down at the bottom down there that has never spoken in the spaces up here that would like to come on up and just say hi, if that's all you really want to do. If you're new Hexagon, come on up.
Hi.
Doesn't matter.
Hi, Chris.
Oh, hey, baby, what's up?
Just working, listening to the chat. Good to hear you. That what Bigfoot just said was brilliant.
Yeah,
What's up, Joe? What's up, King
we're
Daniel?
waiting. Yeah, we're waiting on King Daniel to confirm that he has repaired successfully a 9-volt battery. And
Hey, man, you guys got me. I'm at Walmart right now. So I changed few of them. It's still beeping. So I got to go get more batteries. So I'm at Walmart right now. I got my batteries just,
Just
but I'm just
Daniel.
see, dude, let me tell you the funny part about this is that King Daniel is like the epitome of a Hexagon with diamond hands that would never sell. If he can't even fucking put in a 9-volt battery, spend the money on that shit, do you ever think that he's gonna let go of any hex? I mean, really?
You're right on that. No, about because I was telling my wife, I said, I was on the space and somebody was clowning me that my freaking fire alarm is ringing, and she was like, yeah, because she walks telewalk. She was like, yeah, man, my one of my coworker fucking guy almost went crazy because he could hear the alarm beeping at the back, and he was like, fix that shit, fix it. I said, I gotta go get some batteries, baby. We just used to it, man. But I get it fixed today. At least I got my fucking vote. It's fireproof. So my secret phrase is all safe.
I have seen some of your outfits though, man. That's pretty sharp dressing, brother. You're I'm not I'm the shorts, t-shirt and flip-flop kind of guy. So I got to give it to you, man. Those are some tight threads that you have posted in the past month, man. Looking sharp.
I appreciate it. I mean, I'm the same way too. I mean, you got to look at what I'm wearing right now at Walmart. But I'm the same way. I just mix them up. Most of my clothes, sometimes I buy one or two things from Walmart. $6 shirt, $10 if they're on sale. I just pick out stuff. I mix it up sometimes. But I'm more like you. I love dressing now. Thanks to Richard Hart. And we switched together. We now on suits now. The 3-piece suit. That's what we do now. No more Gucci and the Fendi's and Louis Vuitton.
This is all shit, man. This is all stuff for broke people. Trust me.
Say again?
I said this Gucci, Louis Vuitton stuff is fucking for broke people, man. Like
That's if you
plebs
can
and stuff.
afford it.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
Not really.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody got their opinion.
That's my opinion.
I guarantee you, I ain't broke though. I guarantee you, I ain't broke, bro.
No. It's not about that, man. If you know what I mean. Look, you're gonna spend 20, 30, 40, 50, 60K on the fucking on the gear, right? To look good. Then that money you can use to buy fucking property or two, put down the deposit, then you go fucking compound money, passive income, right? To secure your family and
Yeah,
whatever, you know what I mean?
but what if you have the
Yeah, I know.
property already?
You come to the step.
Life is about balance. You gotta understand that.
Yeah, of course. I know that's I like good clothing, but you overpay for Gucci and Louis Vuitton. You pay 3-4 times more than you can get really close or even better quality items for less. I'm talking about the materials and etc., right? The design, yes, maybe, but I'm not about this. I don't really like flexing because don't get me wrong, you put yourself as a target, and there's so many hyenas waiting for people that flex and whatever, you know what I mean? So that's only my opinion. Wearing a watch that can fucking cut your hand off is maybe because I live in London. You guys live in more dangerous area, like in US, New York and stuff. But in here, it's very popular. Catching people with with
I'm in Texas,
jewelry.
baby.
Yeah, I know. Right? You can fucking pull up the gun.
Yeah.
Different game.
Open carry.
Yeah.
They have open
You don't need
carry.
a
They don't have
goddamn
to
license.
worry.
Yeah.
I,
I invite people to come. Hey, come to my house. If you're so mad at me, come to my house.
yeah, exactly.
But so I'm a veteran too. It's okay.
I'm gonna put 12 ounces of lead in you. Yeah, come to my house. No. The thing is I used to like expensive stuff, but when I bought them, they lose value in my eyes over the time. When I grow up, let's call it that way, and I don't pay attention anymore to fancy cars. I had them. I had jewelry. I had this, and for me, it don't have any more value. It's like flexing. Okay, cool. That's fine. You want to waste your money? It's fine.
Yeah, it all depends on what you're doing. Like me, my wife, she has her own fashion brand, So everything is about presentation for us. I don't have problem onboarding people because people come to meet me and ask me what do I do, right? So it's up to you. I give you my two
Oh yeah.
cents. It's up
Let
to
me.
you. I have a lot of the cars that I got from EcoBuild. I give them one or two of that. I go out, eat, and tip, and I drop the
Yeah,
card on the table.
listen,
Call me. Yeah.
tipping. I never waste money on that ever.
Yeah.
Food, fuck that.
So it's just
I work in my
it's a
ass
different
off.
way.
Yeah. But I take this in slightly different approach. So, for example, if you're gonna be on board by Gucci, Louis Vuitton, Switch watch and stuff, you're gonna onboard someone, or someone I'm gonna onboard someone, and that person realized that I got 2 million in hex. Guess what they're gonna do? If they don't really know what to do with this stuff and spending all their money on shit, right? They're gonna redraw 1 million from fucking liquidity pools and spend it all on shit, because they will understand what you're saying. They trust you. They invest the money into the project. But what happens if they hear that from the person who is not wearing this stuff?
Hey, bro,
Yeah.
stop that mentality. You call it shit because you can't afford it.
Wow. Well, the most expensive brand I'm buying now is Boss. It's really good quality products, and they're not cheap, but
Quick hit it, bro.
I know. But look, if someone will get the same onboard from the person who's not wearing the stuff and telling, okay, I got 16 properties, or I got 50 properties, right? And I got passive income. The money what I'm using from Hex, I'm putting in liquidity pools, blah, 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 blah. And you can see it that this person is not fucking about, right? He's not wearing shit, expensive stuff. I got two mentors. One used to be like I was younger, wearing shit, buying shit, spending shit, right? But the other one, when I've met this guy, if you look at him, you will never say he's so fucking loaded, man. And when I realized this stuff is not really important. When you had them, you may change approach. I had them for a very long time, and I can bought whatever the fuck I want. Well, let's call it that way, into the limit. And when I met the other person, he literally showed me the way of compounding money and creating passive incomes and that kind of stuff. And I realized that wasting money on shit is I used to
Why
spend
you gotta be negative?
20, 30,
Man?
20,
Gotta
30
call the
grand.
negative word.
Yeah. No, it's not negative. It's not negative.
It is.
It's passive income, man. Passive income for me.
Yeah,
Fucking,
well, yeah. So you're all about money. Listen to me, guy. You're all about money. No. Live your life. And let somebody else live their life the way they want to live it. That's
exactly.
what
No,
it's about.
I agree to that. And
If I die tomorrow, guess who they're gonna put in the freaking 6 foot? Me. I'm me the fuck only. So what I do is nobody's business. People fail to realize that. We talk about money. Dude, I was just talking to what's his name. I told him a couple of times.
I
You
agree.
don't have to worry about anything. If you can get your ass to fucking Texas, dude, I'll give you fucking 6 months. You'll be on my dime. I'll give you that 6 months to fucking get your shit together. Life is about the love you share, the people around you, how you make them happy. Those clothes and all that shit is just material things. But if it makes me feel good, it makes me feel good.
Okay.
So I can wear them and you can come talk to me. I say, you know what? Let me tell you about Christ.
No, Danny, listen, I agree.
You see what I'm getting to?
No, of course, every individual
Yeah.
is different. I'm just saying my expression. You know what I mean?
Yeah, my
respect.
heaven is here on earth.
Brother, I would do respect what people do with their money. If you want to spend it on shiny objects, makes you happy, mate. Yeah. That's your life.
I want you to be able to call me like, hey, Danny.
I totally agree, Danny, with that, man. I totally agree.
Well, shit,
it makes you happy, that's cool. But I got a point on that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's like, if you're gonna spend, if I'm gonna spend, if I look on the money a bit different now. When I not change the mental, but realize that is another way of compounding and etc. So it's just my expression, brother. I do respect what you said.
You ain't there yet, brother. Trust me, you ain't there yet. You still look at those things. You see, $100, right? It could be $1 to somebody. $10,000 could be $1 million to somebody. Everybody's on different situations in our life. Money is just a goddamn tool for me. And that's how I see it. And that's how I want to view money. I don't want to worry about money. If you, yeah, the $5,000 shoe is made. You're talking to somebody that my wife, she designs clothes. And I was talking to my son yesterday. I said, yeah, I took him out to the mall and I said, hey, I'm going to start dressing you up in suits. I want you to be responsible, dress responsible and stuff like that. The suits we were talking about were like freaking $1,800, $1,600, $800 for suit for him. But his mom designs the same suit at home that is better. We know how much my wife pays to freaking get the suits done. They are way better quality. And I told my son, I said, you see the difference in life. You be a producer, you understand? Instead of being a consumer. Look for something valuable for people. So when you are in that place, all those things means nothing anymore. You just have to learn how to mix them up if it makes you feel good. That's why I say I don't have to sit down there and freaking explain Hex or PulseChain or anything to anybody. They will ask me, what do you do? And then I can talk to them. I went to the bank to get a loan. I didn't talk about a loan with a guy. He asked me a question, what do you do? I told him I'm retired. He said, yeah, but what else do you do? And I told him about cryptocurrency. And I started telling him about Hex. That's how I'm bothered a freaking banker. But somebody I went to, you think he's not going to write me that loan? Yeah, right away. Right away. We ain't talking about shit anymore because he knows we're in different class. And I'm telling him, he was like, yeah, this guy told me about crypto. And I started telling him, this is the right way to do it. You know, it has to be this, it has to be this, it has to be this. If you can't check those freaking buttons, it's a fucking scam. Fuck them. That's why I told him. I said, get out of yourself. Don't do all them go into all those centralized exchanges. You know, use that to inbound and outbound. And now he didn't know all this. But he had to sit down to listen to me because obviously he knows I know better. It's showing. You get what I'm saying? So it depends on how you want to be. So if you want to make it in life, surround yourself with people smarter than you. Stop trying to dig those people out of the freaking dumpster. Some people are meant to be in the dumpster. Leave them alone. If they want to get out of the dumpster, they will reach out to you. You trust me on that. So I'm done wasting my time on people. It does not mean I still don't share the love, you know, around. But I'll share the love with a distance sometimes. Not everybody. I share the distance. I'm just telling you how I look at life. So if you're gonna look at me and tell me, oh well, my shoe is fucking $10,000 and that's your goddamn problem. It ain't mine. When do I care?
I agree to that.
When do I start caring about what you think about me? No. It has nothing to do with me. You know, do you know what I had to do to get the $10,000 shoe? Do you know how many houses I have painted? Do you know how many fucking attics I have gone into fixing AC? Do you know how many freaking ties I have broken and changed? You know how many freaking pipe that are freaking gone to Home Depot to change? You understand? So why are you worried about me when I'm living my life and enjoying myself? My wife is happy. My kids are happy. So what else do I really want? You know? Hate. Let them hate. If you ain't got haters, brother, you got problem. If you ain't got no fucking haters, you got problem. You got to look around. So go look for them goddamn haters. Let them fucking hate. Because you know the people that are going to go jump into the fucking train, people like freaking Sam Bankman-Fried, whatever his name is, you know, driving a freaking Toyota, you know, with a freaking short t-shirt and a black, you know, short pants with a black t-shirt, trying to act like the common man. They're the fucking scammers. You trust me on that?
I didn't say that.
No, I'm just
I
saying.
didn't say that, Danny.
Don't identify.
No.
Don't identify with people like that, man.
Cool.
Jump on the wagon, man. You want to have a friend that have his own private freaking goddamn jet. You want to have a friend that has his own freaking house that you go over there is a fucking vacation. That's what I'm trying to get at, bro. You want to have a friend that if you have an issue tomorrow, he can say, hey, come stay in my guest house for free.
for the next 20 years, whatever time you get on your freaking feet. You want to have a problem, a friend that has, you have a freaking drug problem, alcohol problem. He's like, dude, I've been there, I've done that. This is what you need to do. This is how you need to clean yourself. People need second chance. People need people to uplift them. People need people to inspire them. People need people to freaking build them. We do that by sharing the love with each other. Trust me. Leave them jokers alone and work on yourself. Worry about yourself. Look for people that is gonna lift you and show you love. The other people that take from you,
Yeah, man.
run from them.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Exactly. Of course, man.
Yeah. So if you need if you need a Louis Vuitton jacket,
when it comes to
I'll
that,
send you one, and I bet you're gonna wear that shit immediately.
No.
You're gonna wear
No
it.
way. Not me. No.
It's okay.
No.
It's okay.
No, not me.
It's okay. I'll send you one
No,
of
but
my.
I got,
I'll send you one of my wife's brand. It's not too expensive. It's about about $800.
that's better. That's better. That's better. That's much better.
Yeah.
No, Danny. I totally get it what you said, man.
Yeah, it's
Totally
okay.
get it. But I got a slightly different approach on this kind of stuff. And as you said, haters, I don't give a fuck about them. I don't give a fuck about anyone who is saying, you know, oh, this and that. Why should I? It's a waste of time, as I said. Right? They are time wasters. Well.
I ain't bought a Rolex yet, though. That's what I need to get.
What is it?
Huh? I said I ain't got
What
a
is it, Danny?
Rolex yet. That's what I want to get.
Ah, okay.
A Rolex and a Rolls Royce.
Good.
I got my Ocean Beach house already, so that's there already. If you
That's
anybody
bravo.
want to party,
That's bravo, mate.
you know, you can calm down. It's okay.
I live a bit too far, mate.
Huh?
I live a bit too far.
It's okay.
No, I know what you're getting, Danny. I totally understand what you said. But, you know, as I said, it was just expression when it comes to flexing. And flexing, you know, I know what you get, and I totally understand that it's going to be way easy for you to onboard, right? Because most of the people will look at you that way, right? What you're wearing and what you do to get afford that, right? You know what I'm saying?
So let me tell you a quick story, right? There's a place I'm trying to get a home right now, right? When we were leaving home, I told my wife, she dressed up and everything. I said, no, you ain't wearing that shit. And she laughed. She was like, wow, you're all dressed up. I said, yeah, because it's a rich neighborhood. We ain't there yet. We're gonna show that presentation. Right? This ain't no joke. Ain't nothing wrong being black. We're the only black people in that motherfucker. I'm telling you, it's a gated community. You know? And I went over there. When I was talking to my wife, I said, you know what's gonna happen to all these people? At the end of the day, they're gonna be into hex. They love the shit out of us because we had that presentation. They're gonna come to my house. They're gonna come drink the tea and everything, and they're gonna be nosy. They're probably gonna think I'm a drug dealer, but when I tell them about fucking cryptocurrency, they're gonna come in. Trust me on that. Because they see something good. Everybody desires something good. You know?
I agree to that. A lot of people desire,
Yeah.
as you said.
Hey, newsflash, real quick. Continue on, King Daniel and Elgato, but Hex just broke above 9 cents.
Da-da-da-da.
I'm staked.
Me too. Don't give a fuck.
You see, it's sweet when you slip in your money is growing. You talking about buying freaking dude, I've done all
This is
that
what I'm
shit, man.
talking
Buying
about,
real
Danny.
estate and
This
all
is
that
what I'm
crap.
talking about. This is what I'm talking about, Danny. This is what I'm
Fucking
saying.
hex make they
Compound.
made 600% from the
Delayed
butter within 2 months
gratification.
ago. What the heck you talking about?
Delayed gratification. Delayed
Yeah.
gratification. Constant yield. Here we go. Here we go. Now we're talking my language.
Life is sweet, bro.
Of course it is.
No, Schweppes.
Hey, El Gato, when I come over there to Portugal and I come see you, bro, you and I are going to personally go to dinner and you pick the place, man. So be thinking where we're going.
Yeah, when I go there. When I go there. When you coming, Chris? I'm not in Portugal, but
My money is actually in transfer to the Portugal BCP Bank of Portugal right now. It should show up like tomorrow or I think a morning at the very latest, and then I can like formally submit. The lady told me it was like 45 days at best, probably, around that time. So I can fly out, hopefully, I think within the next 45 to 60 days is when I can leave.
hang on, man. Well done, Chris. You will never come back.
Hey, you guys hold it
Trust me
down
on that.
over there. I'll come join you one of these days.
Yeah, we got some plans for the properties and whatnot, and a little bit of Hexaco and Famous and what we're working on. So there's some nice little discussions and some really interesting ideas that we're talking about as far as individual like pieces of property and whatnot, and it's pretty excited about it. I'm looking forward to helping out and just being of service into what we're going to start over there. So it's pretty exciting. Got a chance to talk to Famous a little bit. He's been pretty busy, but obviously he's heading it up. I'm sure y'all have heard a little bit about it, but yeah, pretty exciting stuff.
I know at least I have a beach house to live in when I get to Portugal. That's guaranteed, right?
Yep. 100%. He got plenty of them. So.
Is anybody starting or running their own validator? Just curious.
Well,
I'm watching a video right now.
yeah. I thought about it. I've done my math and calculations and that, and I don't think I want to put my head around that, to be honest. Even spoken to Famous about it, and he was like, yeah, fuck that.
So you've considered it, Elgato?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Because, if I want to go into that, I was thinking, about 20 bucks into the gear. Yeah, no. Yeah, I also, watched a couple of videos from Gama. I have spoken to him as well about it, and, what the ROI is going to be on that, and nah.
Yeah,
What you need to put about $32,000 in that?
well, the ROI in the beginning obviously will be low, but it's really about the price and the incremental price appreciation as you go, and the fees probably will slowly rise, but it's really all about what little value or what little pulse you're going to be rewarded into your wallet. I mean, if you look at just just the price appreciation aspect, I would say that as that compounds and, you know, exponentially grows over time, I don't
You
wouldn't get.
probably, in my opinion, it's only my personal opinion, probably going to gain more if you DCA or if you catch like a deep. My opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying. You know, you can either go one way, you can either buy or you know, contribute or participate or whatever. But you know, here's my side, El Gato. Like, for me, like I'm like a novice as far as this type of stuff. So I'm really, I came from more of the number crunching ratios, risk tolerance, you know, understanding hex and, you know, the book smart level aspect of it and, you know, and all that stuff. So on the technical side, I really lack. And that's where I've been fascinated, you know, the more and, you know, more I get into it and understand cryptography and, you know, the security aspect. And when you listen to, like, you know, Hex Hangout and on the security space and the AI and some of those discussions, you know, that you and I've listened to. But for me, learning
Chris,
about this, like learning about it, man, and actually trying to accomplish a goal of you know, creating a validator and, you know, participating and using what I, you know, sacrificed for, you know, almost 2 years ago. It's almost kind of like, well, you know, I need to learn the other sides of crypto and what they're about, not just participate on one side, you know. So that's kind of, I don't know, it's just fascinating, man. The more I get around it, it's kind of like, I guess, the crypto life, as they say.
yeah, I totally agree. But if you're going to put your hand in too many things, you get lost. My opinion. Running a validator and understanding security onto that and going deeper and deeper into AIs and stuff, I think, you know, it's so many loopholes and this stuff evolving on a daily basis. I literally start with AI on neural technology and try to put my head around that. And then I start reading about AIs and how this is evolving. So literally you can find new article, new development projects on a monthly basis now, because this stuff is growing so quickly at the moment that it's pretty difficult, in my opinion. It's just my opinion. It's just me, to put myself in that category. Yeah, and trying to you know run stuff what I do on a daily basis. So for me, it's, yeah, a bit overwhelming, I would say. So yeah.
Oh, it's definitely a little overwhelming, but I kind of look at it as that it's the reward is going to be in the work that it's going to take, you know, to set everything up and learn properly, taking it slow. And it's kind of all that work, you know, will hopefully pay off, because from my understanding, I think that once it's set up, if you have a really good connection and you have pretty much, you know, like for me, I'm going to use this new fiber optic 5G that it's just got put in, so it's kind of like perfect timing. So I think it's more so I don't think you have to babysit it, you know. So I think the work is a lot of upfront work, and then the rewards are, you know, all that equity. But yeah, I get what you're saying. It's you
So
can
how much do you need to put in there as to become a validator? It's 32,000, right? Dollars.
32 million pulse.
Yeah, 32 million plus.
Okay.
I got a question, Hex Chris. Are you using Gamma's videos or?
I'm using David Feeders. I'm doing exactly what David Feeder is doing. Exactly the same.
Okay. Is it free videos?
Yeah. Just, and he made 4 of them in the past 5 days, and they're just very, very helpful. So
Okay,
yeah,
feeders. Spell the feeder.
yeah. David Feeder, FEDER. David Feeder.
Okay.
Yeah. Hex Uvex. What are you tell me not to raise my hand. What are you doing, wild man?
Well, this is more of a formal room, so I'm raising my hand. But Richard Hart tweeted the other day that they're fixing the math on the gains for validator nodes, because you will be locking up 32 million until Shanghai update, and there is considerable costs involved with maintaining your node. anywhere from $160 to $200 a year in just electricity alone. And then you have your internet connection and your highly suggest backup power unit. So there's a lot of expense in it, and it is a little bit of a job. It's like a hobby job, but the integrity of the network is important. And if you truly believe in something, you'll deploy a node, and it's getting easier and easier all the time. So if it intimidates you, just take into consideration that it's essentially the same as Ethereum 2.0. There's a lot of information on how to run those nodes. And you have Gamma has been so kind as to share his wisdom with everybody. And David Fetter even came out with the script, so you can set up your thing quite easily with a couple of clicks to get all your settings right. But if you take a look at the tweet from, I think it was yesterday, from Richard Hart, he's showing that he's basically defined that there's an issue with the gains that node operators need to make it worth their time. So right now we're looking at about 4,000 nodes, our validator nodes that are for sure going to be online. And then you're going to have a whole lot of professionals that do nodes for everything. And that'll, I'm guessing, just a guess, is probably 7,000 to 8,000 will be operational within the week of PulseChain launching. So it's the same thing when you first got into decentralized land, learning, how to control your wallets, internet security, decentralized apps, and smart contracts, learning a little bit of Solidity so you don't get ganked. It's very foreign, and it's something different. And if your brain hurts, it's probably good for you. So I'm very bullish about this. I've been around for a long time, and I've never seen so much interest from people that are new to crypto or into a project that are like, hell yeah, I want to run a full fucking node. It's serious business. So it's very bullish, and I'm stoked that the community is so interested in running full nodes.
Okay, so yeah, Hex Uvex, thank you for coming up, number one. And just so the room knows, like I would say of anybody in this room, he is the most knowledgeable right now, as far as what I've heard, and he's helped me out tremendously. So what you've said, Hex Uvex, has even helped me out. So it's the same thing. Like if I was to, my brain is hurting. Like it's something new to me. So I want to, it's like I kind of look at it as the same as when I first got into crypto. It's a little bit new. My brain hurts. I figure it out. But if I do it properly and maybe the right way, there is a reward at the end of that, that tough journey.
It's one of the most important parts, one of the most expensive parts. That's pretty much it. So it's just those three.
So yeah, Hex, yeah, thank you, Hex Uvex, for that. Number one, yeah. But anyway, and also just so you know, looks like you dropped down, but I will definitely, most likely, probably DM you at least along the way through this process to make sure that I stay in line, because obviously I'm not a pro, but I definitely love the enthusiasm that the community has and contributing to participating in the network. I really think that that's kind of a big step for me, and I think that's kind of what it's all about. Even 3 years ago when I'm watching videos of people delegating their crypto to certain validators and whatnot, and I was thinking, okay, well, like that's interesting, and I really didn't understand. Well, now there's a lot of layers to that, and so buying Hex and staking Hex is one thing on Ethereum, but participating in the network and growing the network through validation is what we're talking about. I think that's the next level up. So yes, sir. Yeah, Hex making a nice run up to about point almost 9.3 now.
How big is your node, Chris?
LOL. Average node. Rom-com. I love it. Rom-com. Has anybody seen the movie How to Be Single?
No, I don't think I have. Let me Google it.
It's a good one. Everybody check it out. It's a good one. What's up, Humble D's in here?
Have you seen the movie How to Be Singularity?
Hey, baby, come on up.
Hey, Chris, make sure your settings are set to those that follow the group in the middle. Up. Know what I mean?
No, actually, I don't. What do you mean?
If you go to the three dots and you adjust the settings, there's an option for the speakers, people who follow, as opposed to everyone or only people you invite.
Okay, I switched it to everyone.
Now you want to put it to people that follow, because
Okay, actually, that was what it was on, so change it back then. Okay.
cool. Yeah, sometimes it hops around, or there's a default sometimes, but yeah. If everyone is allowed, then we get a lot of trolls that just hop in, cause chaos. Disrupt the party.
See if I can get like maybe one or two noobs into the Twitter space or hexagons down at the bottom that are listening. Like, can I like say, pretty please come on up to say hi?
Hey, I'm just coming up to say hello.
Hi.
Yo, Chris, sorry, man. It's not that I don't want to talk or I've been quiet. I'm working. I'm currently designing something. And I'm trying to multitask and chatting and doing stuff. And yeah, but I had to reply to a couple of emails as well. So I'm sorry.
All good, brother. All good. So, it's crazy. I mean, you just saying that, like, I just notice how I don't know about you or anybody else in here, but you notice how text can be just taken, such in many different ways. Like you'll just be texting some chick or whatever, and then just word. And then if you, but the more in detail like that, like when you're on the line here, it's kind of like, okay, well, you get the different vibe. It's just totally different when you write something compared to when you speak it. So just crazy, man. Like,
Yeah, I think I'm getting old. When I'm doing 3 times at the same time at the moment, sometimes I get confused.
well, what's making it difficult here recently is just the how dynamic that a word can be taken and used in and out of context, and it just depends on what somebody's current viewpoint on what the media just shared with them and implanted in their skull that day. So.
My crack sister is down there. What's up, sis? She's not listening. She's not joining us anymore. Mm.
Hey, can you say that
Hey,
again? I can't hear your mic. I can't hear you. Can you
I
speak a
said
little clear?
I said my crack sister is down there. She just sent me a heart.
She's a forever downer now.
Exactly. Sorry, guys, I need to jump back to work. Yeah, I got a deadline tomorrow, so I will be listening.
I love you, El Gato.
Love you too, Chris.
Sitting here thinking about those days where I was in the shower. So comforting, and those days are long gone.
No, not me and you in the shower, no way.
CZ, why don't you come up here and welcome, is it Alexandra speakers and have a chat with her. Welcome her to the ladies of Hexaco. I know you want to.
He said, "I know you want to."
Well, she's always so welcoming to all the ladies that step up and do the speaker spot. So, and I heard you say hi, Alexandra. Just wanted to say hi back. I'm glad that you came up here. And CZ must be busy, so.
CZ and we've chatted. Oh. We know each other. Not well, but we know each other.
Well, cool. Did you, were you like me? Did you join Twitter just for Hex? For updates and stuff?
Yeah. Yes. Well, I only joined when after Elon took it over, because everyone I knew was censored for like 3 years, so it was pretty pointless.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so that's why I joined. I think I was in a Telegram group, but I wasn't getting the right information. I didn't get the right information for a long time. And the only way to get correct information is to form, relationships with people that you can trust. So yeah, that's why I joined Twitter. And for the memes, obviously, the memes.
Hey, good morning, guys. What's up, my little Hexagon friends?
Hey, CZ.
Hey, so
How's your day going?
it's okay. I wasn't gonna come on, but thank you so much, Humble. I literally already been talking with Alexandra. We're gonna be doing spaces together soon. So she's very interesting, and her and I've already hooked up on the DM, if you know what I mean. So anyway, and Elgato, good to see you too, my little crack brother. And Chris, good to see you up as co-host. And you guys are awesome. I'm getting ready for a funeral though. So I was trying to hurry up and get ready and get out of the house, but
Wait, what? What?
I didn't want to
What's up,
seem
Crack Sister?
snobby and weird, and I wasn't listening because I am. I was just listening. I was trying to get ready. So
Oh, what happened?
Thanks for coming
oh
up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you know whoever died. I'm sorry that that happened, and you guys have to deal with that.
yeah, I mean I'm good. It's a friend of mine's mom passed, but I mean I'm not real close, I guess. I'm just showing my, respect and just coming in and, hanging out and supporting her and another friend. So that's about it. But yeah, just been really busy. Life has changed for me dramatically. I'm not involved as much in spaces anymore. My whole family basically moved in with me. And so now I'm like a full-time person that's busy with grandkids and children and all kinds of stuff. So it's kind of hard to do a lot of things, even streaming. So kind of put that on the back burner for a bit. Living life, wait for PulseChain, man. So let's fucking go.
Heck yeah, Alexandra, did you plug into to Hexy there? That's I don't know if you can see her, but we have been introduced to Hexy AF occasion.
I'm just
Probably
having a
not.
little. I'm having a little
Here and
scroll.
introduce yourself.
Well, she's a cock in the spa right now. So that's what her PFP is. She's a cock in the spa. She's getting her spa on. But anyway, but I love you guys. And Alexandra, I'll connect soon, love.
Yeah,
I
awesome.
really do got to get out of here. And yeah, I'll be back in later, though. It's more evening for me than day. So it's kind of hard to pop in.
Well, thanks for coming up, CZ. Alexandra came up here and introduced herself when Hex asked for newer people to come up, and so I just hoping people would try to connect with her. So
Well, she's very intelligent and has a lot of interesting things to say. And I'm really glad she's in spaces and talking what she talks because it's very educating. And I'm learning. So it's amazing. So anyway, but y'all have a good day, okay? And I will talk to y'all later.
see you, CZ.
Take care, CZ.
Bye,
See ya.
Chris. Bye, co-host over there, Stickman, Jason Atlantis. Whoever
Bye,
you are.
CG.
Bye.
Bye, CZ. Great news.
I'm gonna
Good
go
luck,
down.
guys.
Thank you. I'm gonna go down and listen. I'll
Looking
be
forward
listening
to.
for a while. So
Let us know when you guys do your spaces. We'll shut down and I'll raid. So looking
yeah, for
forward to it.
sure, for sure.
All
Love
right.
y'all. Bye.
Love you. See you guys.
Hi,
Good,
Hexy.
hey, good
Bye, CZ.
afternoon. Hey,
Hey,
I,
Hexy, how are you?
good. Just been working on my taxes. Now
Taxes.
I'm eating, and I think I'm gonna go sunbathe now after I eat. Yes, pretty day outside. So, and hi, Alexandra. Is that how I say it? Yep,
Hey,
Alexandra.
yeah, I found you, gave you a little follow, so now we're connected.
You see Alexandra, the Hex nurse is in here. She's tied to Hexologist. If you see her, maybe follow her as well.
Hex
I'm just trying to
nurse.
Hex nurse, yeah. It's just the ladies and Hex are real tight with each other, so
Thank you. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Found her.
Also, make sure to follow Spicy Legato.
I think I do.
She's cool too.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you. Am I going to get myself into trouble?
No. Spicy, come on up, introduce yourself. Come on.
Oh, I know.
Hey, Gamma. Gamma, we saw you come in. Just want to say hi. Didn't want to leave you out.
Hey everybody, multi-millionaire.
What's up, rich man?
What's up, playa?
I'm working right now, trying to figure out why no one knows how to use Excel, but they fucking use it all the time. Jesus Christ, you need to get away from this stuff. Stuff fries your brain.
Do you know how to use it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I
Can
use it
you
a lot.
help
I'm
me
actually
run
really
macros?
good at it, and you should never ever tell people you work with that you know how to use it.
Okay. Well, are you good with macros?
I can't hear you. Take the pillow off your face.
I'm with the headphones, so maybe that way.
Yeah, it's okay.
Do you know how to use macros? Are you good at macros in Excel?
I know how to use macros, yes, but I try to avoid using those because when people start changing shit in the file, like not the macro, but like the contents of the file, like the fucking macro sometimes will break and then they come back crying about it. And so I just don't use those. But formulas, yes, formulas are great.
Okay. Okay, cool.
I try to just query the data source through like just directly. So if it ever gets updated, then the data will be updated and everyone's happy.
So how's Montana?
Sorry, one more thing. Like, never open these macro-enabled workbooks. Just don't open them if you ever see one.
And why is that?
You could, like, if you open one, like, well, maybe it's secure now. I don't fucking know. Like, if you, somebody could have something execute immediately when you open it, and you wouldn't even know. You know what I mean? Like, exploits like that. I don't know if that's, like, fixed now. Like, maybe somebody, like, far more knowledgeable at security would know that. I'm not sure. But I just have always avoided macro-enabled workbooks. Sorry if that's boring.
No. That's cool, man. I was trying to learn that, but I'm getting frustrated, as you said.
Like all the Excel files that people I work with, they have macros in them. I'm trying to get them to stop using that shit.
Dude, I love Excel as a hobbyist. If I had to do that for a living, though, I would probably shoot myself.
Tell Spicy about it.
Yeah, same here, Axon.
That's what Chloe said also, Spicy.
What did he say?
Chloe, remember?
Oh, what did Chloe say? Shoot myself? Like, do it?
Yeah, she said to do it.
What a
Like, I
bitch.
feel like putting a gun to my mouth. And she's like, do it. Great idea.
Can you believe that shit? That wasn't scripted. That was like, fucking AI told me to do it.
Well, that's fucking bullshit. If it comes to that, just get a different job. Taco Bell's hiring.
What's that supposed to mean? Because I like tacos? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, if you like tacos, that could be good.
I love
But I don't.
tacos, man. And you don't like tacos, you're fucking wrong.
I think they canceled the free tacos program.
Is that a federal program?
Yeah, it's a mental health initiative for Taco Bell employees.
Wait, are you being serious? This is real?
No, I made that up.
It kind of, like these days, man, that kind of sounded real. So
Federally mandated tacos, dude, that would be fantastic. I'm gonna solicit AOC to vote that in.
I don't know why, but that sounds like that could happen. Just to get clicks, you know?
Just to get that click thing. Do you remember that, Spicy?
Remember what?
Click.
Yeah, you remember that day, El Gato, we were doing the click?
Yeah, I do. I was here. I think you was here, Spicy, as well.
I'll be back. I gotta take care of stuff.
Go, no problems.
Over.
Click. She's cracking down there. She's cracking down there.
Like you just literally threw it in there a little bit.
Yeah, I was cracking on that click days. No,
Click.
And he had such a deep voice that every time it was like so dramatic, you were like, whoa, you're startled.
and then it starts click. I think Bulla bring that up, right? With Caesar. Caesar, do you remember that?
It was me. I can't believe you remember that. That was the bear market. We were so bored. We were so mad. Who was that? It was freaking Facing Reality
Yeah.
had his click. And I was like, that's not fair. And then Hexy Cajun decided to go get her one. And it was clicking, but she could never get it right. But it was hilarious because we were all like, click. What's up, Elgato? How's your day, click? And we just did that shit for fucking ever. And people were like, what the fuck is wrong with these people? We were just like, we didn't have a click and we had to make our own. But it was fun times. I miss those days.
Yeah, it was a fun bear market.
I think so. It wasn't horrible. For my first bear, it wasn't horrible. It was definitely a learning experience, but a lot of goofiness came out of it and it was awesome. I think Hexy Cajun, though, when we were talking about the clicks, she thought we were talking about clits. And so she kind of got it messed up for a while because she got all excited and she was like, oh, I can do clits. And then she found out what we were really talking about and she was disappointed. I'm just messing with you, Hexy. I have to give her a hard time.
That is crying down there. He was here as well. I do remember him. When was the click time?
Yeah, for sure. I hear sometimes somebody in here will have a click and I'm like, oh, there's that click.
Are you talking about a dog clicker?
No.
Click. I think something keeps happening to Walrus. Click.
Who's thankful to be a Hexican today?
Hey, Chris, didn't you sell your car or something to buy Hex at the bottom of the bear market?
I did, yes, as I heard that smile come upon
Fucking
your face.
legend.
Legend.
We did too, Chris. Don't feel bad.
Yep, took the equity right out of there, put it all in, well, put a good, about half of it into Hex.
I did that too, but at 18 cents. Fucking legend. Let's go.
And hello, Miss CZ. How are you?
Hello, friend. I'm good. Just chilling, man. Chilling. How have you been?
Super busy, as I'm sure everybody getting stuff together is, but man, it's been a lot of fun couple of months here.
Yeah, it's getting pretty exciting. I'm like every morning I jump up and I check my phone because the last time I went to sleep early, V3 launched and I didn't know until the next day. And I got all in I got in Twitter like, oh, everybody's gonna be ready to talk and hang out. And I'm having my coffee and everybody was sleeping because they were up all night. Party rocket. And I'm like, dang, I just missed that boat. So anyway, I'm pretty excited for this next journey. For sure. Definitely ready for it. Got it all ready and planned to go.
Have you been freaked out by Richard Hart's tweets? Like, you'll wake up and see there's a new tweet from Richard Hart, and you're like, oh man, this could be mainnet. And you click on the tweet, and it's like some fluffy slippers that I got or something.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And then he's throwing these little bones like everywhere. And I'm like, oh my gosh. It's almost like I'm pulling every morning I wake up, I'm pulling that handle on the slot machine. And what is Richard going to say? Kind of thing, you know? I don't know. I was kind of like chilled. Now that V3's launched, now I'm all excited. And it's like I keep saying it's going to happen between now and April 5th because that would be a birthday present for myself, you know. But I mean, if it doesn't, it doesn't. But like I don't know, man. I feel like it's right around the corner. Walrus, you know better than I do. What do you think about it? And I know this is speculation, but I'm just like, what do you think?
First of all, Loris, I just want to say I love your walking updates on YouTube. Thanks for that. It's like a great way for, I'm sure, you to make use of time and a really intimate way to experience you and information. So appreciate it a bunch.
Yeah, man, I'm glad you like them. We did some pivoting, after Matt left, so we kind of played around with a few options. We have some like really cool longer term stuff that we're considering doing that'll be neat. There was a lot of like kind of shuffling on the team. So for Matt's like very much like the newsreader, right? Like, sometimes we had to, keep him up to date on like stuff in the ecosystem. So there's a little more work for the team to kind of get him set up. But I mean, man, his stuff is super polished, right? So, I could have done something similar, but I mean, let's be real, like that type of delivery is just not what I do well. So the walk and talk and a lot of people, I spend a lot of time in the community. So a lot of people know little stuff about me. I still keep some level of privacy, but they're a lot more fun for me that way. Talking to everybody like they're just buddies, people that I've known my whole life kind of thing. And so doing it from kind of like neat spots where I'm at it's a lot more fun for me as well. So I think they come out a lot more genuine. So I'm glad they're helpful and I'm glad y'all feel that way. they're much easier for me. Even like the shorts and stuff. So for a while, you may remember was doing them like for a couple weeks there, where I was kind of sit up in the place where I do like the podcast, and I did them. And even me, I was like, Jesus, man, you look stiff. And I just don't like talking to the rectangle. That's not my thing. Like, I don't do any of that influencer prep stuff. So that's part of the reason I've wanted to go and help all the content creators, is that gives me someone to talk to do clips. And then it also doubles as giving them, a decent platform and stuff like that. So that's a good relationship there. So yeah, I've been pivoting and trying to play with, where to be useful. So, more walk and talk stuff, podcast, that kind of crap. It's easier for what I do well to still be useful. And then, on the network itself, so I think everybody got a little too itchy. I think it's coming really quick, but I think if hey, this is your final warning, I think that's more, again, speculation, more mentality than it is about timing. I think all they're getting at is that they're happy with the bulk, right? Like they're not concerned that they're going to have anything that holds them up in the future, and that the second they're ready to go, they're going. They're not waiting on any of us goofy people who are building stuff. They're not waiting on anyone to get into Twitter. They're not waiting on anything. As soon as that dude's ready, they're pulling the ripcord and this thing is live. I think that's more what they're trying to set the stage for.
Do you have any updates? Do you have any updates you can give from the Builders Guild
on the actual chain?
Yeah.
So they try to stay, again, I don't want to talk out of school on what they post in there. It's the updates that we get from kind of like all the shoulder rubbing isn't like, hey, Richard said we're going Thursday. Like, that's never the information. It's more just certain things they'll try to give a little bit of insight on, node operation or where the adjustments are here, what they have going on, just as a little bit of friendliness between teams. So mostly it's just kind of like tone. And the couple of things that you can kind of infer is, I kind of already said, just they don't really foresee anything that's holding them up. They're polishing parameters, taking their time with PulseX, and then the second they're like every little light screen on their board, that bad boy's going. But man, it should be so exciting. Like, I think timing for a lot of things is really cool. Seeing all these people on the outside all of a sudden start to change a little tune. It'll be fantastic. I've mentioned this stuff a few times. I think that we'll also see some communities that have big reasons to jump over once they see like tokens launched on the side and there's like a wave. So I think I mentioned this before, like we kind of had that wave of like pulse this, pulse that, pulse whatever, which, is naturally coming. But I think after launch, I think not only will there be this sort of like tension is actually a good thing when it comes to communication, right? So like in here, right, if I say something pro Hex, everyone's excited, right? And if I say something like, hey, Hex sucks, everybody, like, you feel that tension, right? Everyone's chest gets tight as soon as they hear it. And that type of tension makes for good media. So I think that there'll be tension around PulseChain, like, previous hater comments, all that kind of good stuff. The community is really feral about their approach on all that. It'll be really cool. And then I think that we'll see, as PulseChain kind of has its, day in the sun, light on the hill, any of those expressions, I think we'll see a lot of communities want to, especially the ones that haven't done as well over this last bull bear cycle, will want to use PulseChain as their like they're kind of like call back to action, right? So if you've got XYZ project that didn't really go that well, it's a way to like revitalize the community. Oh wait, hang on, we're going to adopt PulseChain. So I think that we'll see, as the PulseChain wave comes up and starts to settle a bit, I think we'll see we're going over there approach. Like, I think that'll be sort of a call to action in smaller communities.
Hello?
What's up, famous?
How's your finger,
What's
famous?
up, guys? Just came in. I thought it was rigged. How's everyone's day doing?
Doing well, doing well.
So you're gonna be on Wendy O, man. I saw that. That's dope. How did that come about?
I would like to say like a sophisticated marketing approach or some buzzy thing I said, but mostly it was just knocking on the door until someone answered.
Oh, nice. Congrats on that. You're gonna be talking about.
I actually I spoke to her. I spoke to her a while back about doing some stuff on the podcast, and just some dates got mixed around, and then just scheduling concerns back and forth, and then they were like, "Hey, like, why don't you come on the show?" And then Noah, who's going to be on there, I've spoke with him a few times. He does the whale coin talk stuff, so he's a pretty cool guy as well. So I'm excited to be on there with him.
Congratulations, Walrus. I didn't even know that. That's how much I've been tuned in lately. Congratulations. That's big. Awesome.
Hey, it's just all ecosystem stuff, right? Like that's all I ever talk about. It's not anything about my brand that I particularly care about. Just it's good for the ecosystem, good for everybody doing cool stuff over here.
Hey Walrus, do you happen to know anything about about the Fixer bot, or like what's the current condition of that, or if they've had a working prototype running?
Yeah, it's been running for a long time. They've already
Is
launched
there a
the
way
beta
to see
several
it?
times.
Is there a way to see it on V3 or like see what's going on with that?
It's difficult in some ways depending on what you're looking at, but you can look at like the deployer address and go through some of the movements. I mean, there's not like an intuitive front end for it, right? Like it's a script that these guys wrote to go and do the interactions. So you can go through and look at particulars if you want. It's not simple, right? Like it doesn't have like you can't look at like the command line prompt, but if you have some general questions on it, I mean, I've got a pretty good handle on it.
Well, I guess what I'm wondering is, is there any way to see the way that it affects us, or maybe it's already gone through all of our positions and made changes, but I wouldn't have a way to even look to see if that happened.
Yeah, so you can already look and see on chain. By the time you look at it, it's already ran, right? So some of the stuff is, I think, I made this joke with, who was I talking with? Dan Hughes, this for a podcast episode the other day. Sometimes we start to use terms only because we don't like get some of the basics. So like an automatic AMM fixer bot sounds like it's this crazy thing. All that actually is basically somebody hitting the green buy button in a sophisticated way. That's all it really is. So the adjustments it makes is just taking all the pools that have ETH in them and then just correcting the price to the supply difference with Pulse. And so all it does is basically it's just one person with a big bag of Pulse buying those pools up until the ratio makes sense, till it's priced correctly, and then taking what it buys and putting it in PulseX at that same price. So if you just kind of imagine that something went on with ETH and you go and look at all the price and it's like, oh, well, it says that X is $15. It's like, okay, well, it's supposed to be, 15 cents. So you just hit buy all the way until that price makes sense. And then you just take the hex you would have bought out of that pool and then put it in PulseX at that same 15-cent price. That's the real simple version.
Okay. Well, we were talking about last night, kind of proposing the idea that somebody might be able to try and game the system by having positions that would get bought up by the fixer bot, and they could potentially move into Pulse or PulseX just by having their position eaten.
So there's a few ways you can kind of go about it, and they've had a lot of time to work through it. So the idea would kind of be, hey, could you just put go make up some trash coin XYZ thing, right? But you really can't too much because you have to put the capital out. And what you end up with is not as much Pulse as you'd really think, unless you put up a ton of liquidity. You can in some ways, but not really. Not to a scale that's really going to affect anything. The other is around V3. So in V3, one of the parameters that they've adjusted is, so if it's a Uniswap V2 pool, which is a symmetrical pool, or what most people are just used to thinking about, it's really not that hard. You just have two piles of things and you just keep putting stuff in one pile until they match. It's pretty simple. V3 is a little trickier because you can do it on one side. So for example, if you look at, like, again, the hex liquidity, where if there wasn't any sort of parameter put on the bot, what you could do is I could put up like $1 million buy bid of hex at like $100 or something crazy, and then the AMM bot would try to fill that order and give me some crazy amount, right? So what you do is you go in there and basically set ranges on like the current price, and then it buys inside of that range. So they never released the actual parameters that they did on V3. You could probably go through and back check it if you really wanted to be fairly difficult. But they've kind of worked through all the areas where you could kind of get to some fringe stuff. And what you end up doing is just, it's not too big of an issue to be conservative. And all it ends up really doing is kind of giving some ARB opportunities for everybody. So the AMM will kind of go in, probably get 85% of what you'd really want. PulseX will rock and roll. All of us will be happy and set. And then sort of where all these kind of edge fringe cases where stuff is missed, or where there's, again, just kind of bloat for lack of a better term, you'll see people running scripts and bots and arbing and dex aggregators. All that stuff will go through and clean it up. And all you'll just see is some things where some players and dex aggregators basically just pick up some extra for a little bit until all that stuff kind of gets cleaned up. It'll be a couple of weeks, but just quickly, I have a podcast episode coming out. It'll take some time to get edited, and I have another one that we're going to drop beforehand. But it's with Dan Hughes, and if people haven't got a chance to hear this guy, he's not charismatic in the normal sense. So this is very much like if you're like in your nerdy zone and you really want to get into some like really cool blockchain stuff, this guy's really brilliant and a very interesting thinker. And so I have a really long podcast coming out with him that'll be pretty cool, but it'll definitely be, for some people, it'd be better get chopped up. But if people want to kind of go down a rabbit hole of just a kind of a different version of thinking, kind of counter to what a lot of us do in crypto, he's a really, really smart guy. It was a lot of fun talking to him.
What was that name again? Sorry.
Dan Hughes. He kind of reminds me a bit of Charles Hodgkins. They're not really similar in like demeanor, but when you look at like Hodgkins and the kind of Cardano guys, they just have an entirely different like approach to how they like to solve things, both like specifically in what they do and also just sort of their academic approach. They're going to take 9 months to do something that some people might do in 9 days, but it's because they want it done a specific way, very forward thinking. ETH kind of takes like an incrementalism approach, and then Bitcoin has a, hey, it's already perfect, don't touch stuff. So I just think that Dan and the stuff they're doing is just kind of another one of those interesting silos where they just have a little different process overall. Just really interesting to see just another super smart guy's approach to crypto.
Yeah, and before I leave, Walrus, first of all, I'm excited for your future. But if you guys want to get on a lower level where you're not getting so nerdy, CZ is having a party on Spaces for Crypto After Dark, my first one in a long time, for my birthday. It's a birthday Crypto After Dark. Let's get fucking crunk. Let's go. Wednesday.
I want to come on.
I know you are, baby. That's what I'm saying. You gotta come on. You gotta stop by and say hi. You don't have to stay long. You might lose some brain cells, but hey, that's the whole purpose of it. So we're gonna have a blast, and we're gonna go old school. I got some people coming in, pretty fun. So hopefully you stop by. I'm gonna be sending out the invite probably later today or tomorrow, but we're gonna have a blast. We're gonna have some games and old school shit. So if you've been to one of my crypto after darks, it's fun and nutty and crazy, and you have to be 21 and up to enter. So yeah.
Yeah, I haven't smoked a cigar on stream in a while. Everybody thinks I went too square. I'll have to come in there and remind them.
For real. Hey, but this isn't going to be a stream though. This is just crypto after dark. It's going to be a space. But I am doing a birthday on the 16th stream. And like Freddie's going to be on there with us, and like a bunch of people. I'm going to just give like a handful of people the stream link, and just to get on and come in and have fun. So
The
famous
16th of
too.
April?
So, yes.
Oh, nice. Well, me and the girl will be in Florida that weekend,
Oh,
so that'll be cool. We'll do it. We'll hop on the stream somewhere on set or whatever we're at in Florida.
yeah, cool. I'll remind you. I'll send out those invites, but we're gonna have some fun. So hopefully PulseChain launched by then. Hey,
Oh man,
I'm gonna keep putting it out there, in the universe. Hey, I'm like one of those girls. I just keep putting it out there and putting it out there, and it'll happen eventually. Yeah. So
one of the funniest things. So I have that Egypt trip planned in June, and I'm just like 100% sure that no matter what goes on, I'm gonna have some chaos. He's gonna end up trying to launch like the day I leave or something like that. So you have no idea how hard it is to like plan as like just a man who does not care about anything. Like I don't even like checking in bags, and I'm over here like, hey, honey, do you have my ring light? Like I'm some kind of Instagram model, making sure I have stuff to stream while I'm in Egypt, and then letting people in Egypt know, hey, I literally have to have internet connection everywhere I go, even while I'm traveling in the desert. I've had some of the most obnoxious conversations. Like I sound like some basic bitch from California. Do we have Wi-Fi there? Is there good lighting everywhere I go? So hopefully we get this thing launched, so I don't have to be so dialed in while I'm there. But it'd be a lot of fun.
hey, Walrus, that's called a boozy bitch, and there's nothing wrong with that. So you do you, babe. You deserve it.
There you go.
So anyway, you guys have a good day. I'll pop in later on and say hi. Gotta go into a funeral, unfortunately, but nobody I know that's close to me passed. Okay, so y'all don't feel bad.
CC, are you ever appropriate?
Me?
It's my favorite part about you.
What are you talking about? Anyway, so I gotta go mourn the dead, and I will see you guys later. Bye.
All right, I do have one other question about the AMM.
Yeah, what's up, brother?
I just feel like there's in there somewhere, there's some kind of opportunity, but I can't quite put my finger on it. So let me just do a hypothetical. Let's say I had some ETH that I want to eventually put my ETH over onto PulseChain and like buy PulseChain assets. Couldn't I just now, before the fork, open an LP between, let's say, ETH and Hex, and then when the fork happens, I'll get paired with Pulse tokens and Hex. So worst case scenario, I get flushed out into Hex, or it becomes mostly Pulse, and then later on I bridge my ETH over. But is there a way to kind of determine how much Pulse I would get or how much Hex it would be worth?
Yes. Give me just 1 second. Get the math together. So that's actually one of the. This is something, again, like there's so much little fringe stuff that we talked about so long ago that now we're back into it. It's like so much of us forgot. If you have a large position in ETH that for a number of reasons, the most likely would probably just be like a capital gains event that you don't want to sell it, that's the most advantageous way to get something out of it. It still won't be as much as you would think or as much as you would likely get from like holding certain other things. But if you don't want to, because if you just hold, say, like 10 ETH in your wallet, you're just going to get 10 Pulse. Who cares, right? You got tenths of a penny, maybe. But if you hold it in LP, then you'll end up with some order of PLS. You're going to end up with whatever your LP position is. You're going to end up with less of the ERC20 and more of the Pulse. So you'll get more Pulse for sure than if you held it in your wallet, but it's not so much that it actually makes it like an advantageous position. So if you're already, Xskin, you like Maxi, Hedron, all the kind of cool stuff that like we know will have support. If you already like those things and you don't have a reason to hold the ETH, you're better off likely just, again, through a variety of things to like go ahead and hold the other assets. But if you got 10 ETH that you bought a long time ago, you've held on to for gas fees, and you don't want it, don't want to flip it, which now is not a big an issue. It was a bigger issue when ETH was around $3 or $4 grand. But still, you can LP it if you want to be on the safer side. But you're going to end up with less of the ERC20 and more Pulse.
Interesting. So you can conceivably just basically buy Pulse now by buying Hex and opening an LP with ETH.
You can, but if you work out most of the math, part of this is the most important part of the calculus is the principal. So when you do the math, the copies are basically worth about 6% or 7%, give or take, of what they're worth right now when it comes to their relationship with Pulse, give or take. So in this, it's kind of hard to abstract. When you look at the way copies are priced versus Pulse on PulseChain, Pulse will be priced like it's ETH relative to those ERC20s. So in our head, we still kind of think of Pulse, at least loosely, like it's the sacrifice price, but that's not how it's priced relative to PRC20s. So the copies aren't as valuable as people think. If the goal is like, hey, I've got 10 grand right now, what should I do? I just want to load up on Pulse. The more important part is protecting the principal or having the principal go up. So part of the reason that it was like, hey, buy Hex, it wasn't just because PHEX is a good investment, which it probably will be, but because Hex was so bullish at the time that you were like, hey, I'd rather have 10K worth of Hex. It's worth 20 at the time versus, again, holding something else. So the most important part is just what happens to that principal versus the copies. So that's why we kind of swapped, and a lot of us were like, hey, the market's, a little more negative. So if you're just Hexakin and you're going to hold PHEX for a long time and you're bullish on PHEX and you're staking, cool, load up on Hex. But if the goal is just, hey, we don't know when this thing is launching, we want to be able to move quickly into Pulse, then stables make more sense because they don't have, you don't have that exposure to the market on the principal. So in all these strategies, the most important thing is just however much value you have on the principal side. The copies are valuable to try to get in early, or because you're just really valuable in the copies. So if you think that PHEX will be really valuable in the future, then obviously load up on Hex and keep it and do your thing. But it's mostly about the principal. If your goal is just, hey, first XYZ amount of days, I want to load up on Pulse. The other part, this is, so I have this problem a bit because I always talk about sports gambling and sports betting. I actually do very little of it. And when I do, I don't really like bet heavy. Like it's nothing that I pay much attention to, but I like looking at it as where does kind of like my projection versus the odds line up. So even when I bet, I don't usually take good bets. I take fun bets. So I'm like, hey, I think this thing is like 1 in 100, but the market says it's 1 in 1,000. That's a fun one to be right on. And I think that there's some edification around launch where if you just sat there with like $10,000 of your favorite stable, the copy happens, you get 60 cents, we know it gets wrecked, we know it gets dumped down, you move it over and get some pulse, and then the bridge goes live, you move over your stable and you just DCA in for the first week. No one's going to feel super fun about that strategy. Like they're not going to think they gamed anything. There's not this like, there's not a sense of like accomplishment, but you're probably going to work out fantastic. Whereas if you like load up ETH and to like your point and take an LP position and then you like nail this ratio trade, you're going to get a lot of like Twitter high fives. And if again, there's going to be some upside plays that probably work out really well. Where I would encourage most people is to, again, it kind of comes from that idea. If you just assume that, again, whichever one of these assets is your favorite is going to do extremely well, then all that really matters is that you get principal into that thing and not the edge cases. So just one of those things for everybody. Just if you think that these things are, let's say on the low end, let's say they're going to like 50x, then just kind of get into the thing that's going to 50x and let it do its work. And the rest of the stuff is just more fun edification strategies. If you have, large bags trying to make a play, any of these things. So just kind of make sure you get to use a golf string, get the ball on the fairway and, let numbers go up.
Interesting. So there may be a potential to increase the upside, but at the sacrifice of introducing a massive amount of risk.
So I mean, it kind of goes on how you want to play. Like to me, I think for the vast majority of people, it's almost like a bandwidth thing. So some of it's kind of order operations. So is there some fringe cases where you could get really cute at launch and probably make a mint? Sure. Where I would almost challenge is, again, you'd have to understand some of those risks, where you could screw some of this stuff up. And I think for the vast majority of players, not only just the risk reward of that, but what else would you be doing with your time? So it kind of comes down to, okay, how many people can nail that strategy versus how many people would be better off taking 90% with almost no effort and spending that time dialing in treasures, figuring out bridge, figuring out when they want to LP, figuring out strategies for third party stuff, just all this ancillary stuff that we could do to be really, really proactive or move forward. For most people, I think you just kind of take the easy W and spend the time on something you probably get more out of.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And I'm pretty sure I've heard you in the past advocate for the stables play a bunch. And I think what you just went into now kind of really clarifies your intentions behind that. And it does make sense.
Yeah, and they'll, again, almost that same thing, similar to like the kind of the sports betting analogy. Like you just don't get the same edification from just almost taking a W, right? Like it feels fun to hit those long odds, those crazy plays. And it'll be the same thing here. Like 100% for sure, someone is going to they'll end up being, 10 cases, whatever it is of, this person figured out an edge case here and, hit some crazy move or this thing here. But we won't notice all the misses and the amount of like time and effort it goes into kind of finding those things. Again, most people will work out better being secure, not having problems, not having stress, figuring out XYZ thing, rather than focusing on how to like try to find an extra 10% here, spend that time doing whatever it is they do to generate capital, all these kinds of things. So that's, but again, that's always me. I'm going to always be conservative. Like I kind of make this joke and it's meant to be kind of rough on purpose, where they're like, if you have $1,000, where should you invest it? I'm always like, in a job. Like, and I don't mean that to like, I mean that to be jarring, but not to be an ass. But the idea is that if you're like trying to make $1 million out of 1,000, you're probably going to lose it. like you should put that 1,000 somewhere that it's just going to have a good upside to grow, and then focus on just getting more capital so that you take less risky plays, right? So like it almost comes down to when people start to ask that question, it's almost like it's the crypto version of like, should I just go buy 1,000 scratch off tickets? And it's like, no, man, like put that $1,000 somewhere valuable and then like figure out how to go make some more capital. So it's not meant to be like anti small bag. It's just that I don't like the mentality around that question. Like just take the X's that are coming the easy way and work on capital rather than trying to find an edge case or, you know, a quick 1,000X kind of thing. So it's mostly mentality.
Yeah, man, definitely. And that really goes back to Richard Hart's philosophy about trading, where instead of sitting on a stock market, day trading, swing trading, and trying to take money from somebody else, just sit back, relax, and accept the obvious wins that are readily available to us.
Yeah, there was a goofy expression. We had a wrestling coach when I was like still a little more active in competing, and he'd always talk about taking the easy ways to do certain things. And so it's kind of a goofy expression because again, we're wrestling, and he used to always say, yeah, I could wrestle you for $1 or I could just pick this one up on the ground. And that was kind of his expression of just like, hey, like where's just the W that you can kind of lock in. So he was always using that about, you know, grip fighting and certain things. But I like that mentality when it comes to, you know, one just in general, but especially with some of the investing, like don't, like, you know, again, day trading, that's really hard and competitive. Trying to figure out some of these edge cases, that's really hard. Like there's just $1 in front of you, just pick it up. Just take your value, move it into Pulse X, again, PX, whatever thing you think is valuable, move it in there and take the W. And and you can always like take a smaller position, right? So like to your point there, to find kind of an edge case, I think for most people, again, we hate to admit it, it's more about just being right in the W than it is about necessarily the return. So again, that's what I'm getting at with my idea for like sports betting. So I rarely win because I only like taking these fun shots. So you can always take, you know, $100, 1% of your bag, whatever it is, at sort of your idea to take your call to see so you can kind of get that edification for being right. I do that fairly routinely on certain things. Like every once in a while, if I just find some goofy thing that I think is going to do well, sometimes I'll put $50 in it, not because I care at all about, you know, making 75 or whatever it is, but just it's almost like again, just kind of like a little thing of like calling your shot and being right. So that's something that people can do if they really like some of this interesting gameplay stuff. It's like play with it like it's fun money, like take a very, very small percentage or $100, whatever, to kind of mark your call so you can kind of say, hey, this is what I thought, and get your win without like risking your bag and doing crazy stuff.
Yeah, definitely. That's like the most important facet to doing high risk plays is as the risk climbs, decrease your movement into that play or whatever it is. Like instead of doing half of your hex on something that's risky, bring that down to like 10 or 5% of your hex or less.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the allure, is the people like those things are like, they're very dopaminergic. That's why people are like addicted to gambling. That's why they even program certain facets of like Facebook and interfaces. It's that delay on this upside and then like a pop, like that's super engaging, and it does a really good job of making people make bad decisions. So again, that idea of just, hey, taking a safe play, moving in the copies, taking what I get, moving over the principal DCA, it just doesn't give you a feel good no matter what the results are. But what if I do this? And it sits there and you get to this like build up, wait on mainnet, and then the second it goes live, you get to go look and see if you're a winner. That's really engaging. Like that kind of thing feels really good, even if it's not a great play. So yeah, again, just that same thing one more time. Just any of these fun things that you find you think you might have found like an edge case. Like, yeah, just like make your play so that you can take the W and feel good and be really interested in the space, especially if it keeps you sort of engaged to do 90% of things the right way. Then that stuff's valuable, right? Like same kind of thing with whatever everybody's into, right? So if you're, you really do want to dress like RH and do the Gucci thing, cool. Then still play things the normal way, and as you build stuff up, be reasonable. But like, grab the Gucci sweater if that's actually what'll keep you involved in paying attention to crypto and reinvesting and moving things forward. Like, don't try to just fit a round peg in a square hole. Like all these things, if they help kind of keep you on brand and in the game, they're valuable. Just don't overcommit to them, right? What's up, brother?
Yo, what's going on, guys?
Man, why was I not following you? You're like the third person I've seen bump up here in the space that I know I've followed forever, that for whatever reason it wasn't there.
Well, this is my 2.0 account. My main one got rugged.
Oh, okay.
Nice leaf, man. What is that little thing?
It's my chia sprout.
That's cute.
Yeah, it's actually an ancient African medicine for it helps cure a sexually transmitted disease.
Oh, snap.
First you boil it and then you rub it in.
Dude, if it works, it works.
It sounds like you have experience, Hexlantis.
Yeah, I had to use it for 2 years of market drop, and it worked, and I got rid of it. Hey, if it works, you can't knock it.
Well, I am rocking my cock today, so it's exposed. You never know what might happen out there.
Gentlemen, there are ladies up here. Show some decorum.
Yeah, I was saying, do you mean your PFP? Because I see your old PFP. You must be talking literally.
No, my PFP.
I don't see it. I just see Hexy's cock, but I don't see your cock.
We'll touch it. Maybe it'll show.
I did. I tapped on it. It's still that ugly original PFP of yours.
Yeah, I see. I'm a cock and you're a beaver. What's up with that? It's supposed to be the other way around.
Hey, we can be anything we want nowadays.
Identify, yeah. It's a law now, right? We can identify whatever.
Exactly, and don't question it. Just have to accept it.
Did you see what's in the marmot's eyeball? Did you open the picture and look closely? Jassol would like what's in the eyeball.
Is it an 8-ball?
No, look at the eyeball.
I am.
In yours? In your PFP, Bulla?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a chia.
Marmot.
Yeah, it's a chia.
It's a chia leaf.
I noticed the Texan. It's cute.
So what you call that thing? A marmot? What?
A marmot.
A marmot. Okay.
And no, I didn't buy it. I just copy pasted it off of the collection.
Well, same here. I didn't buy it, but the picture was gifted to me as a JPEG.
Such a generous gift.
I know, right? It's a sexy cock.
It's a scary looking cock. It looks like it's been to some mysterious places.
It's a spot cock.
A couple of things just kind of in the background real quick. Just I haven't been in the spaces as much. One, there's people are seeing a lot of these like kind of influencer stuff kind of loosen up and start to say PulseChain. There's there's definitely some other like people reaching out a little more open-hearted about some of these things that's pretty positive in the background. And then something that we've been working on for a long time, we got some really, really good feedback. It won't be any, like, it's not a product or anything we're going to release publicly, but I think we will have one of the coolest things to celebrate when it comes to crypto from the community after launch. And we'll have some more details on it, but I think it'll be a really, really cool thing the community should be happy of. So there's just a lot of stuff to be bullish on.
Definitely. Hey, say what you will about a BitBoy, but I was like reminiscing, going through old chats and old threads, and I was reading through an ancient Reddit space last night, and the Reddit thread was like from 2 years ago, and it was a couple guys saying that they got onboarded into Hex from BitBoy Crypto's YouTube channel, and they were all grateful that BitBoy got them into Richard Hart's projects.
Yeah, I think it's easy to be a bit of a purist and be zealot, and I think it just takes all kinds, right? But I think it's important to realize that there's a bit of these spectrum things, right? Like there's just people that don't resonate with RH, right? So you got to give them another flavor, right? Like you don't want people not participating in the ecosystem over one or two things, right? So, or it just takes time, right? Like they like one or somebody else's approach, it warm up, then they hear old RH or they knew whatever it is, right? So I think we want to make sure that we have that whole gamut, right? Like we have people that are just, literally have hex tattoos, right? And like, they add so much glue and such like a certain reverence to like the community. And then you'll have people on the outside who are a little less connected, but take a different approach and bring people in. So it just takes the whole tribe, right? So I mean, it doesn't mean everything is forgiven or forgotten, but we want to make sure there's a certain level of appreciation for people changing their mind, coming into the worldview, and giving everybody a platform. We're just shooting the breeze. Bigfoot, go ahead.
Hey man, thanks. Yeah, if the topic's, the one you were just discussing is over, I'm willing to start a new one. And I've asked this question in the past, but it's gotten a lot of backlash because I think there's a lot of confusion within the community whether this or this may not happen. And it's simply the copies of PRC20s that exchanges receive. And this is just more of a game theory question. So anyone who is listening here, just please come up and grab the mic. I'm just trying to keep the conversation flowing. What do you think that the copies of ERC20s that the centralized exchanges will do with their copies? This goes to Walrus and anyone else. I know Samantha's here and Hexkin, and so is Hexy, right? And Famous too. This is like a game theory question. Like, let's say the snapshot and mainnet releases like tomorrow. What do you suspect that the centralized exchanges will do with their free copies of ERC20s?
This really isn't a cop-out answer. It's if I was actually going to take a guess, I would guess everything. I would think that you have like U.S. Based jurisdictions that probably whatever their decision, don't make it early. So, like, if I'm kind of taking the.
I'll leave if I have to, but that was my question.
What? I just got cut off there. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, Bigfoot, can you hear Wallace?
Can you hear him, Bigfoot? He was speaking. Can you hear him?
Bigfoot. Bigfoot, are you there?
Go ahead, Walrus, I guess.
Bigfoot, can you hear anyone?
Yeah, I was gonna try to make sure Bigfoot could hear me.
Yeah, I'm good now. It may have just been on my end, but did you hear the question, or do I need to repeat it?
Yeah. No, I heard it. Can you hear me now?
Yep. Thanks.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I think that what we'll see is everything. I think that, again, if we're just taking the odds, right, like none of this is inside information. This is purely just me kind of taking a look at the landscape. I would assume that you would see things like the Coinbase, Binance US, everything that's in a US jurisdiction are probably the last to act with their anything they have, just because of That's their mentality, right? They go slow to go. They're going to be extra careful on regulation. So I think you would see them do nothing early on and then wait for clarity for a variety of different reasons. I would think that some of the exchanges that are not US based that maybe are a little friendly, like, Mexi, the Power City team did a good job of getting with them. They've already, a few of these smaller exchanges have supported Hex. They're more likely to, say, make their decision early, whether that's dump the copies, just bridge over and take some free value, or maybe participate with them a little more heavily, or offer them to their customers. I would assume that we do see a spectrum. The majority, I would think, just don't make early moves. Again, if I'm speculating, and I would think the ones that do are probably the ones outside of your jurisdictions, and that it's a kind of a slowly evolving process where you don't really see all of them do one thing or the other. There's probably a few early movements, I would say, in the first couple of weeks from the smaller, more fringe, and that the larger, more established ones take more time to make any decisions.
I know you can't see my face, but I'm raising my eyebrows because it's interesting to hear from someone else.
But again, that's that's just an overarching guess. You can.
Yeah, absolutely. Yep.
I think if there's a high demand for it on Ethereum, PRC20 wise, then the exchanges might, and they will put the coin up. Now the problem is that they can't just make it normal like the way they do like Ethereum on Arbitrum, Binance, or whatever. Just drop down menu which chain you want and so on and so forth, because they're completely different coins. So my guess would be that if there's an actual Ethereum pair for certain coins, we might see them very early on exchanges. But besides that, I don't know, man. It's really up to the exchanges to understand what's happening, because what's happening hasn't really been done before, where you're stuck with a situation.
There's also a bit of a case-by-case basis. So I think that when there also might be not just exchanges say, what do I think about PRCs, but also what do I think about which PRCs? So if you already were supporting Hex, well, again, what would be the hesitation in doing the same thing for PHEX? But if it's like, say, Chainlink, well, Chainlink obviously is, no one here's favorite, and they've always butted heads with RH. So would you list Chainlink's copies? Probably not, So I think that we will all see a bit of a case by case where, kind of like to Famous's point, if this community's, if it's something where they can just put up a front end and it works on PulseChain and that community is having a good time, then you'd be more likely to see, again, some of these exchanges list their stuff. But I think all the US based ones, they'll be the slowest to react positively or negatively. And I wouldn't put any stock if any of those guys are negative off the bat. Like, if I was running a business in the US and there was this fork event and copies and not having clarity, that would be the last thing that I would rush into also. So just kind of as a community heads up, if Coinbase puts out something public or Kraken that like, hey, we're not touching this stupid copies from PulseChain, and whatever negativity, I would just kind of expect that we get at least some of that in the beginning, because it'll just be uncertainty, right? Like, if you're a big business who's already profitable, like, why take risk on goofy stuff? Like, they have enough going on in the US jurisdiction. So everyone, I would just kind of bake in that we're going to get probably some level of negativity, and I don't think it'll actually be a reflection on anything going on. It'll just be them being overly cautious and not wanting to respond to, because again, whether people like it or not, they're going to want their free money, right? Like, if I dropped you guys like a Coinbase coin, yeah, you may hate Coinbase, but you probably want your $50, right? So I think that we'll see again some pushback, only because they want to quiet their users calling for their free stuff and some of those things going on. So bake a little bit of that in with the US based ones.
Also, another thing too is that they might not have to do anything at the beginning, because they always have it, right? They'll always have it. So I think you hit it on the nose, which is, I think, everything too. Like, it's really depends on what they understand, because if they don't understand, which I would be very surprised, but at the same time too, it is a possibility, because this is new, and it does take time for someone to wrap their head around this. when they're dealing with everything in the ecosystem, and they have to, be a business, and their goal is, more transactions, more users, then, I think we won't have a problem getting them to notice us. The problem, I think, is having a stable chain at the beginning. So they might not, but at the same time too, they could. But at the same time too, like, what did they do in the past? They just allowed the L1 coin to be available. What else did they do? I don't know, because look at what they did with Zen. They actually put Zen, B Zen, and all that shit. So
Something. My bad, famous.
No,
Go
no,
ahead.
no. I'm just thinking, like, it has been done where two different coins that are not technically the same coin, but they are the same coin, got represented on an exchange by having two, like, the B before the Zen, or the, you know what I mean. So maybe they might do that. They might.
Yeah, and where I think there's a little calculus, and I'll explain the first part, and then a little bit of like an action item. So this, sometimes we're a little short-sighted on like what the incentives are. So like a good example, I had a really good discussion this back when I was in the car business, and it's an example that always made sense to me. So like when Ford stopped making the Ranger, we kind of think the calculus is, okay, what does it cost me to make one of these things versus how many can I sell? But for them, the calculus is actually a little different. It's how much does it cost me to make versus how many can I sell versus how many of them wouldn't have bought something else, right? So the example is like, if you were going to buy an F-150, if I didn't have the Ranger, well, I want you to buy the big toy, right? So that's kind of like where we get into some of that pricing math, where you see like medium drinks too expensive and small drinks are too small. And it's meant to sort of steer people into a large, right? And so that'll be some of this thing when they're looking at math. It's not just, hey, how many people are going to deal with PulseChain? Their calculus as a business is, all right, how much of an issue is this going to be? And how much business are we going to pick up or lose if we don't do the copy thing? So it'll be a little, there's a little more math to it for them than to kind of the obvious, as us as users. So I think that we'll want to be loud, but a little toned down as far as being brashness, because we want them to feel like there's a big user base that will sort of accept them. And, again, we there's all these kind of caveats on the fringes where, we want to make sure that we've got some people trying to work on that bubble, right? So again, like I was saying, like you got guys like Feeder who just bleed the brand, have the tattoo. You really, really want those voices. We should champion them. It's awesome. And then, there'll be guys like me. I don't brand as heavily because I want to be able to go into different spaces and not have to like fight through a ticker symbol, so I can kind of give some value and take a different approach. And I think we'll want to do the same thing with all these different exchanges, give them a few different faces, some positivity, and make them want to engage, not feel like we'll burn down their house if they don't.
I hope that answered the question for whoever asked it.
Yeah, I'm here. Thanks for engaging. I mean, me personally, I think like Walrus, I think you both said this kind of. I think we'll just have to wait and see. And I would fear that if any of these copied PRC20 these copied ERC20s go to the centralized exchanges, they'll likely, in my opinion, right, dump whenever they feel is necessary, and then cause more fear within the PLS ecosystem. But no, I'm just asking because I like hearing other people's take. So thanks, guys. I will be stepping down as a from a speaker to a listener. So I appreciate your feedback, guys. Thanks.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
I wanted to add though, I think they have the incentive of listing them because they make money from trading, right? So if the volume's there, that's their incentive to have them there. But as for, I hope they give the copies to the owners also at the same time. That is undetermined. And that goes from exchange to exchange, how that'll happen. But as for, yeah, they'll make fees with trading. So I think they'll list some of them.
I think that will be a good inflection point also. That's a good point. I forgot to mention that. Thanks for bringing that up, Hexy. So again, I think we'll want to start with the cheerleader, the smile version of like, come on guys, look how fun PulseChain is. You've got copies, give them to your people, right? Like, let's start with that messaging. And I think almost as a community, I think we'll want to sort of raise the temperature at some point where, again, it starts with like, look, what you're getting at, hey, like give these to the owners, let them come play. And then I think, we get to a certain point where, just for an example, all these smaller ones over in Asia, they dumped them or gave them their customers. They did whatever they did, and we're kind of down to say like maybe a few of these laggards that you'd have in the U.S. jurisdiction. Maybe at some point, then we turn to the, maybe you should have held your own coins. You remember when they didn't give you your copies? Remember when you see now the green candles? So I think there'll be a point to pivot to kind of going back to just knocking the central exchanges, and why another very, very clear reason for why it's not your keys, not your coins. But I think as a community, we'll want to start on the positive side, and at some point we'll turn up the heat and start to flamethrower some of the ones who, let down their users. Doth, what's up, brother?
What to go on, my brothers and sisters?
Good afternoon.
Samantha, you're a real girl. I seen you on the TV the other day.
I'm real.
You never know. You never know in the crypto world. It's just an avatar.
That's true. How are you?
Well, I'm just over here being a hot chick myself, Should see my rack. It's killer.
Speaking of you being a hot chick, though, we'll have to hit another late night weird stream, get off in the deep end, chase the rabbit kind of thing again, man. I've been doing the more clean cut stuff as I approach out, so I've got some extra weirdness backed up.
That's awesome. Walrus, you and I are just an awesome example of something that I tested out and put to use last year. And I think it speaks volumes to the fact that we're fucking adults over here. That's actually what we are. We're not high school kids. See, if you got a buddy that for some strange peripheral, inverted, weird logical reason has beef with another dude, are you gay lovers with that guy? Not you specifically, Walrus, but I'm just postulating a general question here. Are you such a gay lover with that guy that you need to fucking hate that motherfucker for no good reason at all? I see that a lot. Last year, I was beefing with the clown. I made it a point to get to know Luther better from official pulsification, because I wasn't going to allow whatever enmity I had going on with Joker affect my relationships with everybody he touched, because that just kind of struck me as juvenile, And I like it that a lot of us comport ourselves, with a little bit of maturity, man. And we forge ahead and we just say, man, fuck the dumb shit. Let's see how we can build independently of all this other static and mess and stuff. And, Walrus, I had regard for you back in the days of that think tank when we were both headhunted into that thing. And I had regard for you after. And I've had regard for you since, man. And I was very proud the day you came on my stream and we talked for, what was that, 13 hours?
Forever, man. Yeah, absolutely. We just got on and chilled.
Well, he's hanging out with me, ladies and gentlemen. And, you guys, some of you may know I'm a bit of a student of esoterica and hermeticism and all things strange and spiritual. And he just leans over, he's puffing on one of his cigars, and he goes, yeah, man, my family lineage is Templar. I was like, wait, what? He just dropped it all casual. I was like, oh, word, okay. Georgia Carrera's here.
Yep, man. That was a fun one. I remember.
You blew my mind.
And for those that don't know, if they've ever had a chance, Thoth is one of the most unsuspecting, talented writers that will just absolutely sneak up on you. This guy's got a vocabulary that would embarrass this entire chat combined.
You know why that is? We found out why. It's because Rainmaker said it was from a traumatic brain injury when I was an infant. And I confirmed, yes, they pulled me from my mother's womb after 24 hours of labor with salad tongs. I guess they couldn't figure out any other way to do it. The doctor was pissed off. He ran out of cigarettes to smoke in the emergency room. So he told the nurse to go out to the catering vehicle in the parking lot. First thing they could find was some salad tongs. They brought them in. I don't even think they washed them off the way they tell the story. Might have been some fucking Thousand Island dressing on them things, but stuck them all up in there, put them on my temples. Somebody forgot to remind the medical doctor that a baby's head is malleable and pliant. So they crushed my skull as they pulled me into the world. But hey, I got a crazy injury to my fucking cerebral cortex that caused me to have a preternatural understanding.
You have an elongated skull?
No, it bounced back, man. It bounced back.
He's like a cone head right now. He used to be like a cone head. Now he has a round head, just like Walrus. I'm sorry. Did anyone summon the witches? I'm here. Are you talking about this? I heard like Georgia going to this space. They're talking about like werewolves and things like that. You know what, Sasha? You should be like in a Spielberg movie or something like that. Forget about Forrest Gump. Your story is more fascinating than Forrest Gump. That's for sure.
Thank you, dear. I do.
This is
Georgie, you always lift me up, babe.
It is amazing to see everyone here. Walrus, you have been here for a long time. Man, everyone has been here since this morning. Spicy, I see you down there. I see everyone, Sean, everybody. And I'm sorry.
There's a lot of intelligence in this room.
Tony, who was new, and he's sharing his beautiful dog with us on the. Everybody is so amazing. Everybody, the community is growing, and I see numbers, from 60, 70 and above now. We used to be 14, 15 people. So the community is growing. I want you to see if we're growing, imagine what's going to happen with PulseChain when it launches. Lounge.
And then Mark Wild there. Hex in it. That's wild. How you doing, brother? I see you. I was on a Wales only stream with this brother.
Yeah, he was here early, throwing some alpha. He was talking to Walrus about something I can't remember because I wasn't paying attention. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I put you, when it's too smart talk, I was like, I look at the sea, I look at the shiny object, and then I go back, when it's something that I understand. No offense to you guys. I learn every day from you. So Bigfoot was giving us his wonderful story. If you were not here early, you missed it. Oh my God, it was so inspiring. That's what I don't like to get off the spaces, because it is over and over amazing stories and people opening their hearts and their lives to us. That is amazing. I know anonymity, I can't pronounce that word. Anonymity, it's something very important in this, but I think some of us, we're already ruined. We're all over the place. So, oh well.
Georgia, whenever it isn't 4 or 5 drunk guys speaking over top of one another, locked in hellacious verbal combat, cursing at one another all at the same time, you're right.
I can do that too. I can do that. I can curse. I can talk I can speak on top of you. Guys, I'm Latina. I can speak louder than anyone here. If anyone try to like, I can put people to sleep, but I can wake you up too. So
Someone beef with Georgia, they're gonna catch a chocolate.
Yeah, I'm gonna like bring them down, and
Can you say that again in English?
Una chancla.
Chocolate is the most.
Georgia. I'm Sicilian. Ain't no fucking way you beating me loudly. Ain't no fucking way. I promise you that.
Ti voglio bene, carissimo. I love this man.
I love it, Georgia.
Sorry, I don't know if it's my
She
mic.
can
I only heard
fucking
the
knock a
first half.
motherfucker out, I promise.
I don't know if anyone else can. I don't know if I didn't get the last part.
Oh, hi, Alexander.
Miss Alexandra, I don't think you can hear them talking, but so I would drop down after this. But a chocla is the most terrifying weapon to ever come out of the southern area of South America, and it's what's kept the United States in the north. So a chocla is any kind of flip flop, but it's especially dangerous in the hands of a woman like Georgia, and that's the reason that the U.S. just stays north. We were more likely to go bother Canada than ever go bother the women with chocolates.
You know what? In Argentina,
Walrus,
chancla is not. It's
please
not.
stay.
Now that's more like Mexico. That's Central America. In Argentina, what I've learned from my mom and my grandmother, who was a butcher. I want to show you stories about my It's scary stories. She used to chase me around with like a 14 inches knife around the house, like joking, but she wasn't joking. She was a butcher. She was scary as hell. But my mom used to just look at me. Oh my gosh, she had that look. Those deep brown eyes, like, what do you say? Excuse me? And she was like, I'm gonna give you a skiff. I'm gonna give you a slap on the face, and your face is gonna end up like a portrait on the wall. I wouldn't even dare talking back to her. I look at my daughter now and I'm like, huh, if your grandma was here. You're glad Child Protective Services exist in this country, because if not, you're like, I will drive her to Tijuana and I will give her a spank and come back here. Some spanks are legal, by the way, guys. Some kids need a little bit of firm hand. I'm not telling you ever to hit a child, but some of them are out of control.
Hi everyone. Walrus, you didn't say anything. You didn't talk anything about your stream with what's her name, Wendy.
Oh, we brought it up a little bit when I first got in here.
Oh, then I missed it. Then the second, I have a question, but I'm not sure whether I can do something for it or not. Are you interested to do a stream with Mason?
Anybody, if they're doing something positive for the ecosystem, the answer is always just yes.
Yeah, he was he was actually shit talking Hex for like 2 years ago. Then he directly apologized to all Mexicans and Richard Hart for being wrong. And I'm not saying that I know somebody who's close, but I know somebody who has some kind of like, answers his DMs. So if you want, if there is something interesting you want to talk about to his community, to his
Sean, that's
followers.
exceptional, bro. That's exceptional, and that's a rarity. Because I'm an advocate for long memory, okay, in Hexico. I don't think that we should give an instantaneous pass to people who were shitting on us hard for years, fucking throwing Richard under the bus and slandering him, libeling him, defaming him, spreading terrible rumors and just infecting, the entire ecosphere, crypto with poison. Like, I don't think those people should just be let in the door, automatically. I'm not saying that the apophatic, that the opposite needs to be the case. We don't need to put them on the guillotine block, but they need to be reminded of what they've done. And you're saying that this guy has made it a point, like on stream, to atone for his sins and apologize?
Yes.
That's huge. That's huge. That's huge.
Yeah.
Let him set a precedent. Let him set a precedent, because Meet Kevin can't be in his all pink old hair, checking his phone,
Fuck
playing with his
Mason.
WhatsApp.
Fuck Mason. Let him talk about it. I don't even want to see him, bro. Please. I really don't.
Yeah, listen, I'll take that too.
Please.
Sorry, are we talking Crypto Mason?
Yes, yes.
The guy
So
who has
okay,
like
okay,
2 million
Yeah, famously
followers
it's
on
this guy,
TikTok.
man.
okay. I'm not gonna do
Famously
it,
it's
but
this
I
guy.
just
Okay, anyway,
yeah.
guy's Canadian, eh? And I've been on his tail and I've been talking about him since 2 years in our community. And I've been since 2 years posting on his posts, shilling hacks or talking about PulseChain or PulseX, and it's just keeping it steady, man. You know what I mean? And time tells the truth, not someone's opinion. And if someone's opinion has changed due to time proving that person wrong, bringing in emotional decisions or actions
Can I?
is I think a little bit overboard, especially since we're growing right now. Like PulseChain is going to go live soon, so there's a lot of hype, and I think we should use every momentum that comes our way and use that and be like strategically correct with our own goal, which is PulseChain, right? Which is PulseX, which is Hex. So
I actually think pretty much everyone that just spoke is actually right to at least some degree. And that's kind of the same thing I was getting at previous with like the hex tattoo versus like the other approaches. Like that is a good spot where some of the more like ambassadors can go to speak to some of these people, take advantage of the apology, put sort of a solid face out there, take advantage of their audience. But it doesn't mean that we forget internally. So I actually think we want all of those voices still go take advantage of the opportunity. But I also think some of our OGs should still be like, hang on, but don't forget what that guy was like 2 years ago. So I actually think all of those voices should be heard in the zeitgeist between the team.
Can I disagree with you, Walrus? Because the only reason we would ever want to succumb to any of these emotions, which I think we shouldn't, because we're in crypto, we're not in IRL. It's about our emotions and thinking that someone deserves a chance or so on and so forth. If you were to look at the statistics, every time we change or every time this situation evolves, we fuck up. When we stick to the basics, when we stick to what we've been always doing, we always surpass expectations. So everyone's expectation or everyone's thinking that we technically need to do what we don't do, which is going to suck middleman dick or going to say, hey man, can you shill this for us to your 100,000 people, which they're going to get it anyways because our product is so good and we're the truth. Like, it makes no sense for me to have the only invention and the only patent and the only product in the world, and I go see people and I say, hey, can you use my product? No. My product is the best. You come and see me. So we should wait and strategize, because what we're doing right now in the last year, we have not went to see anyone. We have not extended our hands to any of these dumb fucks furus. So what I think is that we should maintain course, because it is more important to strengthen our foundation than to bring in weaker hands. And with that being said, maybe in the future we could strategize and use them in our schedule. But we shouldn't be need to go in his schedule. No. He's apologizing because he looks like an idiot and we look right.
Yeah,
So
there you
then
go.
we're gonna
There you
go on
go.
our knees and suck his dick? No, I don't think so, bro.
No, I don't think. Well, may I mention a contextual subtlety? If I may, just a quick contextual subtlety here. I like the idea of a guy who's used to tap dancing the fuck across a stage in a sequin jacket and having everybody go, ooh, ah. And now he's going to step in here. Guess what? That motherfucker's sitting in the back row next to the janitor for a year. I like that, because Hexago has been guilty we have been too often of going, ooh, ah, hey, here's a third-rate streamer from fucking Odyssey or Rumble who wears fucking women's makeup and talks about comic books. Ooh, ah. Here's a guy who says he was the 21st most important person at a mega corporation that wants to subjugate your children and know everything about the details of your life. Ooh, like it's wrongly placed, man. We don't have to put that emphasis on every dumb motherfucker that comes through the door. And I think it could be appropriate. It could be variable. You know, really, it applies to each situation individually. That's all I have to say about that.
All right, cool. So what I'm saying is like not to Famous's point to invite him in, but as to Walrus's point, as to make use of this event that's taking place. BitBoy just posted recently, saying like, yeah, for your portfolio,
Who's
add
BitBoy?
hacks, etc., etc.
He's like
Right.
old.
No. Listen. So let me make my point here, right? So what I'm trying to say is we are getting wind in our sails, right? If you imagine that we are a good ship built, right, and we survived the storm, and our sails are down, but there's no wind, and we got wind coming our way. I'm not saying like, hey, let's invite the wind in and let's open all windows and doors. No. But let's use the wind in our sails and move forward with it, right? So we get closer to our direction with a better speed. So it's natural momentum that we can use. I'm not saying let's invite him in. I'm not saying let's make him king. I'm not saying anything in that sort of sense. But I'm just saying if he's using that, if he shows up, for an example, in the spaces right now and wants to talk, right, there shouldn't be no attacks happening. Like, yeah, you said maybe, in a nice sense, but without being hostile. That's what I'm saying, right? Create a neutral environment. Yeah, to Famous's point, stay focused. Let's keep going where we were. That's all I'm saying. Let's not create a hostile environment.
Good cop, bad cop works too.
Yep. Yeah, that basically those sentiments are what I was getting at, and kind of on that duality, right? So like there's like hex in people who like really enjoy the product, and then there's sort of this Hexican group, right? So like all the people in this room, like, yeah, we have some commonality with Hex, but most of the people in here, we've talked to each other for 2 years plus now, spent so much time. So that's where I think there's almost that's where I kind of get to some of that duality. Like we want to be able to speak to Mason to some degree, but mostly Mason's audience, because it's not his audience's fault, right? Like there's a whole bunch of people there who just haven't been exposed to that thing. And we want to take advantage of all those opportunities sort of for the brand, but it doesn't mean that they get to come in here and contribute the same way with all of us here, right? Like I don't get to sit here and talk on the stage because I bought Hex one time. Like you can hear because of all the social stuff that we've all done together, right? Like this is a social standing in these rooms here. So that doesn't mean that Mason gets to come in here and, sit next to all the people that have spent time together and helped each other through all these different things and all the commonalities and camaraderie that's grown. Like that's our thing, but we still want to take advantage for the brand, introduce more people to Hex in the ecosystem, and then they can work their way through the, sort of again, being on the actual team, not just buying the product. Mr. Woods, what's up, brother?
I didn't hear most of the room. Sadly, it's not recorded, but I kind of get the gist of when I came in. Was this mostly about BitBoy or some other specific person? Is it about engaging people that have had some history in the past of maybe not liking Hex or not liking Richard or not liking Hexicans, but they have audience? Like, what's the context? That's what I gather.
Who's BitBoy?
So it started with Sean thinks he's got an opportunity to get someone on Mason, and Mason's been negative, but now positive. That was sort of the original, and it just got to be overview.
Yeah, so Mason has 2 million followers on TikTok. Not so big on his Twitter, but I watched him grow his Twitter through TikTok. So he was saying to his TikTok followers, yo, get on Twitter, create an account. He did spend a good amount of time in lives also on TikTok. So the guy does invest a lot of time in his production. In regards to Twitter, I don't know. I think it was like 200K or so. But yeah.
Yeah, just first thoughts are you meet somebody that first time you ever met them, and you find out because you never met them before that they used to be 600 pounds and now they're 200 pounds. They probably extended their lifespan. They probably have more healthful relationships and things like that. But it's your first introduction. And because of your first introduction, maybe you even find photos or they present photos to you about their journey from where they were to where they are. And then basically because they engage with you, the first comments you have is, wow, you're really a fat ass in the past. And you did all kinds of harmful things and you influenced other people to say that, unhealthy living was a good thing because you're an example. Like, that's part of this context, I think of when it comes to someone said something in the past, it hurt my feelings or it hurt my product or my bags or my price or my adoption, whatever it is when it comes to crypto products. And I think of it that kind of way. Like, it is a political dance, especially if you have some history with the Hexagon product, with Richard and things like that. You have years of basically talking about the product. And there's limited reach about that. The limited reach is kind of good because you always have familiar faces. You're always pretty much welcomed because you're walking lockstep with other people saying the same sorts of things. And we don't realize sometimes that that's an echo, that's a chamber. And it doesn't actually empower people to maybe do better things or, kind of align their lives in a different investment thesis. So for the past 6 hours today, I've been listening to Zillits about day trading. They've got 50,000 followers each, maybe 2,000 people listening live to Twitter Spaces, and following their price calls or their actions. And I see on their Twitters that they have, newsletters that they're selling or referral links to different trade houses and things like that. And I say to myself, probably not good, because people see that I'm in this room and they know that I'm a Hexagon, and maybe they're going to follow this guy's content that's hosting a Twitter space. But I have to also think about the net benefit potential of letting the product of Hex stand on its own 2 feet. It has 3 years of Lindy effect. It has tens of thousands at least that publicly comment on, what it is to them. And I need to be able to risk my maximalist desire for my own investment thesis to engage people that are in their own journeys. And some of them are going to say, I love Twinkies and I love being, homebound and not being able to get through the door and all the other kind of health analogy that I'm drawing here. But some people might change their lifestyle and they might change their impact on other people when it comes to these speculative instruments, whether it's Hex or PulseChain or PulseX or anything else. These are all speculative instruments. They're all memes to me. And I have to give the product airtime. And the way that I can do that is to say, BitBoy hurt my feelings because he called me cancer. And I can hold that grudge and say, that was dumb because I'm not. But it's better to engage and be diplomatic about how I do it so that I can reach the audience that is on the other side. And all they saw was SEO, and the algorithm helped them to find, content creators that honestly are out gaming us. They're out gaming us. They're out gaming us in their messaging, whether they're sponsored or referred or someone else is promoting them. It's a whole team to get their message in front of new eyeballs. And that's why you see their social media accounts growing. That's why you see it, right? So I think that we can outcompete by being truthful, by not simping. Sure, I don't want to be a simp, but I also want to reach the audience. So my experiments this past few weeks has been to stream out content that I don't really care about. I'm not a trader. I really don't care about the politics of what Mario is engaging or whatever. but I see 20,000 people following it. And I see that large accounts, after I've followed them and after I've tagged them, follow me back. So maybe when I make a tweet about Too Spooky being funny or about some meme thing, they're going to see that and they're going to laugh. Or maybe they're going to see a chart as a reference and see that Bitcoin and Hex have charts of the past 3 months, and Hex is a more consistent trend. And that's not counting any ROI about staking. So like, I have to play the game of going where the people are. We heard this 2 years ago when everyone said, go to Odyssey, go to library, you just can't break the YouTube algorithm. But Richard said, that's not where the people are at. The people are somewhere else. So engaging them matters more to me than my feels. And that's why I'm doing those experiments, is to engage new audiences. And they're following me back. Like, I think that it's a good experiment for you to learn, for all of us to learn better communication, to hold our ground about why we like the product, why we like the immutable code, the admin key free, why we like the boldness or bravery of outrage that Richard goes through, or why we have great examples in the regulatory field like Walrus, or people that engage the people that we're not engaging, like Jimrat. Jimrat and Stolt engage people that we're not engaging, right? And we can get our feels hurt and say, it's the diode. I'm gonna lose somebody that was on my team to that team. But like, at some point, the individual and the product have to be reference material. Like the trends can be shown, and that means to me showing it to new audiences and new eyes, and trying to get outside of the echo chamber that I'm already in.
All right.
Let's go.
I think the majority of people in here were counseling middle path with a mild emphasis towards one side or another.
I mean, the fact is, we got different opinions. We are a decentralized community, right? Hex is decentralized. It's immutable. So we're creating our own thing around it, right? Like as Richard said, he's like, go and do your own thing. And yeah, so that's what it is. I mean, but as a consensus, again, let's use the wind that's coming our way, and let's not be hostile. That's all I'm saying.
Go ahead, Georgia.
Wow, how could I say something better than what Gary just said? It was perfect. It was the feeling. You guys know that I'm the biggest Richard Hart cheerleader, and I will defend everything he does or he says. I'm kind of like a horse with a blinded horse, just focusing on one thing. But I am a smart person. I think our community is very smart, and I think it's absolutely important for us to have an open conversation and be open to dialogue and to accept, and we all have a chance. How many of you thought away sometimes and then changed mind? I have. I'm sure you guys have too. Yeah, we have to defend our community. I don't like people coming here and going there and talking bad about our own Hexicans, going to other communities and not being nice about, not talking nice about the hard work of a lot of us. But we have to be open to communication. And Gary was absolutely right. We have people that now probably are looking at Hex in a different way, and we are all ambassadors of what Hex is all about, what the ecosystem, what every other project that is going to be part of the blockchain. So we have to be open to conversations. It doesn't mean that I'm going to change my team's shirt, the Richard Hart Fan Club, and put someone else's shirt. We were talking about BitBoy, the BitBoy shirt. But I am going to enjoy, and maybe the same way that you guys enjoy what I do, or I enjoy what Gary does with, for example, he was talking about a chart where he compared Bitcoin to Hex, the growth. Maybe they will see it too. and they will say, oh my God, yeah, what is this all about? So I think we have to have open communication. I think, yes, we have to be very careful who we open, and we open the door to the house, but we can meet and midterms and learn from each other. I think that's an incredible my fellow Hexicans. But I think we all have an opportunity to change how we think. Go ahead, Child. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, Gary.
Thank you, Georgia. Always so gracious. Check it. There's a guy, right? He's a snake. Man, he's just the most banal, vapid, surface level pig you've ever heard in his life. But all of a sudden he decides, wait a minute. He doesn't need to be catting around so obviously. He actually needs a little stability. He's going to settle down. He finds a knockout, man. She's about 8 years younger, high cheekbones, blue eyes. She's got the flaxen hair. Her chest sits high, as does her rump. Her skin shines, man. This is the one. I'm telling you. He's going to change his ways. He's going to settle down with this woman. Yeah, that's the life for him. Okay, about 6 years later, rump isn't sitting quite as high, and there's a little bit of shine that kind of went off the skin. You know, the hair is still flaxen. She changed the style. He doesn't really like the style as much. At least she's still got that rectum leg, looking pretty. Okay, now she has an accident and injures herself, got a couple bumps and bruises, pushes out a kid. Now it's like 15 years has elapsed. They've been together. She's a shadow of her former self. And his love and interest in her, having only ever been skin deep, begins to erode with that change. I'm just asking. Like, how strong is the commitment? How deep does it go? Does it have legs? Does it have protein? Or is it just like, hey, chart's going up. These guys are pretty cool. First bump in the road, bail out, fuck them. Something to consider.
Well, you were just describing the story of my life, except for the blue eyes. I'm just telling you, the good thing is that, yeah, we might encounter someone that is going to be back to their old ways, but you know what? We have to give it a chance to maybe not. Maybe it's better in this side of the road, or this with me, let's say. So it's a learning opportunity, and you know what? It is what it is. But we also will have access to whatever they're reaching out. The
yeah,
20
it's not
million
mutually exclusive. I get that. It's definitely not a black or white postulate. It just isn't. It's contextual, nuance, and spectral. I get that for real. So well said.
You guys are into origami, paper hands?
I have a follow-up to that. It's an interesting analogy, and it's very hard to draw like pictures through words, but that was a pretty good explainer of the kind of ephemeral nature and the quick return of dating life, right? The quick return, getting the attention of the one you want the attention from, finding that, that illusion of relationship. And, kind of thinking in a very short term, both about I can hold up my side of this pitch long enough to bed this person, right? To have that connection, physical or whatever, right? And then it comes to not just the evaluation of the person in view, but the evaluation of self. Like, what are you delivering? What are you bringing to the table, right? In a relationship analogy that you're trying to draw there. And it was pretty interesting. Part of it was about the physical, maybe about the view or the attracting elements, like you were trying to relate it to cryptocurrency, which I understand that relation there. And it is a majority of our marketplace. Short attention span, pretty picture as an NFT, the hype cycle. Like I get that. That makes sense in the analogy. And after the 15-year experience that you just commented on, the thing that gets omitted is the individual changes. Like, I'm fatter in the middle than I've ever been. And I've got more aches and arthritis than I've ever had. And I think that that's part of that, like, compatibility issue. Most of us, many of us in the crypto sector, if you are traded anything, you know, traded cars, traded real estate, traded crypto, traded stock, bond, whatever, there is that quick dopamine hit. Man, I really got it on that one. That was awesome. And then there is at least for me, a psychological journey where I'm different than I used to be. I'm not as seeking for that thrill, because I do want something that's lasting, and I do want something that has some trend line to it instead of a blow off top. So, like, I like the analogy. It was pretty useful for me to think about as you explained it. As I look at Hex, I think that was what was attractive to me. Is it sexy? Well, it's interesting. I wouldn't say it's sexy. I wouldn't say that Hex is sexy. I would say it's interesting because it showed a mathematical probability. You know, all of these speculations are probabilities. These are just probabilities. There's no guarantees. These are just playing the probabilities. And I think that that's part of the attraction for me, to be consistently put myself out there, and all of us to put ourselves out there, especially publicly, because it means something. Like, the values are partly the community, the value is partly the design of the code itself, partly the newness of the industry. Like, there's a lot of attractors, and I think this is pretty cool. Like, I think it's cool, and will Hex return to its sexiness, like the newness of 2019 launch day or big payday? I don't know. I really don't know. But that doesn't really matter to me about that. I'm looking for consistency. I'm looking for adoption. I wouldn't even say curve. I just want, like, over the long term to talk to the people that are always looking for the next hit. And they often even realize that they're on that treadmill of searching for the next hit because this isn't satisfying enough and I need to move to the next. That's part of dating culture. That's part of, like, changing jobs. In Silicon Valley, you change your job like 7 times or 8 times because every year or two you get another offer from another place that has better options. So, like, I think that that's part of this journey for me. And I think for a lot of people that are attracted to Hex particularly. So, yeah, I think that was useful. Thanks for bringing that to light.
It is an interesting analogy, but I think there's another part to the story that maybe got neglected, and that's that in regards to influencers courting the Hex community, the next part of the analogy is that the young couple in love who has a wild fling and eventually a falling out, and they go their separate ways maybe, but later on in life, in the nursing home, they remember that they truly cared about each other, and they could potentially spend the rest of their lives together. And I do think that we have to have scrutiny, but we need to allow a character arc, a hero's character arc, to influencers that have maybe come in and had a fling and left.
Yeah, that was great. I like that. Yeah, I mean, part of it is getting the eyeballs. Like, it is part of the influence game. We're all on social media because it's more convenient than going out to the street and barking at crowds. All right, so, like, we're using technology leverage. Some of these things seem very difficult because we turn on a live stream and we schedule part of our day. Like, that's difficult. Creating shorts is difficult. Picking through other people's content to find something interesting to say, that's difficult. It is, right? Because it's part of the scarce resource that we all have. We only have 168 hours a week. That's it. Like we all have the same resource we start out with on Monday. And, full circle, 168 hours has gone by. So like we want to invest it into our family. We want to invest it into, the things that are part of the thrill of life and pursuit. We're ambitious to a degree, right? We're all have some level of ambition. And I'm just looking for like the compounding element. I like it about crypto. I like it about social media in general. I really don't do this shit for ego stroke. And, money is awesome, but like, I've always got to, like, I still want to be growing as a person, like as a, I hope I'm not doing this in 3 years is my point. Like, I hope I'm not doing this. I hope that there's something more interesting or different to rotate into 3 years from now. So yeah, this is great for everything, for a lot of things, a lot of explainers I was trying to give.
That's amazing. I just wanted to add something else to this. If we're comparing this to relationships, just think about those guys. Yeah, my ex might not be in love with me, but he probably loves, I'm Hex, so I'm comparing myself to Hex. But he might be in love with PulseX and maybe Pulse. So you know what? Why not? It's still in the family, and I'm going to get part of that too. So let them come. The more the merrier. Yes, you didn't like me. That's fine. We have other girls right here. Choose the red, the blonde. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sounding so bad, but you know what I mean. I'm just like trying. I'm not as good as Child. We have the beautiful red hair with the long hair, with the green eyes, or the blonde, or the brunette. So, the more the merrier. If
Damn, Georgia, what are you doing Friday night, huh?
Yeah. I'm telling you what I'm going to be doing. I'm going to be on Discord Syndicate with the ladies of Hex. You can always come and join us. It's going to be amazing. Let's have a date on Friday.
Okay.
Check out our.
I'll bring the Chianti, baby.
That's great, but I understand you guys are all right. We have incredible ideas, and I think we have the same feeling in our hearts, and we have to think with our brains. And after all, this is a business. If someone thinks that Hex and PulseChain and all the ecosystem is a good business, it doesn't matter who they follow. So if a streamer, it's a good person, and if he's smart, and if he understands that this is a good business, they will come to us, and we have to be ready to welcome them and show them the ecosystem. So
definitely, and on a long timeline, Hex is the dead sexy one, and I think if we continue, or if Hex continues its upward trajectory, we'll probably see a lot of influencers who maybe shit on us at one time. I think we'll see them coming back around, or coming around for the first time.
Hex is the matriarch. Hex is I will say something, but it's not very feminine for me to say that. I'll tell you in private what I wanted to say. Hex is the original. Hex is Richard Hart's baby, and it's gonna be there forever. But now we have new girls, younger girls, and we need to move them around and shop them around. So I think that's important.
So he's a pimp.
Do I sound like so bad? Where's my image is getting ruined in this stream, and Gary's here. I can't be, with you, Child. I can definitely go crazy, but come on, Gary, he's gone. You see, oh my goodness, he's gone. It's my fault. Sorry. Go ahead, guys. Or they're telling him that PulseChain is about to launch, and he ran to turn on his computer. One of those.
Probably dumping his bags.
I don't think so. Maybe. Who knows?
Yo, Crypto in the Hood, you on the road?
No.
Okay.
Hey, Jim Rad, what's going on with you? You've been very quiet today, listening and giving hearts.
Oh, I didn't want to interrupt anything. I was just listening. I hope everyone's doing great.
Yeehaw!
Doing great, doing great. It's a beautiful Thursday.
Yeah, the market is showing red. We're showing green. It's a beautiful day.
Absolutely. I like that. Is that the, I need to get myself one of those things that you have with the little bubbles on the screen saver with the hex running around in a big ring bubble.
Crypto
I don't know how
bubble.
to do that.
You just
I don't know.
go Google crypto bubble. It's a website.
Oh, is that what
Yeah.
it is? Do I have to
Yeah.
pay for that? Because I'm not paying for
No,
anything. Oh,
no,
okay.
it's just like the charts, but instead of showing you the charts in that way, they just convert it into 2D with bubbles. So whoever is blowing up the most, it goes green and it's big. And
Ooh.
yeah. So it's like a little bit of a different visual to see the market, I guess.
Where's my hex? Where's, oh, there he is. It's so cute. I see it now. I see it now. Thank you. It is amazing. You know me, I'm always saving money for Hex and for PulseChain. So who else is here? Who else? I came in and you guys got quiet. Fun and Jim, you know, he's like he talks. He does like an amazing speech. He drops the mic and he walks away. And Child, he's gone too. My goodness. Why? He's gone? I'm telling you, something's going on, guys. Check your. I'm gonna check to see if any news or something.
Yeah, keep us posted.
Child went to pick up most likely. But
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's we have to we have to put the little bells to tell us what's going on. Any streams going on? I know Crypto Coffee is streaming soon with Crypto Stylist. She's back. She's back in business. You see, the numbers are dropping. Gary's gone and he's taking all the users. He went to see Mario right now. I'm just kidding, guys.
So as a new strategy, we could. I just saw Richard tweeting about TikTok here. Let me put it up. So Richard is on TikTok. So how about we all go on TikTok? All you need is 1,000 followers, and you get that real quick on TikTok. I'm telling you, you post one video, it's like ding, you get like 600 views straight off the bat.
Let me tell you something about TikTok. My
But
kids are
wait,
very
not.
active. Oh, I'm so sorry, Parkway.
Yeah, I
Sorry,
just
sorry.
wanted to finish the point. Yeah, so and then once you get your 1,000 followers, then you can stream, right? You can go live. So then we could have something like this happening live, and then we could even build a basis around it, like a community thing, because people will gift you, and when they gift you, you that turns into money, right? That's how people are making money on TikTok. And if that goes really well, we could use those funds for advertising purposes, for an example, right? Or any other idea that the community brings up, aka community wallet.
We need to, I think before we do that, I think someone needs to come up with an idea for a nonprofit organization, a 501c3. At least here in the US, other countries, how it works. I haven't had a chance to look into that. But I think we can tie a lot of the efforts with community affairs and maybe promote the good part of the Pulsicans and Hexicans and Pulsexicans through that. I think it's a great idea. But it's incredible what's going on with TikTok. For example, my kids were in TikTok and they were showing me this woman dancing, and she does the same dance over and over. She's from Brazil, kind of like weird looking, and she wears this same outfit, different colors, and dances one same thing, probably less than a minute, 30 seconds. And she gets millions of views and likes in an hour. It's crazy. I'm ready to put on some tight pants and start dancing, guys. I don't care if they make fun of me, but I will. If it will bring a million like views with me wearing the Hex logo and send people to hex.com, that would be great. The other day, someone in the club in Argentina we have someone cutting hair live. You know, people go and there's a hairstylist doing crazy hairstyles. And this girl just uploaded 1 minute, like she didn't even have 10 followers. And she got over 1 million likes in 1 hour. It's crazy.
For
It's
cutting
crazy.
hair?
Like, no, for posting the video of that someone was getting their haircut at the club. It's crazy.
They were cutting hair at the club?
My family has a club in Argentina, and during the night there's a hairstylist who
Yeah.
has an area that people can watch when he cuts the hair, and he does just he
Yeah, my
cuts
buddy
hair.
used to do it, yeah, in Austria. He used to do it at the
Yeah,
club too. Yeah.
yeah. So this girl uploaded a video of the guy cutting hair. She didn't even have 10 followers. And all of a sudden she had 1 million views and 1 million likes. 1 million. I'm not talking about 1,000. I'm talking about 1 million.
Yeah, that's nice.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's interesting. That's kind of how the algos work. It's like a self-fulfilling prophecy.
So there's
The more views you get, the more views you
So
get.
there's actually a glitch in TikTok that no one wants to talk about, but I banged a girl that works for there. And basically what happens is that there's like a glitch where you put different SIM cards in, and then when you reactivate your account, like she says, it just gives them views. It's like a glitch, and they've been doing it lately.
Well, it's crazy that I don't think that was a glitch, because she posted a video and
No, but it
Wait,
is
wait, I
actually a
just
glitch in
got the.
TikTok right now. There's
Yo,
a
bro,
glitch.
you didn't get the message. Famous. She's talking about SIM cards, putting them in, and then she gets a glitch.
Yeah, and then they just get all kinds of likes and followers and views.
Yeah, but that's her though. She was telling you about herself.
No, she literally shows me all the accounts that she runs up and sells.
Oh, okay.
she's like she has a business. Tell her to put
She does
HexNuts on,
OnlyFans and
please, in
everything.
one of
Trust me,
those
bro.
accounts.
Yeah. Anyways.
No, but it's crazy. I'm not into. I have a little bit of pride to go into TikTok still. I did one video for TikTok, and that was the one with the contents that where's Jim Rat Crypto? He did with Crypto Coffee and Crypto Stylist. And this guy, obviously, I had like 100 likes, and this guy had like 20,000 in less than one post one day. It was crazy. I knew that was fake. That was.
So do I insert different country SIM cards, or just like different network SIM cards, or just random SIM cards?
He's changing his SIM card right now.
I guess. I don't know. No, I seriously wanted to know, like, because if you use a different country's SIM card, let's say I'm in Canada and I use a SIM card from Argentina, right?
Mm-hmm.
The network will identify the SIM card and then do the roaming path, right? It will create that path to know where it will connect down the road. That's why you get an automatic, as soon as you activate your SIM card in a different country, you get a text message stating that you're outside the area of network service, right?
Probably.
No, it does. It's not probably. It does. Like every network does it. They're obligated to. So, you as the user, you need to be notified when you are outside the network, right? So the network is country identified.
Yeah.
So as soon as you cross the border, so that's what I mean. So if I take a SIM card, how much change does that make from a different country and put that in my phone? And then, use another SIM card with a different area code, for an example, that is still from Canada. Like, does that influence it like in different levels, or?
I don't know. I have no idea. Famous, you're the one. Call your friend.
Yeah,
Bring
Famous.
her. Bring it here.
Famos.
No, I'm actually not calling her now,
Dude.
man. She lives 2 floors under. They're just gonna come here. No.
No, I'm
Famous,
not calling her.
I want to. What's going on with that bank?
Yeah.
What happened there?
How do you like that, man? Old ass bank, but we bought the motherfucker.
Dude, that place looks sick as fuck.
Yeah, we're turning that into like a
What?
contemporary hostel. Yeah, it's gonna have like a terrace. It's gonna have a terrace, a downstairs, a game room. Yeah, and it's gonna be able to house like 50 people.
Is that like a project you work on, or
Yes,
what is
sir,
it?
man. I don't want to. I don't really want to boast about it, but yeah, I'm pretty excited about it because it's yeah, it's a good project, man.
Yeah, that looks really
Nice.
sick.
It's gonna be a nice one. As in Italian, we say "a bella frittata." I'm gonna do a bella frittata with that one.
It looks like a ground zero of Hexaco. I would say put some padlocks on the vault so you don't get stuck in there.
No, we're gonna. I don't know what we're gonna do with the vault. We want to like utilize it. We might just put all the vending machines in the vault, and just put like a pole, like a metal pole to keep the door open.
I want to go. I want to do the. I want to fix those broken tiles and put a big ass tile hexagon on the ground or a hex logo.
Yeah, I wish, but not now. Let my partner get something out of Hex, and then maybe. Right now it's our pure company logo, man.
Cool. Well, that's sick. You're getting stuff going on, kind of IRL.
Oh, I've been, I've been, man. You wouldn't even know. You don't even know. You don't even know, man. There's gonna be a sacrifice soon, man. I'm doing an IRL sacrifice, doxing included. Not so tough.
I would donate to that. I would rather donate like time and labor than money.
Okay. If you don't want to cut in on a 6-figure business, then okay, sure. It's up to you. I'm gonna get it. So.
Yeah, bro. I'm signed up with a 12-figure business, bro. It's called PulseX. Sit tight.
Yeah, and it's also called "How are you gonna buy new crypto?"
When?
Doesn't matter. How are you going to?
When?
Who cares?
What do you mean? Who cares? Like in
Trust
a
me, with
year?
my experience, does it really matter? No, it doesn't. You should just keep buying, even if it is the top.
Yeah,
that's my experience,
I
and
agree.
it should be worth something, that experience. I'll be honest. Now, with that being said, what's one problem I've realized with it, with myself, in my many years in crypto? I gotta buy more. How am I gonna buy more? I gotta work. I gotta do shit. So, how people gotta work and do shit. Buy more crypto. Are they gonna buy more crypto with their crypto? Okay, cool. Hope you got gains. But you know what I mean? At the end of the day, it's an option. It's okay.
Why did the bank go under? Is it a bad location or
No, actually,
some
it's
weird
not. The
thing?
bank didn't go under. The bank actually moved across the street. They just owned the building. So we bought it for super cheap.
Oh, that's sick, dude. Congrats. That's kind of been there was a bank right down the street from this place I used to live. Awesome location, and they moved. But I had this like vision of turning this 3-story standalone banking structure into a nightclub. It would have been amazing, but I didn't have any
We
credit.
want to do that too, but no. It's gonna be. Yeah, man. This for me is like even if the business doesn't run well, I'm making my money off the building, so I couldn't give a shit. That's what it is. I'll be honest with you, man. I'm more excited for Spain, man. I want to go fucking. I just badly, man. You know how much that's the most expensive thing I've ever bought. This is Spain right now. 70 G's one time. It's the most expensive thing I've purchased. One time. I can't wait to smoke a joint on the balcony and just look at Gibraltar, and hopefully if the skies are clear, I'll see the fucking mountain from Africa. And I can't
Wait, the
fucking
bank's
wait.
in Spain?
Yeah, I bought one in Spain too. Full cash. With me and my friend bought it.
Oh,
Cash.
a different place.
Cash.
On the Strait, really?
Straight cash, bro. Fuck.
On the Strait of Gibraltar.
Yeah, I can see Gibraltar, and if the skies are clear, because you have to obviously see across the ocean, but you can see a mountain from Africa. It's a fucking flex, bro. I'm sorry, bro. Anyways, I'm just stoked.
Yeah, that's a huge congrats. I think a lot of people in crypto kind of overlook certain aspects of investing. Like we're all focused on our crypto investments and like the intensity and like the study and time we commit to our crypto assets. But a lot of times we neglect our real revenue streams of our ability to bring new money into crypto. So I think that's really exciting for you.
100%, man. And I would love for that to be passive also. It could become passive. I have the tools. I have the team. We're here. I'm here now. Everything is just, you know what it is, man. It's just sometimes you have a dream. Martin Luther King had a dream. Well, I have a dream too, bro. And now the way I see it, it's like, well, if we're gonna sacrifice that much for some fucking project that's not even for sure, well then how about you motherfuckers fucking sacrifice for something that is super for sure? And here are the numbers, here's the business, here's the revenue, here's this, that business plan, boom, here it is. Take it or leave it, because I'll still get the investors. But that's how I'm gonna roll. I'm just gonna be like, here, this is it. You want to come on down, sign on the dotted line. And that's how it works. And you get that much. And then slowly we might integrate some crypto technology into this. But we got to get the ball rolling, because once the ball is rolling, that project at the beginning, that's the business. And then the business can continue on doing multiple fundings, and those will be different projects. And it won't stop. And then next thing you know, like you said, fuck Hexaco. It's like, bro, we have a money stream. It's like Hex Towers.
Yeah, especially a passive money stream. And I could easily see that being passive. Especially the hostel. Like in real estate, there's kind of
the hostel's getting sold, bro. Hostel's getting sold.
Oh, that's a
bro.
flipper?
Sold, bro. The building, even without the hostel,
well, how many units
without
are
the hostel, the building's gonna be worth millions. 2-point-something million. Renovated. Bought it for 400. Fuck that.
Just a little elbow grease? Is there multiple units in the Spain
whole
one?
Fucking floor. My God, listen, man. I'm gonna make a mill off this, bro. I'm working, bro. Who cares, bro? Who fuck cares? I walk around, bro. I'm filled with fucking all juvenile people looking at me, and I'm just like, yeah, bitch, I'll buy you, Kakamachi. I'll buy you. And I just look at people and I'm walking, and I'm just like, wow. But it's good, man. This keeps me young, bro. Because or else, man, I'd be too high and I'd be too drunk. Fuck that.
Are you going to do all that work?
Obviously, not all just me. Like, I'm not a fucking I'm not a construction guru, bro. Man, I'm just there. We got guys. They work, and I look at them and I say, hey, what do I do? He's like, oh yeah, we can do this. Okay, perfect. Let's go. Like, obviously, I know what I want. But at the same time, too, it's like, well, what do I do with this electrical? He's like, oh, I didn't touch it. You know, like sometimes it's like that. But it is what it is, man. But I'm also undercover, too. So, like, it's pretty funny, man. I'm undercover. So, like, they kind of don't know that, like, it's mine. You know what I mean? I caught 2 guys like that don't work. You know what I mean? So they think I'm just a worker. And I'm just there and I'm working, and they're like, this guy can't be the owner. That's what they like. One guy, I told him straight up, like, at one point he was a good worker and we keep him. And, you know, when I told him, I'm like, yeah, man, you know, it's me and him, man. It's not just him. And he's like, what? Fuck.
So you're
looking at me like, shut the fuck up. I'm like, yeah.
You're basically that guy you're the guy that buys an apartment complex and lives in it and doesn't tell any of the tenants that he owns the place, but he's friends with everybody.
No, I'm the guy that I can't be the face because I don't speak Portuguese. And my face, you don't like my face. With John speaks Portuguese. He's Portuguese. And he has a face that everyone loves. So John is the guy you go talk to. Nah, go speak to John. Let him talk to John. Let's go talk to him. Do it him. But me and John, every day, we talk for 3 hours. Yeah, okay, let's do this. Let's see this. Okay, but now we bought land. We do this. Okay. Never stops, man. Me and John. But John is the fuck. Bro, John can sell ice to an Eskimo. That's what you guys have to also understand. Like, yeah, I'm good, me, but this guy is even better, man. It's just sometimes I look up, I'm just, wow, how did you pull that off? I don't know, man. Fuck it.
Nice. Well, I hope you learn a lot from him and have your own solo deals very soon.
I've been best friends with him since 14 years old. I don't understand how he does it. To this day, I don't understand. But there's also rules to this. Like, you can't just be English, Italian, Canadian, and just pull up and be like, yeah, man, I'm taking over. So, I'm undercover for now.
Yeah, and then there's the being personal to banks and the people that are going to do the lending.
Well, the banks are a problem. In Europe, they're a problem, man. Well, they don't care. Like, at one point, we're maxed, man. Like, personally, we're maxed. Like the bank just doesn't care. Like, we're like, bro, look, like Spain. I remember, like, I'm kind of happy they made us buy it full, but like we tried to get a mortgage and they were like, nah, we don't think you could pay it. But we were looking at them like, what do you mean? We could buy it cash right now. And they're like, no, we can't lend it. We can't give you a mortgage. So we turned around and said, okay, we'll buy it cash and fuck you. You know what I mean? It's just, they're pretty stupid. It's like some people,
Totally.
I really feel like some people are just really stupid. We go to one bank, they say we need this. Then we go to the same bank in a different town because it's on our way back home. Like, we're also fucked up like that. Like, one day we'll just go to different banks and fuck with their heads and think, like, whichever one's going to give us the best deal, we go with that guy. Or whichever banker we think is the banker we need. You know what I mean? Like the way Tristan Tate says it. And we just go with them. We open up all kinds of accounts and then we just close them all. Fuck it.
Definitely, dude. That is the $1 million question: is how do you build repertoire with somebody that is a lender and will give you the money that you need, and them just know that you're good for it.
Income. The system. It's not about the person. It's kind of the system. So, yes, it's up to the person to accept income, but you just need income. So, like, we're maxed because we don't have that much. Like, on paper, I don't have that much income. Do you feel me?
Yes,
but over
it has
here,
to be the right kind of income.
Like, okay, let's put it like this. With 2,000 euros a month, you could get 3 apartments. If you make 2,000, if you could show them that you make 2,000 euros a month, they'll give you 3 mortgages.
But that's probably still not going to get you a $500,000 bank in Portugal.
2,000 euro, euro pay fucking income, bro. They're gonna think you're a doctor.
Well, maybe it's a little different than here.
Yeah, minimum wage
here,
is
that wouldn't get you anywhere.
777 euros a month.
Well, it's a $1 million question. Like, I've just come to an existential crisis from seeing a particular deal and realizing there's nothing in my power to do to convince the bank that this would be a really good investment to make. And then watching that slip by and having no kind of like, okay, this is what I did wrong. This is what I'll do in the future. There's just no way that I could have made that happen.
Yeah, but imagine you're in a place where they're pure racist. Like, every country is just racist. So like if you pull up with like any passport, because you like they need the passport if you're not a citizen or whatever, and then they just know you're not, and they'll just be like, fucking Europeans, man, I'm telling you. But anyways, guys, it's anything in life is just possible. You just gotta bust. In Europe, you just gotta bust enough balls. If you bust enough balls, you'll get what you want. After I've seen someone have a yelling argument with a cop and the cop did nothing, I'm just like, yeah, Europe is like this. Like, have you ever seen a cop smoke a cigarette while arguing with a citizen?
Well, our cops are all roided out.
Well, it's not even that. It's like you just want to say hi to a cop, they'll arrest you where we are in North America. Like, that's their protocol. Like that, they're like super fucking robots. But like in Europe, where the guy pulls up, no gun, he just walks up to you, sparks a cigarette. Whoa, so what happened? You know, like it's like, and then they're like, okay, what are you gonna do? And then I remember the person was yelling at the cop. Like in my head, I was like, well, in Canada, if I were to do that, or this wouldn't go like that. So it's like it's different in Europe, man. Just life is different in Europe. They'll charge you more at a restaurant because you're not from there, and you won't even know, and there's nothing you can do about it. Anyways, nice little pump today, huh?
Famous. Prophet was right. 30 to 40% depth. And it happened. Some people were expecting it going below 6 and it didn't. It went up. I think
It dipped,
next
though.
time...
It dipped since I've been telling you guys. Nice little fucking dip today, eh? On the daily candle. You see, you guys like that?
Yep.
But
the prophecy has been foretold.
It's flagging, man. Shit's flagging.
I think we're gonna see a 30 to 40% dip after the launch as well. But at that time, if Hex hits 17 to 19 cent, then we're gonna definitely see a 30 to 40% dip again.
Good.
I'm actually intrigued. I need to do more research, man. Fuck. I'll be right back.
Mowgli.
What up, buddy?
Manji.
What up?
What the fuck you were laughing when people were speaking?
What? I can't laugh? Did it hurt your feelings?
No, why the fuck you were laughing?
I don't know. I don't remember right now. Hey, why didn't you ask me when I was laughing?
Bitch, 3 people were speaking at the same time. How could I have fucking asked you?
You could have DM me.
You check your fucking DM?
Do you check your DMs?
Yeah.
No, you're not in my DM.
Dude, it's fine. I'm like super accustomed to having people laugh at me. It's all good.
No, I was not speaking, so I'm not offended by his fucking reaction. I'm just wondering why the fuck, without reason, you were laughing. And I was focusing on the conversation. Are you talking about something really funny so that I could also laugh?
Well, next time I'll send you a DM. Dude, that happened like an
You
hour
guys are
ago.
worse than girls, guys. Oh my
Yo,
God.
you act like a
How
married couple.
funny. You know what? He was
It
laughing
happened an hour
because the
ago, and you're
no,
barely telling me
because
something now.
no, because probably the tiger was licking his toes. That's why he was laughing, most likely. You know, something like that. Don't worry, Sean. He wasn't laughing at anything you said. Maybe something I said, most likely, but
Yeah, Mugli, I didn't say anything about it, like just because it happened half an hour ago or an hour ago was because I was fucking pissed off. I asked the question, I just don't understand sometimes why some people they just don't respect, the whole thing. I asked a specific person, Walrus, what do you think? Did he answer? Did you guys give him a chance to answer? I asked him a question. I didn't ask you guys opinions. So I was fucking pissed off because I didn't get an answer. So I can DM him and ask him again. But just sometimes I just don't understand. If I'm asking, Jasol, can you answer this question? So I'm not expecting Famous or somebody else to come in and answer in his behalf. So, anyways, I was joking about the Mugli. I was joking about the laughing thing.
So what, Sean, what happened? What happened? Like what? Like why? When?
I didn't hear you ask him a question or anything while I was laughing.
No, I'm not talking about you, Mugli. I was
Oh,
just making. You know that I never become pissed off with you people. I never disrespected anyone. But what I asked now was really serious thing. If I'm asking one specific person about something, I'm expecting him to answer, not everyone else. So, Crypto in the Hood, I didn't mean you. You didn't say a word until I asked you a question. I'm just talking to those who are involved in the conversation. Please, for the love of God, if you believe in God, when I'm asking a specific person, please don't get involved. If I need your opinion, I will definitely ask brothers, sisters. This guy cannot, give me a proper answer. What's your opinion? But that poor guy, Walrus, even left without saying bye because you guys never let him speak.
What was the question?
It's something about streaming with somebody, but it's done. I will DM him. I have already DM'd him, so it's all right.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Dude, yeah, set it up. That'd be sick. Since Walrus isn't here, I'll answer it. Set it up.
I'm not 100% sure that this middleman that I know can fix it. He just told me that, dude, do you still follow Mason? I said, no, I muted him after he talked shit about Hicks and Richard Hart. He said, dude, you don't follow him. That's why you don't know anything. He apologized officially to Hexicans and to Richard Hart, and the videos are on, I think, on YouTube and TikTok. I said, okay. Then he said that, dude, I think indirectly I've been reading a lot of things about Pulse and all other projects that will be launched together with the Pulse. What about somebody who knows about all these projects or has some kind of information who can put some light? I mean, like, talk with Mason. I said, well, I will ask somebody. So the first person I noticed in the space when I joined the space was Walrus, and I was like, shit, he has a stream tomorrow, I think on Friday, with Wendy. So what if I ask him if he wants to do a stream with Mason? And guess what happened? Everyone just blah 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 blah. Nobody let the poor guy to answer. So yeah. Anyways,
Just set it up.
Here's the thing. I did speak on that subject, but I was not involved at the beginning stages. It was more like at the middle, towards the end. But I was like rectifying the fact that we shouldn't be hostile.
Seriously, Parkway, I swear, honest to God, I didn't take any of those, involvements personally or seriously, but it just pisses me off sometimes that you guys are not, I mean, people who are among the speakers never let the guy to answer. Let them answer. Then if you have any opinion regarding whether he should do a stream or not, afterwards, but let him answer first. Let him see. I'm asking one specific person, a grown-up, an independent person. He's streaming with lots of people who has talked about lots of shit projects. So what happens if he streams with Mason? So anyways, I will ask him personally.
Can I share one last opinion about that?
Sure, brother, sure, yeah.
So in crypto, there's like there's a scientific constant. Like in science, there's a constant that nothing goes faster than the speed of light. Or if you ride motorcycles, you're going to crash. It's like there's a constant in crypto, a reliable fact that if you're in crypto, you're going to get roped into some fucking bullshit scam coin. Like even Bitcoiners got BCH and it just basically went down forever. So when I see people and like hexagons getting roped in and going down these dark paths into like death coins, like traps, it's like you can't really hold that against people forever because it's gonna happen to everybody. Like even you and even some like legendary Wall Street trader is gonna end up in some fucking bullshit coin in crypto. So I really believe that we got to give these people at least an opportunity to have a redemption character arc.
And I don't give a fuck what they have shelled earlier. We need more people in our community. Once those people come in our community, and if they're curious to know more, they will come to spaces, they will follow the influencers, they will get to know a lot of things about everything that we are doing and all other projects on Pulse, specifically Hex, Pulse, and PulseChain. But we have to give people a chance to hear what we have. If we don't go to those spaces, or if you don't go to those communities, how the fuck they gonna know?
Definitely. And big green candles are the best advertisement campaign. So I'm pretty sure. I don't know for sure, but I think we're gonna have some big green advertisement candles as an incredible advertisement campaign, and all those dudes are gonna come crawling back.
Definitely. Jasol and Mugli, were you here when Tony joined the space? Tony the Tiger?
He still shows up?
No, not now. Not now.
I thought he was
Not
wrecked because of didn't Safe Moon like freaking
no, but
something happened.
I just want to know what kind of excuses he had to defend himself on that shit project.
None.
Oh no, he hasn't been around.
He came by today.
Oh, he was.
He was here today. I'll go talk to him.
No, please don't talk to him. Just have him blocked. Like, it's so simple. Like, excuse me,
It's under Parkway. We
are we?
understand, but he was here today,
It doesn't matter.
and
The soul.
no, it's just what happened. That's all.
I'm just saying, it's a person who was involved in an $8.69 million rug pull.
Yeah, he
Yeah,
made a fool of himself. So,
bro, and him showing up here, it's not cool, bro. It's like
But
no,
it's like
the other
Nazis coming to your house,
influencers
going in and out. Don't you think the neighbor's gonna like speak up?
that's exactly what he was told to his face when he was here, and he left.
No, I'm just saying, like, have that guy blocked forever. That account, it's disgusting. That guy is in my eyes, he should face court, and I mean,
Yeah. Okay.
it's not
Yeah.
an immutable project where you say, "Oh, poor guy," they had the best intentions and a pure heart.
No.
Yeah.
No, he didn't have much to say. It was just embarrassing listening to him again, and I think I don't know if he'll be back anymore. I really don't.
In Parkway, just so you know, a lot of people learn about the stuff that people, the way people talk in the outside. Like, so we got people that just came into Hex. They have no experience anywhere else, and so it helps to have certain people in other communities come in here because they'll learn not only how to handle, but how to recognize and how to recognize them, but also how they try to get around certain things. You know what I mean? So it is healthy in a way as well.
It was healthy before the rug pull to have an idiot called Tony the Tiger in here, even though a lot of us were against it. But the consensus was that we should have it. We should have somebody here from a different whatever, but it wasn't as disgusting as this time. And I was literally right after it got rugged. They had a space, I don't know, a few thousand. I told Hangout to stop by too, and we were in there for a few hours just listening. And Jeremiah's name was dropped a lot of times. A lot of times. So it has nothing to do with us letting people in. Hey, they're all welcome. But when we recognize something up front, we go with the consensus. And I think when it's the fan, then at that point it's like you keep your very good distance from this community, like far away.
You understand, Parkway? Everyone understands.
We, pretty much he came in and we pretty much said, we told you, you know what I mean? It's just like, he came in and then it was quiet because I didn't want to say nothing. And then eventually he just goes, you know what? I'll take off, you guys. It seems like nobody's got questions, just out of the blue. And that's when people started talking. But I pretty much sat there in the morning before an appointment and said, I told you so, or we told you so, so. So I know what you're saying, Parkway.
Humble has been the most polite with Tony, and he has or Jeremiah, and he's even take time to go over to his space just to listen as well, and maybe pick up some followers by, just explaining just some fundamentals, and that worked. But even today, Humble came up and addressed Tony in a very polite way, and it was just still just, at the end of the day, blah, 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 he had nothing to say,
Yes.
and it's
I want to be very
he embarrasses himself, and it's obvious. So he slipped in today.
Yeah.
And we just decided to take the opportunity because of what happened yesterday.
For sure. Apologies that I came in between while you were talking. Guys, I want to make this very clear. There's a balance in life. Okay? As much as there's evil, there's also good. And in each evil side, there's a good point, and in each good side, there's an evil point. So all you have to imagine is yin and yang. That's literally what it states. That's the philosophy of life. That's the balance.
What side is heavier? The bad or the good? If you're consciously going into a space knowing that you're shilling a shit coin, aren't you doing more bad than good? Like,
So
doesn't
here, yeah. So what I'm trying to say is, I'm not saying I'm trying to establish the balance by telling you that don't be polite to a person like Tony. There is no politeness. There is not even a conversation. There's like, oh,
Parkway,
that's
we
Tony. Have a
understand,
good
man.
day.
Parkway, we
Block.
understand,
Have a
man.
good day.
We understand. If you weren't here when he was here, then you missed it. You know, enough said. Let's move on.
No, yeah.
You know,
I'm
it's
just
okay.
saying, since he's not blocked, if he shows
No.
up again,
Well, you
do
can
it
address
in
that
front of
directly with
everyone.
Famous if you want
Hmm.
to. Okay, because it's his account. So I don't block people. I don't follow Tony. So, you know, I
I'm just
personally don't
saying,
have a
like,
problem with my account. You know what I'm saying? But like, if you
yeah.
want him blocked from the space, you have to talk to Famous
But you're a
directly.
co-host. You should have him blocked so he doesn't show
No,
up.
no,
You're
no, no.
hosting.
I don't block people like that.
What do you mean
So
like that? 8.9 million is not enough? Like,
listen,
did it
it's
have
not
to
my
be more?
account, man. It's not my account. I'm just graceful. I'm just
No, I'm
doing
saying
Famous a
the way.
favor
Okay, so the
by
way,
co-hosting
so
today.
so the
You know,
way it
just
works is when you, as a
no, but I'm
co-host,
not blowing
block
you off,
someone.
bro. No, bro. I'm not blowing you off. I agree with you entirely. I mean, it's not an argument, but on that direct topic, I mean, it's Famous's account. He blocks people.
It,
I don't go into his account and
you're not listening to me.
no,
Just
I am,
so
I
if
am, I am, I am, I am. I really
so
am.
if you as an individual block them,
Well,
right, and then
I
you're a
do as an
co-host,
individual.
yeah,
Yeah.
when you're a co-host, he cannot come in. But if you're just a listener, he can come in. Do you understand? So the co-host has certain privileges on his block list when he turns into a co-host. So you're blocking all the garbage that you blocked out. They don't come in. Like that's what we've learned in the
Well, that's
far
what I have on
space.
my account.
Okay.
You know, but I'm just saying. I'm just stating the facts. That's all. I don't mess with the account. That's Famous's account. If you want any buttons pressed, you know, when
And
his
then
finger heals, maybe he'll press them. I don't know, man. No, but I really do hear you, man. It's not a it's really not
then
a conflict.
Parkway, listen. Jasol is a co-host. Okay. If he's a co-host, he doesn't need to block anyone. If he hears somebody shilling something, he can drop them down or kick him out of the space. So why the fuck should we block him? There is no fucking reason. When there is somebody who has the power to drop them down, to not let them come up and speak, then why the fuck should we block him?
It's like saying, why should I wear a seatbelt? The car has an airbag.
Oh, come on. This is,
So,
I mean, listen, Parkway, if he is here, at least 2, 3, or if we're lucky, 10 people comes after him. And if they listen what we have here, what we are providing, what we are giving, what kind of information we are providing, the chances are that one of them will join us. But if we block him, then he wouldn't be here and his followers won't be here. But if we let him stay among the listeners, or if we have control
Oh,
on what he
yeah,
has
but
to
there's
say
a
and what
fun
not to
thing,
say.
Sean. Okay, so first of all, regarding that, there's a fun. I'm 100% sure Jeremiah uses. It's in your settings. You can turn it on, and then people won't see where you at when you go into Twitter Spaces, right? It's like privacy. So him being here doesn't mean like we're gonna get like a few people that actually follow that person that talks smack, that doesn't know what is what, doesn't even understand immutable, how valuable that is, right? Because they use it against their people, right? Like, yeah. So in business, there's a saying. It says it's good to do business, but sometimes it's better not to do business. So I would even say like people that follow Jeremiah, stick with Jeremiah. Like really, seriously, please do not enter Hex. Stick with Jeremiah, stick with your safe moon. Just don't come here because you are a part of the headache. You are supporting that Jeremiah idiot guy, right? And that's the issue, right? So
Parkway, just so you know, the people that follow Tony the Tiger are the ones that got screwed over by that account that got screwed over by SafeMoon. They're the ones that show up in here and they give him shit, but then they actually learn more about Hex too. You know what I mean? So
no, I'm not saying safe moon guys that are coming over are bad. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people that are still with Jeremiah. that Sean was pointing out to, that we might convert. I'm like, forget those guys, right? Like, who cares who follows Jeremiah? Like, Jeremiah's following is it's dangerous to me. It's like a basket full of rotten fruit, right? Because I don't know what's in there, right? Why would we expose ourselves to a weird cult thing, right, called SafeMoon, where people were believing somebody like Jeremiah? And Jeremiah, the same person who comes here and learns about immutable code and how important that is. And then we see the after effect, the avalanche that came over them, right? It's like, oh, your money is gone, or your money is worth shit now, right? Your coins are worth garbage, right? And everyone's just sitting there and they're like taking it with the humor. I mean, I was highly impressed. I give him props. I'm like, wow, unbelievable. You guys are taking it with a good humor. But yeah, it's not against a certain community. I'm just saying, like, that person and whatever it's attached to that person should not be welcomed with open arms.
Yep, I feel you.
Yeah, I have a question. Is he part of the scam or he got scammed?
He is part of the scam, bro.
I was thinking he got scammed.
No, he's not. Come on. If he used that opportunity, if he is that technical to use that opportunity, I don't know, because I don't know that much.
Okay.
But the exploit was something else.
Well, me and Hangout, we were there. We heard everything. So the code was changed, and that's where the exploit was, and that's how it got rugged, right? So they knew exactly what they were doing. I mean, it was right there in their code, right? Like they even highlighted it. So, from what I've learned when I was in their community listening, is that there are different characters in play, okay, that created the situation. So, you know, like, if you're the driver of a bank robbery and you're just a driver, you're still part of that robbery.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't really matter that you were sitting in the car and you didn't have a gun and you didn't aim it at anyone, or you didn't shoot someone, right?
You should do 10 years.
Yeah, so you're still part of it. He is part of it. He came out. Oh, well, he said always some weird crap trying to shill his bullshit here, right? Like, and we sat here and listened to his shit, and every time I spoke out, it's like Hex Turtle came in. Oh, come on, Parkway, give the man a break. Why? For what? Why does he need a break? He can go and have his break. I gave him I offered him my hand, if you remember. I'm like, yo, take my hand, take me to your community, and show me what you guys do, right? And show me how you would shill Hex, supposedly, because he said he owns Hex, right? How you would introduce it to your community, just the same way you come here. Just show me. I don't even want to partake. I don't want to talk. Just take my hand, tell me to go here. I will go. I will listen. I will just look and listen and learn. And then I can trust you, Tony. But other than that, there is no trust. Like, who are you? Right? And we saw what his answer was. Absolutely not. He did not take me to his community. He did not introduce me on how influential he is, but I heard it. I heard it from his community after they got rugged. His name was dropped every 5 minutes.
You know what's kind of funny? How, like, they shun Joker, right? He's out. I don't hear them protesting or campaigning or bringing Joker back, but yet this cat, they're like, oh, let him come back, let him stay. What the fuck? He hurts people. He takes their money, man. You're okay with that? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Come on.
You should have your arms open for everybody then. Like, let everybody in.
Well, that's not the conversation, right? Like, as Sean as Jasol was saying, he's like, yeah, it's not my account. Famous runs this account, and Famous apparently, I don't know what it is that he finds interesting in Tiger, the rugger. But yeah.
Well, that's where, honestly, Parkway, that's where this all comes down to. If you really have an issue, Famous should be in the room, and you should be speaking with him, because the very first day Jeremiah came in here, I flipped the fuck out on him, right?
Yeah, I was
and he's
here
been
when you
driving me
flipped out.
fucking insane every
Yeah,
fucking day
that's
for
true.
like months now. And okay, so that's, that's that.
Yeah. No, it's just I think like security, as much as we protect our crypto, we should also protect our environment and who we let in and how much they get to dance in our circle. That's that, like, you know, maybe.
And then, Mowgli, I have been co-host here while Jeremiah has been in our spaces. I have dropped them several times. Several times. As soon as he opened his mouth talking about that shit wallet or that shit project, I have dropped them. But I've never blocked him. I muted him. He's muted. He follows me. I don't follow him back. I muted him. Why? Because I don't want to see his bullshit on my walls. I mean, on my Twitter. But why the fuck should I block him?
Because he builds a profile around people, right? He's been in our community, and what do you think he does? He listens, he sees, oh, he gets pushed around if this word comes or this subject falls. So he's building a profile around people. And this is how they come. Like we spoke about this with Hangout, right? Like inside of the securities, like that's how they do attacks. Like they understand who is who, right? And they build a profile. They write things down step by step, right? They might get lucky and get your date of birth, right? Like I don't know, right? Depends how far they want to take it. But that's what Tony is, right? Like we watched his patterns. He's like, oh, what do you do for a living? Tony, who are you? Why are you asking this type of questions in our spaces, bro? Right? And that's what it is. So he's taking notes. So what I would do if I was you, I would just block him. Don't let him know anything about you. There's a new security update, guys. You know how you get calls from a 1-800 number and you don't know who it is? Don't pick up. They record your voice. They send it to an AI. It's a voice replica. They call you back. They introduce themselves. The voice verification verifies that AI as you. And it's like, yeah, I'm picking up all my money. Or I don't know, wire this much over here. Depends on how much information they have on you. Right? And that's the scary part, man. We live in a very uncertain times right now. And yeah, like, you know, we got to protect ourselves, our environment.
Hey, Parkway, I think you're freaking out, man.
Freaking out? No, bro. I think 8.9 million freaks anyone out, right? Like you see a community
Yeah,
around.
I don't think I think you overrating him, man. I don't think he was a scammer. I think he got scammed.
Bro,
He was
you
in the
don't
wrong
understand.
project.
Okay. So again, if you are a driver of a vehicle that's robbing a bank, even though you're not in the bank, you never were in the property of the bank, but you're partaking in that, you are guilty.
Dude, he got scammed. He invested just like every other person that got scammed.
He's an investor.
Bro,
Yeah,
he's
he
an
believed in the
ambassador.
project. Hold on. He believed in the project, so he got scammed. So if he comes back here, now we should be able to tell him, we told you. You've been dealing with freaking BS people. Now you learned your lesson. It's not that big
King,
that we
you're
be
not
like,
talking
oh,
logical. King,
huh?
you're not talking logical because you didn't see the space that was created by the Safe Moon community.
Yeah,
You
no, I
didn't
know he's
hear,
very prominent
you
over
did
there.
not
I've
hear,
been to
my
their
friend.
space. I've been
You,
to their space. I've heard him
no,
speak. I didn't even know he was that prominent in his
that
space
day,
until I went over there.
that very day when it happened,
Yeah.
right? That very moment when it happened, when they all created that space, you should have been there. You should have heard Jeremiah's name being dropped every 5 minutes. The people see him guilty. Do you want to harbor a guilty person in our community?
Harbor fugitive?
Yeah, hell no, bro. Go and find your own little hole someplace else, bro. This is Hex. This is where we shine. We're here.
Can I just say something for God's sake, for the love of God, please? Nobody talked about bringing Tony to our fucking community. I asked what the fuck what kind of fucking excuses he had, and then this conversation went to somewhere else. Fuck Tony. Fuck his project. I asked that fucking question and I didn't get a fucking answer, and the conversation continued for fucking an hour. For fuck's sake, fuck Tony. Nobody wants to know anything. I don't want to know anything that you guys have said. For fuck's sake.
Wait. I want to
Hey,
comment
hey,
on one thing though.
hey, hold on, strong, hold on. It looks like everybody's now denying him. But you know, earlier on, we said this 1,000 times to get this guy freaking out of this freaking space. I know he wasn't here to shield Safe Moon or anything, but a lot of people brought it up. A lot of people had issue with it. That we know what he's doing. We know he's in the wrong project. We know he's not for Hex. We all knew that, but we still let this Joker still come. And sometimes you can tell from his tone of voice or the kind of questions he asks that he's not in for Hex. So we kind of did it to ourselves a little bit. Everybody complained. I know I was one time I had issues with it, even with Famous. Nobody really listened. So, well,
Yeah, I
sometimes
remember.
The Safe Moon
I
wallet
remember
is
that.
unhackable.
Yeah, time will tell. Sometimes time will tell. People will learn their lesson. They don't know they just have to learn their lesson. Sometimes people
If
just
you
gotta
just
go
watch
through
the video,
tough
it's
stuff.
unhackable.
Yeah, it's okay. And I'm glad it happened. I'm sorry for the people that they got scammed, and I hope they all learn their lesson.
Daniel,
This is not the first time Sheffield is doing this. They have how many versions already? We told this Joker, you
yeah,
understand? But we told him, but he wouldn't listen. But I hope he got scammed. I hope he is not part of the scammers. I hope he got scammed so he can learn his freaking little lesson. And I hope all the people he onboarded into SafeMoon are pissed off at him and they fucking after his ass for their money. So that's my 2 cents.
yeah,
Well,
UX, you have waited a long time, brother.
Oh, I was waiting too.
Hey, the issue with the Tiger guy, the first time I found out about him was when he was pushing a pump and dump for Pulse Floki. And that was about the time that everybody was getting thousands of dollars of free tokens from another dog coin associated with hex stakers. And it was quite orchestrated. And there was multiple people involved in that. And it pumped, and he already had his bags preloaded and dumped on everybody. And that went to pretty much zero. So saying that the Tiger guy is innocent, especially in this latest thing, is just ignorance. There is a very, very small percentage that he is completely innocent in this, but he is an agent provocateur. We've warned you about him for months, and now this has happened. So hashtag Richard Hart was right again. There's going to be a lot of these out there. So I can see the co-host issue with not blocking anybody. You can simply not give them the mic or shut them down if they start shilling things. But yeah, it's over with. So I guess after today, I would hope that everybody just kind of ignores the guy and warns people of him in the future, and add that to the list of the hundreds of assholes out there. So that's the last I'm going to speak on the serial killer,
Yeah.
the Tiger Man. So you guys have an awesome day. Good luck and for yourself, hex.com.
One second. Just regarding Pulse Floki. Was you also involved there?
Yes, absolutely.
Well,
because I called out B Root, but I didn't disrespectfully talk to him. I said, why you're shilling a shit
Okay,
project
bro.
like
Let
that?
me ask Uvex a question before he jumps off. Uvex, did you change your account?
Yeah, I had some weirdos, so I
Okay, fair enough.
yeah,
I'll give
I
you a
dump
follow.
my account every couple of months. But
Okay,
I might hold on to this one because I got someone following me that matters. So I'll hold on to this one for a while.
Sounds good. Well, I give you a follow anyway.
Thanks, Uvex.
Thank you. I'll follow Hexicans back always.
Thanks,
Hey,
Uvex.
hey, Sean.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, thank God one of the pure blood motherfuckers is here. Christian, I'll guarantee you 100% that shit started from fucking people don't listening to them when they were talking about freaking Tony.
That's correct.
I have nothing personal.
Dude, this is just so fascinating to me because it's happened a million times. Like me personally, I have been fucking scammed in ways I never thought I would get scammed. So watching all these scams attack the Hex community and like seeing our collective reactions and the different ways that people react, it's interesting because some people react like, oh my God, this thief just held a gun to my head and tried to steal my coins. And some people react like, oh, he was just shilling like a thing. So there's this gradient of like what actually happened. And then to question the innocence of an attacker. And that's really what they are, is they're attackers and hackers, and they're not hacking into our phones and stealing our private keys. They're socially engineering us to extract our financial energy out of our wallet. Unbeknownst to us, we think it's a good idea because it's a confidence scam. And the way that hexagons get attacked so much lately is we fall victim to the confidence scam, and we develop trust for people because we think they care about us, and we just let them extract our value, and it's just so interesting.
Yeah, we're getting soft. We gotta harden up.
No, now don't twist my words. Maybe because English is not my first language. What I said was regarding to the question that Parkway had to, what's his name, Jasol. Why haven't you blocked him? I said, why should he block him? He has the power to drop him down. He has the power to not let him come up and speak. So why should he block him? I have muted him. I'm not following him back. I've never let him, as a co-host, I have never let him talk about all those shit projects. As soon as he has opened his mouth, I haven't warned him. I've directly dropped him down. So I mean, it is kind of, I don't know if it's a personal thing. You want to block somebody, do it.
It's not personal, Tron. It's so.
No,
Here's the thing. Here's the thing.
no,
Being a
I
host
wasn't
and a
done.
co-host comes with responsibilities for the community, right? So which you did great, right? I'm not saying Jasol did not great. Jasol, I've seen him react as well. But we should have higher bars in regards of generating trust with people, right? Just because you hang out in goddamn what is it? I don't know, whatever, where you put on the goggles, right? Metaverse stuff. Like, come on, just because you hang out in the metaverse with someone and you meet him there, or whatever the case might be, there has to be, so the trust level has to be very high up. Output is one thing, trust level is another, right? So somebody with low trust level is toxic to a community. So, and I think like it's very clear that Tiger is definitely falls into that category from day one in a lot of books, right? And then those books became more and more and more. And now we're, I think, on the heavier side of the scale, where we could like run a vote, and then and based on that, would be great to have
We
it
already did,
implemented.
really. Honestly, Parkway, that we just wouldn't bring him up anymore. Like he just couldn't take up a speaker spot. It's too distracting. It's a waste of time. Agreed. I think we're all on the same page there. But somehow he slipped into the room. He literally just came up on his, just because I guess the account still doesn't block him. And he came in, and it was a little awkward. And we just, because of what happened this week, we just decided to have a conversation. So that's literally what happened today. But I think collectively we've taken a vote already, and he's really not welcome to take up a speaker spot.
Oh, for sure.
So I mean,
They're
that's all
slippery, man. The social engineers are very slippery, and they're good at what they do, and that's why they're doing it, because they're being successful and perfecting their craft. But like Tony the Tiger is not really an outlier, especially considering that we all knew that Tony the Tiger was a con artist and a scammer, and his name isn't Tony the Tiger. His name is known con artist and scammer Tony the Tiger. So it's like we really have to acknowledge what we already know and apply that to the way we conduct ourselves. Like the reflection scam of SafeMoon has just been in broad daylight. So I think we have to like really acknowledge what happened so we can reflect on that and grow as a community. because it's happened many, many, many times over and over, almost every single month for years to hexagons.
Now we change the fucking topic. No fucking Tony and all the shit projects.
Sounds good. I'm gonna alleviate a little bit space for speakers in case somebody wants to come up and speak.
Yeah, Jasol, do you see Uvex as a speaker? Because his mic is on, but I don't. But he's among the speakers.
I believe he left. Oh, he dropped down.
I just want to know if B Root blocked him, because when I just said to him in a nice way, why you're shilling shit projects, why you're scamming people, do you have any fucking dignity? He blocked me directly.
I thought we were skipping the subject.
I'm talking about B Root, not Tony.
Oh.
Because you don't know. I think you were not in the space. It's actually confronted B Root in the space recently. I think 2 weeks ago. So I just want to know if he was blocked, but who the fuck cares? But when I called him out, that motherfucker had 8,000 followers. The strange thing is that you can be a fucking scammer. You can scam people over and over and over. But the fuck thing is, which confuses me, which is really difficult for me to understand, that those people gain followers somehow. This motherfucker had 8,000 followers when I called him out. Now he has 30,000 or something like that, because he has blogged me. I cannot see, but somebody had posted one of his, profile pictures. He has now 30,000 followers. From where and how?
From suckers.
Hey, Sean, that tells you majority of the people in crypto are not educated. They don't know what the heck they're doing. So that's why those scammers get a lot of followers, because they're all in to get a quick money. So they bite the bait.
I mean, come on, you scam me on the project. You scammed me on the project before that, and yet I'm bringing more people to this fucking community. Wow! And I'm still following this motherfucker. How? It just shocks me. How many scams he has shown, dude. I have never followed him, but I have seen until he blocked me from 2001. In 10 projects, 3 of his projects were fucking pump and dump. And yet his followers are growing. How stupid are people? I deleted that picture recently. That motherfucker had 8,000 less than 2 years ago. Less than a year ago, maybe. No, maybe more, a little bit more than a year ago. Now he has like 30,000. How? How can you please DM me one of the successful projects that he has shelled? All of them are pump and fucking down.
Yeah, but Sean, if he pays for the followers, how would you know? You wouldn't. It's just that it's possible. You can pay for them.
Yeah, you're right. I actually forgot that thing. Yeah.
Dude, that's the name of the confidence game. It's like they're good at gaining confidence and clout with people. They have a deep voice and a suave demeanor, and they sound like they got a big cock, and people just want to suck it. And that's when they get their wallet taken out of their back pocket when they're on their knees.
Does anyone remember or know who Kara is? She's also an influencer, but I don't think that it's a she. I think it's a he. That motherfucker has been suspended from Twitter several times, changes names, but yet their followers are growing. There you go.
I hear you got some beef to talk about.
About the scam project that you were shilling, we were talking about.
Only scum project thing here and there is you. So
Yeah, exactly, B Root, exactly.
so talk. I heard you was talking all this shit, and now you sound like a fucking cunt caught your tongue.
I have seen you on Twitter since 2001. Okay, I've never followed you.
You can't follow me. Number one, you can't follow me because you're blocked.
Bitch, talk me afterward. I'm talking about from the beginning. So respectfully, in a respectful manner, I asked you one day. I don't know if you remember or not. Probably, thousands of people have called you out, but you don't remember. And you blocked me, so I don't give a fuck about it. I'm just saying that how the fuck you gain followers?
I gain followers because I bring value. You don't bring any value whatsoever, and that's why you don't have a following. No one wants to follow you because you bring zero value, which means you suck at giving information. So you can suck on these nuts because you need to learn from me, create a secondary account, study how I do things, and learn from a real person that knows how to make markets. That's simple.
I have dignity. I'm never gonna do.
I can bring more people into the coin that you like the most than you. That means you suck.
Okay, so hang on. That is a really interesting point about you being an influencer, and you're able to leverage your credibility with communities to maybe potentially build coins and give coins a second wind that they may not have otherwise had. And I think especially for you, because I've actually watched a ton of your YouTube videos and Twitter accounts and stuff, and there's other people that are like you in the altcoin space, and you kind of wield your experience and investment to do swing trades and shorter term projects. So I can actually watch your content and see, oh wow, that's a really good technique. I'm going to write that down, or that's a really interesting trading view metric. I'm going to download that metric and see if I can incorporate that into my own skill set. But for me, I've been scammed enough to know that I can watch somebody's media and I can learn from them and not get sucked into certain projects. Like I was there when Trevon was into BitConnect, and I like Trevon. I can learn from Trevon and still have the intestinal fortitude to abstain from getting drawn into certain things that I see as scams, like SafeMoon and other projects lately, Dodeca, Zen.
I mean, in the end, 99% of these projects are going to fail. That's simple. There's a very good chance Hex fails. I'm sorry, you don't want to hear that, but that is just the truth. That is just the truth. It's all speculation. Bitcoin is speculation to the world. It's that simple. Because Bitcoin is speculation to the world, that means everything under Bitcoin is that just more speculation to the world. So when you sit here and say, oh, this and this and this and that and blah, 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 I'm right, you're wrong. You're no different than what the outsider looks at you, because they don't look at Hex. They're not going to listen to Hex and say, oh, Hex is going to be the next best thing. Let me go into Hex. There's only 3% of the world in Hex in crypto and as a whole. And there's probably another small percentage of that is in Hex. So if you want to sit here and try to shit on anybody else on any other person's project, whether it's SafeMoon, whether it's Ethereum, whether it's BitConnect, in the end, if you decide to get into those projects, You need to have a strategy, or you need to have some sort of plan to execute so that you win in the end. So Shaw, whatever your name is, Sean, how I get followers, how do I get that? Because I present something different that nobody else can do. And that is the reason why I bring value to that person. And there are thousands of people that are looking for that value, and I bring it to them. That's simple. That's how it's done. When you bring value, instead of sitting in these fucking Hex Spaces calls and talking shit on every single person, yet you sacrifice for a coin called PulseChain, which is literally going to host all these scams, but you buy it, meaning you're going to make money off them. What is the difference between you and any other influencer that gets paid? Because you're making money off of them. That's what you're doing. So what's the difference?
I'm not an influencer. I'm an investor.
Oh, so it's
and
different.
If I recommend something to somebody, listen, brother. If I recommend something to somebody, I recommend something that I like for myself.
Okay, so do I.
Okay.
So do I.
And then you know how it is. Majority of people in this crypto, they don't know as much as the others. Those who have been in the spaces, who are more active to learn things, they're busy with their own lives. They invest their money. Just because you shield the coin, a month later, that project has gone to zero.
Let me give you an example. If you shield Hex in October of 2021, you were just as bad as any other project that went down 97%. In that time period, I literally could shit on you for telling me about Hex when I was at 45 cents. And it dropped down 97% for a whole fucking year.
Well, now hang on just 1 minute. Hex in particular is, well, let me just say this.
No. I want you to respond on that. Don't go off
I
that
will,
subject.
but I want to preface it by agreeing with the point that you made, and that point is that each one of us in all our little crypto communities across Twitter and Discord, we all think we have the white lightning in a bottle, and that ours is the one. You know what I mean? So,
yeah, but objectively, it's different.
Ready for this?
You
I
can't
made
you can't
millions
you
of
can't say
dollars.
just another fucking coin. It's not true.
You ready
There
for
is
this?
a
I've made
contract.
millions of dollars in
There
a
is a
coin called
fucking
SHIB.
contract. You don't know shit. You don't know shit.
I've
You
made
really
millions of
don't.
dollars. There's
You
people in
really
my
don't
community.
know
There's
shit.
people in my community.
You don't
And
know
myself
shit.
has
You
made
don't.
millions.
No,
Millions.
you don't have a self. You
More
don't.
than you. I probably
You
own
don't
more
have a
Hex than you.
self.
I probably own more
What's the
Hex than
name of
you.
yourself?
I will probably
Is it?
I will
Is
probably
it?
own more
Is
PulseChain
it?
than you. And you know what? It's from the coin that you shitted on the most when it was going up. It's called SHIB. So who's better, me or you? Because you sat there and shilled us, blah,
But
blah, blah.
ship is a
It's
tube.
shit.
It's just
Who
a
cares?
fucking tube that you blow into.
It went
And
up in
that's all you
value.
do. You're the straw man in the room, man. You're just a straw man, and you're here to freight people, and you're here to tell them that the world is screwed because of you. Look at you, man. Look at you.
And
Bro,
people like him.
you sound like
Anyways,
some
drop him. It's nothing.
Is
There's nothing to talk
anyone
about.
that can come up with a
Yes.
better debate than that? And
yes.
I got
So there
because that's horrible. That's a waste of
there
my time.
there was one thing you didn't quite get right, and that's the Hex being as bad as something like a project that like FTX.
SHIB?
FTX. They were,
Let's say SHIB, the coin you guys all hate on because it's a meme coin. Guess what? SHIB didn't go down. SHIB went up 1 million x. Hex 10,000 x. SHIB 1 million x. Hex
and how
dropped,
far is it down?
Hold on, wait. Hex dropped
Oh, God.
97% down. SHIB
No, it
only
didn't.
93% down. So which one's
No,
better?
Hex has the insurance policy, and that is that if you're staked, and you should have staked Hex, you're getting paid. So if you're making 25% APY per year on a 2-year tank fest of a 97% dip, 25% per
Hex,
year
yes.
is
Hex,
50.
yes.
That's
Guess what?
50%.
What's the
yield that
difference
you're getting
between?
paid. So
All right.
our dips aren't 97% because we're
They
actually
are.
getting paid.
They are.
And you forget one thing.
They are.
There is
I
no
know this concept
ratio.
just
There
like
is
you
no
do.
fucking ratio
Let
between
me explain to
good
you
and
why you're
bad.
wrong.
There is no ratio between good and bad. It's
All
not
right.
related. Deal
Let
with
me
it.
tell you. Let me
You're
tell
just
you
bad.
why that's
You're
an
just a
incorrect
bad
statement.
guy. You're
Let
just a
me tell
bad
you
guy.
why that's an incorrect statement. It's an incorrect statement because all you guys are trying to escape the dollar that's going down in value. Yet something goes down 97% in value and you're gaining more of it, and all you
That's not
say it's the
true.
best thing in the world.
It's decentralized yield. You don't know mathematics, man.
No. You're hoping the
Learn
price goes
algebra.
back up, and it is
You're
going
just
back
a
up.
fucking
Tell
punk.
that to the
You're a
person that
punk. You
bought at
don't know
45
algebra.
cents.
You don't
Tell
know
that
the
person.
value of zero. You don't know the value of
Okay.
zero. And Sean will listen to your bullshit and
And
try to educate yourself to his ancestrous knowledge. You punk.
Okay, anybody else with a better argument? Because I just
No,
debunked that whole argument. So
I think he
anyone
pretty
else?
much nailed it.
Anybody else?
I think Sean and me and King Daniel and everybody pretty much nailed it.
I think Moon is really good talking shit and being a clown. To be honest, I've been here for a year, less than a year, and like you just have to be like screaming into a camera and pretty much like I saw you shilling the meme coin cold revolt. You were such a big
Went up 300x. Went up
promoter
300x. Why Hex was going down in value?
about it,
Go ahead.
and now you don't even put it on your website, on your page.
What
I
are you
consider
talking
you a
about? It
massive.
literally has been. So you've
It
been
is true,
watching
though.
me. You've
It's
been
true. I
watching me
see
like
you
a
all the
hawk, and you don't even
time
follow me.
talking
Does that
about
mean I'm
projects
working?
everywhere, all across the Instagram, YouTube, Twitter.
Instagram. I don't
Now
have
you
Instagram. I barely have Instagram,
act
bro. I
really
don't.
well presented because you know that PulseChain is coming out and PulseChain is the winning team. Now you act like you're not shilling anything. You only PulseChain team. But now I know that you're the one that shill all these shit coins.
How long have you been in Hex for?
Me?
Yeah, you.
No, it doesn't matter.
No.
It's not a dick measuring
Now
contest.
I'm part
I
of the
just
winning team.
No,
How
look,
long
look,
have
look,
you been
look.
in Hex for?
staying with me because
This
you
is
know
not a
that you
dick
show
measuring
cheap
contest or
scam
like
coins.
No.
And now you're getting ready
It
for
proves my point.
PulseChain.
It proves my point. This guy has been
No, it
watching me
doesn't.
for so long.
You're getting ready for PulseChain so you can scam thousands again on the PulseChain network, and that's why people is over you. You know, that's why people doesn't really want to have you in part of the PulseChain ecosystem. To be honest,
Bro, first off, let me tell you something.
and don't shit on Hex, bro.
Answer the question.
Just sit
Answer
down.
the question.
Sit
How
down now.
long have you
Sit
specifically
down.
been in Hex?
Sit
Well,
on
that's
your
not a
shit.
question.
Sit on your
That's none of your
shit.
business.
Sit on your shit.
So
And that's
basically,
it. Sit on
you've
your
been
shit.
watching me. You've been watching me all this time.
Sit on it. Sit
You've
on
been
it.
watching me all this time.
No,
How
you
long have you been
blocked,
watching me
bro.
for?
Sit.
You blocked. When you start shilling
Sit
cold
on it.
and revolt and meme, when I saw the chart, I don't have to be an expert, bro. Things come on.
You ready for this?
On
The amount of
Twitter,
money. You ready for
even
this?
without me
You ready for
following
this?
you.
The amount of money and people that I brought to the ecosystem.
You can
You
Bro,
piss.
think
You
that
can
is so
piss.
great?
you be
can piss.
scamming people all the time. What does that mean?
You can
make
piss.
money from
There's a guy. There's a guy in here. I'm looking at him right now. I will not call him out, but he's made millions. So did I scam him out of retirement?
Rogan Inu was a scam.
Hey,
Rogan
can I
Inu.
say,
Another
hey,
one.
can I say something real quick,
Another
guys?
one.
Can I say something real quick, guys? See, I
What's a
understand.
scam, by the way? Can I ask real quick?
Hey, more
Can we?
be rude. Hold on now. Calm down.
Okay, go.
Hey, let's have a civic discussion.
Well,
So
we got
I
two people. We
understand.
can't.
I understand. I get your point. And a lot of people will not understand where you're coming from. A lot of people will not understand. But the only thing I will say, on behalf of Beirut, I don't think he's a scammer. If he's a pump and dumper, yeah, I can give him that. So he probably goes into a coin, he knows his exit plan, and he gets out. He's an influencer, so he probably helps him pump it.
Yeah, but that's the point. That's the point. Like, doesn't mean you has to be a scammer to create a coin and scam people
Influencers
run
out
away,
there.
right?
I've never
No,
created a
let me
coin ever in my life.
You can
finish.
be just
Let
like
me
you can be
finish.
just an influencer
Let me finish.
where you talk about
Let me
He ain't gonna let
finish.
you finish, man. He ain't gonna
Let me
let you
finish,
finish.
guys.
and you
Calm
bring
down.
people into these scammers.
There is a lot of influencers out there that has turned around and shit on Hex, like Trayvon. You understand? I've never really seen B Roots done that. You understand? He is an added advantage to the community. Do I buy what he does? No. That's just me. But I can't control what other man is doing. Is he a scammer? I wouldn't call him a scammer. Is he a pump and dumper? Yeah, I'll call him that. He goes into a freaking coin. He knows how his exit plan. So,
Why? Because he knows the developers. He knows the people that build it. So they
Wrong.
organize it just even
Wrong.
before they come out,
but
so
hold
he
on, guys.
can
But that's what. Hold
exit
on.
My
liquidity.
Hold on.
DMs are full of people telling me coins to get
Yeah,
into
but
because they think it's going to go up. A lot of these people get into coins before I do.
so I got.
It's the funniest
Every
thing
Hold
ever.
on.
every every
Y'all don't even know
Okay,
that.
I
influencer
got
in
mad
the
at someone.
system is like
Hold on.
that, bro.
I got mad at somebody the other day that told me, "Oh, I didn't get into Hex for the money." That's a quick line. That's the biggest lie I ever heard. So, if any of us is into Hex right now, and we have a plan to sell one day, guess what we're gonna do? We're dumping on somebody.
Same thing.
So we gotta be
Same thing.
careful, how we frame things. If he's here,
You ready for this, King? Also, King. One thing too. You know what the whole pulse chain pump up of Hex is? You want to talk about pump and dump? Look at the damn price back in August when after the freaking sacrifice. You wouldn't call that a pump and dump? More value. Everyone buy Hex. More value on pulse chain when you get the sacrifice. Dump. What's the difference? Oh, it's okay now because it's
What are
Hex,
you
right? It's
talking about?
decentralized. It's okay
What
though, right?
what are you
Same
talking
thing.
about?
Can I say something? The
After
difference
the
is that
sacrifice, what did
he's
the
giving you
price of
guys,
Hex
he's giving
do?
you guys the
Why did the
reality,
price?
bro.
Why did the price? I'm gonna hit him. I'm gonna hit him with the
You
truth.
you
I'm gonna hit
you
him with
you
the
may
truth.
have a table,
Why did
you
the
may
price?
have a table, but there is
Why did
no
the price
fit.
go up?
There is no fit to your table, man. There is
Why
no
did the
fit to your
price go
table
up?
because you're just on a magic carpet ride and
Answer the
you like it.
question. Why did the
You're
price of
just
Hex
on a
go up?
magic carpet ride and you like it
Y'all
very
can't
much.
handle the truth, man. Y'all can't
Yeah.
handle the
yeah,
truth, man.
but we are not
Y'all can't
shame
handle the truth, man.
when we are dumping like you do. There is a difference.
But I don't understand what you're talking about. Like you say, what is that? Can you explain that better? Because I actually
All
don't
right,
know what you're
let me explain to you
And
for
no
those who are.
one
Let,
has ever sold any pulse. No one.
listen to me.
It
Listen
doesn't
to me.
make any sense. Your argument
Start listening.
is a straw man argument. It doesn't
You're
mean
not
anything.
listening. You're,
just
It's
make
not. It's
let
not a
him make
table.
his
shut
It's
up and
just
allow me
point.
to teach you.
a
All right,
fucking
but just let
plateau.
him make
It's
his
a flat Earth plateau, and you have no
Can you stop?
feet on
Are
it.
we done yet?
I'm just requesting that you like
Is
stop
that all
like
you got to
screaming,
say? Are you done?
stop getting emotional.
I think
If
he's
you're
done.
gonna, if
Okay. There was a pulse chain sacrifice in the beginning when everyone sacrificed for pulse chain. Everybody was saying the same thing. Buy Hex. Everybody going Hex because you're going to get more value. That's simple. Hex went from a penny all the way up to 53 cents in that meantime. But during the sacrifice time, it went from a penny to 17 cents. What happened right after that sacrifice period happened? It dumped. That reason was because everybody was telling everybody and their moms to buy Hex so you can get more value for it.
It's not true.
That was
And it was not
100,000% true.
43 cents. It was 56
It went from 1 cent. The Godwell came
It was
in. I know this shit more
it
than
was
you do, bro.
56.
God came
50
in.
with a
Godwell came in at
5.
6
With a
cents.
5.
He came in at
With a
6 cents.
5.
5, 6 cents doesn't matter. It was so fucking quick. It didn't even matter. You're talking about cents. The point is, the price started going up, and everyone started buying it, FOMOing it to get more value for Hex. After the sacrifice, it literally dumped away, which means that people sacrificed it off and people bought it up to get the gains and sold it right off on a short-term fucking bounce. Up, bounce right back down. The chart literally does it to the T.
Yeah.
To the T of the end of the sacrifice and to the T of the start of the sacrifice. It can't fucking
Yes.
deny that shit. What do you call that? That's called
Yeah.
a fucking
Bro,
pump and dump.
So the reason that happened is, well, okay, first off, you probably have as much or more hex than anybody in here because you know that hex is not one of these little rackets going on. Hex has staying power that you don't often find
Bro,
nowadays
I've
in
got
altcoins.
coins that I'm still holding that I don't know.
But
So
you know
you're
that
trying
hex has the
to
juice.
put words in my
stop
mouth.
with your
You're
big
trying
talk
You
to
speech,
just
put words
said.
in my
stop
mouth.
with the big talk speech, dude.
You ready for this?
Stop.
Oh no,
I got
I
billions.
was just
You ready for this? I
reiterating
got
what I
billions
thought.
of Colts sitting in my
Man,
wallet.
shut it. Man, stop the shit. Prove a word.
I've got
What are you
billions of
talking
Colt. I've
about,
got
dude?
billions of MRI. I've got millions of this.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
All because, you know
Yeah,
why?
sure.
MRI,
You
Sure.
can say
Totally.
whatever you want
brother,
to say. What I'm saying is, the point that
Moon.
I'm making
Whatever.
is just because I hold a coin, it's just a necessarily make it. I am holding it because
Your audio quality really crapped out. Just letting you know.
Can you hear my mic?
I could hear you, but B Roots cut out.
I said this on every Hexagon stream that I was on to, and I said all of my stakes. I've got stakes that for the next 15 years, they are all speculative. I've been saying that since day one. All speculative. You know why? I don't think crypto
Okay.
is going to be here in the next 8 years. But if I'm wrong, I'm still right. I'm a genius if I'm wrong, and I'm a genius if I'm right.
Yes,
It's
but
actually
how
pleasant now. It's
how
actually
can you?
pleasant now.
Can you guys take turns, please? Like debating. Like, can't.
All right. Well, I got cut off. I just want to. How
Go
could
on,
you have
Spicy.
No, just don't step all over each other.
MRI?
I hold. Listen.
MRI is an
Let me tell you
orchestrated.
why I still hold MRI and why I still hold Colt. If I
No, I
listen
don't
to
want to
you,
know.
listen. I'm explaining the reason. If I listen to you about SHIB went up, it went down to nearly zero, and then it literally pumped a 1 million X after that. That happens to coins all the time in crypto. So I don't
Yeah.
sit here and it's rugged. I'm gonna sell that fucking 1 penny and just I'm done and over. I just don't do that. And I've had multiple coins. It's not like I got lucky with SHIB. There are multiple coins I've done that with, and there are coins where I did your tactic and would sell it, and I would turn around the next
Prove
day
it.
and it'd be
Prove
up.
it. Prove it. Prove it. You're just
Why do I
very
gotta
good
prove to
selling
you?
yourself into
There's people in
me.
here that see my
But this is the
wallets.
point
There's
though with
people in
you.
here.
But this is the point.
There's people in here that have
You
seen my
love the
wallets.
sound of your voice. You very good salesperson. It's like, it's not my fault if this coin went down to the ground. I just talked about it, right? I have millions and millions of dollars. Bullshit. Prove it. Just because you wear a Versace or a Versace cap or like a little glass with diamonds. Prove it. This is the thing.
I don't
right?
have to prove to you. That's what you're saying. That's what you don't get.
No, but this is the point. Now you
No.
around this
Listen.
community. No.
There's
Let
100
me
people
finish.
in here. Why do I got proof to
I'll
you?
let you finish. No, I'll let you
Oh
finish.
wait.
Now you're acting very nice around the PulseChain community, right? Because if there is a new network on the
Alright.
there is a new meme. No, let me finish because now you don't gonna like what
Can
I'm
you
gonna
speed it
say
up a little
because
bit, though?
Yes, please, because you're just going in circles. Like just talk.
No, I just telling you the truth, and you just
So
want to think that
you're
I say
saying
that I'm
because
that. No,
you're
that's
saying
bullshit.
because PulseChain is coming out, that's the only reason. I'm just going to the next chain, right?
No, I know. I didn't say only that. I did say that as well. It's gonna be a new network that you and your friends can pump and dump in the PulseChain network, and that's just a reality because you did that I've been in this space.
I would ask you a question.
Probably what?
Have I ever transacted on Phantom?
How am I
Here we
fucking gonna
go.
Have I
know
ever?
what to
Oh,
do
have
on
I ever
Patreon?
transacted on Avalanche?
No, don't misleading what I was
Hold
saying.
on.
What
No,
I'm
no.
saying
You
is
just said because it's a new
change the
network.
action. No, no, that's not
That's
true.
what you just said.
Because now you're gonna do exactly the same pump and dump in the PulseChain ecosystem. And to be honest, I don't really like it. I think you're gonna use you and your friends the
Do
pump and
you
dump
know
thing that
what?
you
Do
did
you
with
know what a
all the
layer one
core.
is? I'm gonna ask you a simple question. Do you know what a layer one is?
Yeah, it's like Ethereum, bro. Just stop misleading the
All right, no,
discussion,
no,
man. You're
we're
very
having a
good debating.
conversation.
It's
Calm
not
down. He
gonna work
can't.
with me.
He can't even have a
I'm
conversation.
calling you out,
So you
which
think
means
you're saying
I'm calling
basically
you out.
because PulseChain is a new network, I am just going to bring people over there to pump and dump, and I do that with new networks. That's what you just said.
Not only that, but I will tell you more. I will tell you more. Like you did with all these projects that in the last not even a year, but you dump it with all your friends.
What?
You're gonna be doing exactly the same with other projects inside the PulseChain.
Bro, you sound.
100%.
I'm gonna use this word, and I'm sorry if anyone's offended, but you sound retarded as hell, bro.
Man, I sound retarded, but you sound like a scammer like
Because
hell.
well, number one, I'm gonna end it at this, and someone just popped up, and they'll probably prove everything I've been saying. So number one,
Yeah, sure.
there are people in here that track my wallets, so they know how much I have. Number one, they're literally in here right now. I'm looking at them. I know for a fact
Yeah,
that
I
they
have
know
a
my
big
wallet.
cock, bro.
You
I
ready
have
for
a
it? No,
big
no,
cock,
no.
sure.
Number two,
Yeah, you
every
have a
one
big
of my
cock, bro.
community knows that I only transact majorly on two chains. It's fucking Ethereum, and every now and then, maybe a handful of 5 projects
Huge.
total I've been in is BSC. So that will 1000% just prove your stupid, retarded, fucking point
Massive
wrong.
cock you have, bro. Huge.
Prove it
I
Hey
get
wrong.
it,
guys,
Okay.
man.
guys.
I
I,
get it.
If
I
if I could just interject like one for like 30 seconds.
so bad.
All right. So I know this guy, right? Or I know about him. There's a quote. There's a quote. Know your enemy and know yourself, and in 100 battles you'll never be defeated. If you're ignorant of your enemy and you know yourself, your chances of winning and losing are equal. My point in saying that is that you guys think you might know Moon King, but do you really know him? Have you been in his spaces? Have you gone into his YouTube channels? Have you listened to what they what he's done? Number one, he's a memist. New projects come in, they throw their stuff at him, and then him and his group, they let everybody know what they think of the project. If it's a good project, if it has stickiness, if it has this, if it has that. He also lets them know his strategies in trading these meme coins, these coins, right? That he brings up, these projects. He lets everybody know what he does. He lets everybody know that he buys into them and he pumps them up as much as possible, and that everybody knows, including him, around the 7th or 8th day, that all coins take a plunge. He says this to everybody. He tells everybody he pulls money out after the 8th day on every project that he's in. And he expects everybody else to do the same. If you do that, you're going to make money in the projects that he's in. I know this because I've tried it. I also know this because I've listened to the gentleman. Again, not in every project, and there's a lot of projects that have tanked. Most of the projects tank. He's not telling you that they're not going to tank. He actually comes out and says it. Listen, all of this shit is speculation, but I think that this one has stickiness. He gets a group of people together. They believe it has stickiness as well, and they pump it when it goes up. And he says after the 8th day, guys, take your profits out. Take profits out and let this bitch ride. Let the rest ride. And what happens, happens. Maybe the project does something, maybe it doesn't. He doesn't never make promises. He lets you know what it is. If you like it, you get in it with him, and a whole bunch of people get in it with him, and that's it. If you stick with it, great. If it doesn't do good, he still makes money because, like he says, and if you follow it, every project that goes live has a backing. Every project that goes live, people put money into it.
What a shit
And then
show.
after a while, they take their money out. And if it's a bullshit project, it dies. You can do as much homework as you want, but to call him a scammer, I think that's too far. I
Bro,
think that's too far because he opens it up
pump
from
and
the
dump.
rip.
You just described the pump and dump team.
Right. So whatever that is, but
Every
is that is
project,
that is
every
that a scammer?
project has a hype
Is that a
cycle,
scammer
bro.
though? Is that a scam?
Every project has what you call a hype cycle. Does it last through the hype
Exactly.
cycle? Yes or no? Hex is going to go through went through a hype cycle. Fucking Hedron went through it. Maxi went through it. Texan went through it. Any coin that any Hexagon made went through it. PulseChain's going to go through it. It's called a hype cycle. Every fucking coin goes through it. It's will it survive or not? And some coins do, some coins don't. So in that hype cycle, if you listen to me with Hedron, you would have sold that shit right on the day and got 10x more Hedron at the bottom. Listen and stop judging. That's all I gotta say.
And that's all I was saying too. I'm not defending B Roots. I'm not part of his team. I don't know the guy personally, but I try to always put myself in the other shoe, right? And see what this person really is about. Like, it's easy to say he's a scammer. It's easy to say that he's taking money from the community. It's easy to say all that off the backs of something you heard or something like that. But if you really study your enemy, if you really think that he's bad for the whole place, study him, know what he's about, and then really find out if he's a shit, if he's a POS or not. I think that just throwing those words out there, that hurts more than helps.
This is why I'm gonna tell you straight up. This is why they act the way they do. They sit here in these little spaces calls in their own little box 24/7 and really have no idea what's going on out there. You're blind as a fucking bat because you have no idea what's going on. So when they
Because you
hear
have a big
one
talk,
person,
bro.
when they hear
Yeah, we
one
got
person
it. We
complain,
got it. You know
when they
everything
hear
around.
one person complain about it, they chat in this little box called spaces calls, and they just talk amongst themselves and have no idea how to interact with the outsiders.
The
And
fact that
that's
these
why you act
spaces
the way
are
you act.
inexistent.
It's why
Well,
you
I
act
tell
the
you
way you
why
act.
these boxes are inexistent, right? I'll tell you this. When I went on YouTube and I saw all these influencers chilling and doing exactly what you do, I realized that one of the things that I should be doing is listening to a founder. Okay. And when you get into these founders and you get into someone that actually know his shit and is actually creating coins, you start to understand to not literally listen to people that all get paid to shill or is promoting a pump and dump or is doing something that is actually better for someone else. For you, it's easy to say that Hex, but Hex after the sacrifice of PulseChain went up and then dump it. Yeah, but the whole market dump it. So
that's not true. It went up. It went opposite the
it's
market.
not true.
See, bro, you don't even know. This thing is, I know crypto. I've been in this shit since 2013. And I could probably tell you every event that happened by memory. I have that kind of memory.
Time in the market.
Listen,
that's what I
you ready for this? Hex was going up while the market was dumping. So how does that make sense that they were going together? It wasn't going together. Look at the charts. You don't look at any other charts but the Hex chart, so you wouldn't even fucking know.
Look, the thing is that we were talking about earlier. It's like
the Hex was a pump and dump in August of 2021. Yeah, it was.
Yeah, well, no, what we were talking about here earlier is that people like you love to promote pump and dumps when these boxes that you call are created.
No, I love to make money. I'll tell you straight up, I love to make money.
And people to be on board, they need to speak with people that talk about real projects. Like
that's your opinion. That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
No, that's not my opinion. That's the reality because I see you talking about projects that just went to doom since I actually heard about you, and then I had to block you because it was just a shit show. For what the other guy Hexagon was talking about, it's just a dump and dump promotion. That's all it is. And
That's
you've
your
been
opinion.
doing this. You've
That's
been
your
doing this for
opinion.
so very long time.
I
And
know.
to
I
be
know a
honest,
lot of
some
coins. You ready for
people
this?
that
I
are
know a lot of
very
coins that
naked,
are up
but you don't like to
300x.
hear it. You
I
always
know. I
cut me
know
off
coins that
because you
are.
don't like to hear it. You don't
I
like to hear
know
it. You cut me
coins.
off.
I know coins since January that's up
And you pump and
100x.
dump it.
And 100x. No, you ready for this? And still sitting at 100x. So for
Oh, no,
someone who
thank
wants
you.
to make money, you ready for this? For someone who wants to
No,
make
thank
money,
you.
would they rather be in Hex or would they rather be in that coin? I'm not even going to mention the coin. I'm just
I tell
saying
you
that
this.
coin
I
right
tell you
now,
this.
from
I
the
tell you this
beginning
though.
since January, is up 100x. So I want
I
to ask
answer
you a
to
simple
you.
question. For that coin that people just want to make money, and that's all they want to do is make money, would they rather be in the coin that's up 100x or would they rather be in the coin that's up, what, 3x since the bottom, since January?
Look, for
Simple
someone that wants to
question.
make money, they want to be at least in the coin with someone that delivers true value.
No.
Yes, it's
You're
true.
wrong. You're
You
wrong.
will never like you're trying to act like Richard Hart,
You
but
know why I
hey,
know you're
Hex,
wrong?
you're
Because
not.
you know why I know you're wrong? Because there's 40,000 people that agree with me, and there's probably like 200 that agree with you, and that's your follower count. That's why. So the gentleman
But
asked me, how
see,
do I
this is how
grab so many
small you
followers?
are.
The
This is how
gentleman asked me,
small
how
you
do
are.
I
This
grab,
is how small you are. You
in
have no more
ending, in
argument.
ending,
You have
in
no more
ending.
argument. You're trying to attack me
To
based on my
conclude,
followers.
to
I'm
conclude,
not
the
I'm
gentleman
not here
asked
to
me,
acquire
how do I
followers.
get more
I'm not here
followers?
to acquire
And
followers.
my response
You know
was,
why is the reason I'm on Twitter? You know why? It's because I just want to get news from Richard Hart, from
okay,
PulseChain,
that's
from
fine.
PulseX,
I'm
from
happy
Hex.
for you. I'm happy
That's
for you.
it. So don't come
Congratulations.
and attack me because I don't have followers.
No,
I'm not a
no, no, no.
clown like you
The
do. That's
original
the fact.
question was, I'm going back to the beginning. That's all I'm doing. You know,
You
things
keep
that
you
comedians.
keep changing when you put you down.
No,
That's
no.
it.
The
You're
point
not
I'm
gonna win
making
this
is
argument, dude.
the point I'm making is there are about 40,000 people. I would probably say realistically maybe 30,000 people out of that
Prove it. They're
40,000.
probably all bullshit.
Listen, and you'll learn. There's
Well,
about
I don't have nothing
30,000
to
of the
learn. No,
40,000
see,
people
I
that
got nothing to
agrees
learn.
with
This is how
me
you
and my
speak to me.
philosophy.
I have nothing to learn from
So
you,
They
sir.
agree with me and my
And you're a
philosophy.
very
That
good
means I
could
bring
spokesperson.
value.
And
I
could I
bring
just add one
value.
thing?
Yeah, you bring value, sure, bro.
To them, I bring value. That's all I mean. So
Could I just
B Roots.
that's how it
Before
goes.
Good,
you,
bro.
hey, before you disconnect, man, we need you to shield the shit out of Hex right now. Just shield.
The point
Hey,
I'm making
hey,
is
whoever
that's
said
how
that,
you
man.
gain more value. You get more followers
Exactly.
when you gain value.
could I
That's
just
simple.
add
Well,
one thing?
so
I never got to.
B-Roots, when
Is my
PulseChain
mic
comes
wrecked?
out, shield the shit out of it, alright? You got me?
Can you guys hear my mic?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yes.
I can hear you.
I just wanted to add one thing because I never actually got to make my rebuttal about like the MRI new Rogan coin. So just from from an outsider, when I look into a project like BitConnect or MRI or whatever it is, I think, okay, so these guys kind of lied a little bit. Joe Rogan was never involved, and it's a scam, like a con. And I'm sure you got conned, and I'm sure everybody lost money with them. But I would just say that your follower count is not relevant to whether or not you maybe accidentally shilled a con and inadvertently conned your followers out of money because people lost money in that con scheme. And I just would say to everyone listening that this is a phenomenal example of how con artists gain confidence and extract money from you is they develop a sense of importance and dignity and they get themselves onto a pedestal with a huge follower count and millions of dollars that they stole from people, and they wield that to leverage you into giving up your money. So I do respect B Roots, your experience in the game and your opinions about a lot of things, but I also would warn people to be very careful investing in anything that you recommend that they invest in. And Hex is not like the others. It's not a scam, and it will be here. And time will tell. We'll see. So applause.
Yeah, well, Hexen, let me just chime in because I've been listening to everything, and
specific to MRI that you just brought up, you made a couple assertions there that are just patently false. From the beginning, they never said that Joe Rogan is involved. Everyone knew that he was not involved, and that they were going to try and see if they could get him to be involved. So you have to pay attention to the detail and the nuance of the summary of the story of a thing. You can't just out of whole cloth invent your own narrative. Okay? They never from the beginning said Joe Rogan's a part of this thing and that's why we're all going to jump in. It was always, this is a great meme. This is a great story. We're helping the fighters. Joe Rogan has a massive following. He's in the UFC. Let's see if we can help the UFC and make something of this. And they tried to make something of it. They're continuing. They pivoted. They've started their own fight promotion company, the whole 9 yards. Now, it's like what B Root says. 99% of everything out here that people are trying to build, very similar to the .com bubble, because 98% of all the .com shit died and collapsed. It's the same thing. It's the .com bubble / blockchain all over again, right? So pick your poison. Every time we go to Vegas, all the Hexicans get together. We all go to Vegas. Everybody's fucking in there gambling. Okay? I can't go and tell my Hexican brother here at the crap tables or my Hexican brother there, throwing the dice, what to do with his money. But at the end of the day, all you can do is learn strategy within the categories that you're putting yourself in, that you are volitionally out of your own free will choosing to put yourself in. No one is forcing anyone to go into Bitcoin or Ethereum or enter the meme coin space, right? No one's forcing anybody to do any of these swaps. They're volitionally choosing to do them. So we all need to learn that PulseChain is going to be a massive layer one with the casino on it as well. Are we going to have these discussions when there's shit tons of the casino on PulseChain and every single one of you are benefiting from the volume of that? Now, there is a genre of people that don't give a shit about Hex. There's a genre of people that don't give a shit about anything outside of just making money for their families. They don't need to marry and worship a specific PRC20 token, right? So we can point the finger. We can say this person's good and this person's bad, or this person's a scammer, this person's a pump and dumper, or whatever. But you do have to pay attention to the nuance of what actually is happening, of what actually is being said, what actually is being promoted, what actually strategies are being taught. Whether you want to apply them, enter those categories or not is up to you. But why do we need to be calling each other pump and dumpers and this, that, and the other thing? No one entered Ordinal Doge because they were forced to enter Ordinal Doge, and it skyrockets, or Optimus, and it goes to a $50 million market cap and sells down to a $15 million market cap, or Dodeca, or look at all the fucking sacrifices from within our own community. Even while PulseChain, even while Richard Hart sacrifices were going on, our own community has been throwing fucking shitloads, selling Hex to go into all kinds of sacrifices, none of which have a guarantee of doing anything, none of which have a guarantee of being successful. So we've got to adjust how we interact with each other when we're calling each other these things. We're saying you're this and you're that and you're, look, we all need to back up and realize PulseChain's coming. All these things are coming. And I can tell you, people like B Roots, a whale in the system. He does, whether you like it or not, bring thousands and thousands and thousands of new users to it.
Well,
Is that because
Hey Mando, can I ask? Hey Mando, can I ask you something? Out of all the ERC20 tokens, how many of those are probably scams? What's the percentage on that?
Oh, over 90%.
Exactly, and they're all coming to PulseChain, guys. They're all going to be on PulseChain.
well, here's the thing, but you gotta be fair when you say scams, because scams are considered rug pulls.
Yes,
Rug
yes, I
pulls
would
is
agree.
liquidity being taken out of you. If
Correct.
a coin goes to zero, but the liquidity is still there, there was zero rug pulls. Unless, you ready for this? Unless the team had majority of the tokens and they used those tokens to freaking sell. But you should be able to track that and follow that to call that
No,
a
you're
scam.
right. So I should have worded it properly. I should have worded
Yeah,
probably
it's not a
trashy
scam.
or
A lot
scammy.
of
Yeah. It's a lot of them, guys.
a,
The point is, there's a lot of them coming over on PulseChain, and whether we like it or not, they're gonna be in that environment, and we want them there because we're gonna get those fees. So, yeah.
and let me tell you, I was there as an admin because I was a main admin for Hex and PulseChain and PulseX, and we sat in there, me and Walrus and Papa and all. We were doing all the work. We were doing everything to help everybody come in during the sacrifice. We watched them pump and dump Hex twice. We watched our own community people, doing the same thing. Either they were trying to swing trade Hex and they wrote it up and dumped it, or they sacrificed it at 17 cents and sacrificed the value for pulse points.
Yes. So
It
let me
is
just.
hypocritical if you're in crypto, unless you are just this one trick pony kind of a person, to call other people out because they do want to partake in the casino. Blockchain has a casino category. If you don't want to go to Las Vegas, don't. But you don't got to bitch people out who do.
Hey Nando, are you saying this because Moon Rag is your mate? Is that why you're defending him?
You know what? You're the way that you interact verbally with individuals is not productive.
Answer the question though.
I don't have to answer shit. I don't have to answer shit to you, bro.
There you go. So this you prove my point, right? You're proving my point here.
I am not proving anything. You when you make your points, they're invalid because you have no understanding of what's going on.
I do understand who you are.
You don't bring anybody into our PulseChain ecosystem. You didn't do the work. You didn't put in hundreds of thousands of hours.
I'm just here to call you guys out. That's
I want to.
Okay?
What did you do?
I do want to add something. Mando, you made.
Bro. It's okay. You guys are made. I know who you guys are. It's fine. Okay.
You haven't done anything. You haven't done. You said to yourself, you're only here just to look at Richard Hart news. So why are you in here talking right now?
No. I'm not here just to look at Richard Hart cock.
You said you created this Twitter just for that.
It's okay.
Hey, Roots,
your words, not mine.
Hey, Roots, stop with the needling. Try and have a mature conversation, man. Please.
Exactly. This is what he does, right? When he finds someone that actually brings proof to him, and he's trying to put down other people, just you don't have any followers, man.
Also, Roots.
No, Hexlantis. The reason why I said that.
No, Roots. Can you please back off your mic too? You're peaking really badly. It's just hard to
I'm getting stuff done to my body. That's why.
It's cool. No. We want to hear we want to hear it all, but no. There's a lot of peaking, and let's just try and keep a mature conversation here.
Sure.
For better or for
You're
worse.
Absolutely right. So one of the things that I want to say, because you guys have a massive responsibility, all right, to pretty much a newbie, when he gets in an ecosystem, give him the right information. You talk about gambling and stuff, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people, they don't want to gamble, right? They literally would like to make genuine money in crypto for the long run. And it's for you is the right position is to give the right information to newbies. I'm pretty sure you got whatever you think. I got a lot of followers. So, okay, great, mate. But the fact is a lot. I noticed it. That is a lot of newbies that go onto YouTube, into your channel, and get literally dragged out from your information. That's really the fact that I really would hate to see that. into Richard Hart projects in the PulseChain. It's gonna happen 100%. Sure, you're absolutely right about that. But how can we minimize that? How can you have to explain me that, because I'm
Exactly.
not seeing it from you and this is the fact what I learned from Richard Hart. Like, don't, like, I think it's Jim Rad say that. No, not Jim Rad. Follow someone that actually have a real name, that actually create a coin or create a project, instead of listening to someone that is a sales person. That's all it is.
Walrus.
Yeah, I think one of the things that cause a lot of this tension is, in general, most of the Hex community looks at Hex as like very much a cultural thing, and they're extremely heavy in just Hex, or vast majority in Hex. And so when they look at someone making another call about XYZ project, their vision is moving into that the way they would in Hex. And so the vast majority of other players, or a lot of other communities, they're not as like isometric. So if XYZ says, hey, this thing is going to moon, or any variation of that type of thing, right? They're not saying that like they just moved every dollar they had and financed their house into it, the way, again, in an exaggerated form that we see in Hex. So I think sometimes there's just the disconnect between just methodology, between I believe in this thing in my soul, essentially, and it's such a part of like culture and example and how in the community side of it, versus people taking shots on things that have like tremendous upside. And I think a huge part of it is where other players that have like a really broad portfolio and look at all different things, or the meme coin vibe that you get from, like, you know, MoonKing looks at all kinds of things. Their idea is, hey, I got 1% here, 2%, 5% on a handful of plays, knowing that some will fail, where most Hexicans just, you know, again, they're 100% committed to one thing. And so when they see one of these things fail, in their minds, they're like, I would have had every dollar there. And I think that causes a huge part of the disconnect in the beginning, that mentality between over assertion in one versus essentially looking at this thing much more as a spread.
But this is the thing, right? The well say, because for instance, now they say, oh, Hex dump and then pump and then dump again. Well, to be honest, I don't feel 100% scammed by Richard Hart. To be honest, he has gave me so much information that I don't have to discuss with this guy over here, and I don't feel like Hex is the same 99.9% of the other scam. No, it isn't. It isn't. You can just see the chart, for example.
So in general, honestly, do you think that MoonKing is a stupid person?
No, I don't. I think he's very smart, and he's a very good salesperson. And I think he's smart, and he's one of those things like time the market, right? I think the longer you spend in the market, the more you learn. And I think, you know, I consider him one of the type of the guy that you want to learn how to identify exit liquidity or pump and dump. I think this guy is a learn curve. There could be a good learn curve, but I don't think he's stupid. No.
So in general, I just try to recommend that whenever we hear smart people disagree with us, that we take that into account and not as nearly as dismissive as we tend to be sometimes.
Well, okay, Mando, so you kind of scolded me for like my abrupt like terminology or whatever, and I don't disagree with you. I've been accused of being too aggressive, and they're right. But so for me, I'm kind of like, especially feeling this kind of way about this topic, I don't really understand where we're expected to draw the line between a scam or a heist and something that maybe just didn't pan out. Because I see certain things as an attempt at theft, not just something that didn't really pan out. So where do you draw the line?
Yeah, so with MRI, right? Is the team still working? Are they still there? Did they pivot to actually a company because they saw that what they were trying to do didn't work, because the UFC and crypto.com basically just shut them down and then basically just started paying the fighters in crypto after they actually did something very great for the UFC fighters, in that they forced the hand of the UFC to look at what they're paying their own fighters. Now they have their own fight promotion going on. Are they a scam, like you said?
Yes.
How?
They had a huge advertisement campaign, and the project was a flop. It was a fork of a flop coin. It ended up taking their, like, stealing users' money, and then the MRI token, after a huge advertisement campaign, the founders sold out. The token went straight to shit forever, and now it's just going to vibrate down to an infinite zero.
That's not what happened.
Couldn't be any more wrong.
You see, that's what I mean. That's not what happened, man. It matters that when you think about something and you open your mouth to talk about something, it actually matters. There are people behind these things. And just like with Hex, just like with everybody that says that, all of us Hexicans who have been here since day one, and we've been fighting a good fight with Richard this whole time, and the people who were willing to put a lot of money into a black hole because we trusted in the movement that we've got going on, right? There are people that are trying to build things. They have ideas, right? Those ideas, the large majority of them are not going to pan out, right? But we understand it's a very volatile space. Now, what's the difference between a scam and something that didn't pan out? The difference is, did they literally just rug all the liquidity? Did they just exit scams by putting some bug in the code and, oh, we got hacked, and just lie to everybody, and that's a scam.
That's exactly what happened with MRI. The developers rugged the liquidity.
Wrong. MFC is a different coin because it's completely different. You need to do some research, bro. You really do.
But okay, so and that's what I'm saying. Like, I need to do some research. I don't want to do research. I don't want to get research.
So
well, then you don't have the right to speak about something.
But
why should you have the right to speak about something and you're not willing to actually know what the fuck you're talking about, man?
I mean, I glanced at it, and now I looked at the chart just now. It's gone straight down to infinity. Everybody lost 100% of the money they invested.
Because it is a different name. It's called MFC now because it's their own fight promotion. You're wrong.
All right, well, I agree that I'm probably wrong. So there you go. But I'm not sorry.
So I agree with what you're saying from one vantage point, but from the other vantage point, all I'm contending for, guys, is we can't just be so lackadaisical with what we're saying to other people about things. If we're not actually involved, if we don't actually know the nuances of what's going on, then we really don't have a right to just look at a chart and determine that somebody scammed somebody. When 98% of all of the freaking companies in the .com bubble all did the same damn thing. Most of them were probably trying to do something, but it was just a very volatile environment at the time. Now, there's a shitload of scams. There's a shitload of pump and dumps. Literally just exit liquidity. We all know that, right? So I'm just saying, guys, let's just be more conscientious about when we've got community members that have a lot of money and a lot of time invested in Hex, in PulseChain, in PulseX. We're in the trenches together. Let's just be careful about what we're saying about each other. Like, we're trying to build an ecosystem together here. A kingdom divided against itself cannot stand. I mean, and when you look now, for the people who talk about B Roots, for example, have you taken his course? Have you taken the law of meme coins? Have you even looked at how that works and look at the charts and how that works? Probably not.
Yes, I have, but yeah, I definitely hear what you're saying, though.
Right. So if people look at that and they actually take that hour-and-a-half long course and they say, you know what, I do want to try to make some money because I need to actually pay my bills right now. I can't wait till the top of the next Bitcoin cycle. How can I make money in crypto Well, I'm ready to. I'm willing to enter this category to see if I can make some shorter term money. Right now, you can hate on people for wanting to make money shorter term and not just putting everything into Hex and staking it. But I don't think we should be doing that. I don't think that we should be judging anybody for making their own choices. We should just be making sure that people aren't getting scammed by frivolous rug pullers and shit like that, right? We want to completely get rid of those types of people from our community. Like when I came in, you guys were talking about some individuals that have been doing stuff like that. But man, if B Roots goes into a meme coin, or somebody goes into a meme coin or something and he tweets it out, and that's what he likes, he thinks, oh, I think this has a narrative, I think this might do something, right? You can't just say he's a this or he's a that. People are trying to make money. They're looking for the next SHIB. They're looking for the next big thing, right? So I just don't think we can fault people for trying to find the next big thing and applying strategies on how to not get wrecked if they're going to enter into a volatile space like that. We need to because all of this is going to be on PulseChain. All of this is going to be on PulseChain. Pulse holders are going to benefit from all of this. And we can't just proselytize a Hex only or you are the devil environment, because that's not going to bring people over to the chain.
Definitely. And
I can give a quick analogy of what it's like, just so you kind of see from the outside looking in. What if I said that all blonde-haired, blue-eyed people were Nazis?
Not quite right.
You would disagree with that. Now, during World War II, what if I said all blonde-haired, blue-eyed people were Nazis?
It's not quite right.
Exactly my point. So if you get to know somebody, you might find some information to that person. Or maybe if I'm Jewish during World War II, and if I sat there and turned away from every single blonde-haired, blue-eyed person, one of those blonde-haired, blue-eyed people would have a hideaway to hide the Jewish person into their room, so the Nazis would go right past them. But because you judge without knowing, you therefore lost your life. So that's like a perfect analogy of learn and see, do your research before you judge somebody. Because I've heard multiple times in the time that I had this muted where I just really wanted to jump in, like, this guy has no idea what they're talking about. For example, MRI had zero idea what you're talking about. No idea what you're talking about, but you were judging. You looked at a chart and you said, this thing rugged and scammed everybody, blah, 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 blah. Meanwhile, it could be another chart just going to the moon. But you had no idea because you did zero research. So what I'm saying is, before you judge anybody, I don't care if it's just me or anyone in life, let this be a life lesson. Before you judge anybody, learn about them first.
Okay, so that's going directly back to my earlier question, which I believe is the crux of the issue. How do we develop an immune system to keep the viruses out? Because there are viruses. You know that. Maybe I'm wrong about MRI, but there are viruses.
You're trying to save the world. How do you keep those viruses out of Ethereum? Can you? Why all of a sudden you want to keep the virus out of PulseChain because you're invested in it? Why are you trying to keep it out of Ethereum?
Maybe not out of, it's not that I want to keep viruses off PulseChain. I want to keep the viruses out of this room, out of my friend group. I don't want to watch people get wrecked in Dodeca again.
What if that person went to the moon on Dodeca?
Dodeca was a scam. It was fake.
No. What I'm saying is, what if that person, like, for example, let's just say, what's that one coin that, Squid Game. Everybody knows Squid Game. So let's say Squid Game wasn't a honeypot, but everyone had the ability to get out. What if your friend made a 10,000x in 3 days and got out and pulled out and changed his life? What would you say to that? What would you say to your friend?
I would say congratulations. I need something. I need security. I need a project that I can invest long term in, and I can continue to DCA into that project and find a safer, more stable way to make money. And that's why I keep saying I think Hex is the lightning in the
Okay,
bottle. I think Richard Hart is the wizard with the magic, and his systems are much safer and more effective long term than maybe some of your techniques that you use.
So I'm going to give why I talk the way I talk, and I just want to just give you some background because you probably haven't watched the Laws of Meme Coins before I kind of go into that. So I believe, and you're going to disagree with this 1,000%, and this might change the subject of the conversation. Maybe we need to change the subject of the conversation, but I'm going around this way. You believe that because Hex finished the one full cycle at a 10,000x, that it's safer, that it's the best thing in the world. So, in my opinion, and this goes in the Laws of Meme Coins, if you watch this video, I go way in depth in this. That does not make Hex the next best thing. There are many coins in the history of crypto, since I've been here since 2013, longer than many of you guys in here, that had one cycle coins and got just as many X's as 10,000X, and in the second cycle disappear. That simple. So when you say, I'm looking for something safe, I'm looking for something great, congratulations, you survived one cycle. And I agree with that. Good job, Richard. Like, you made a coin. It's badass. It does what it says it's going to do. Congratulations. But there are about 20,000 other coins that literally did the exact same thing. And every cycle, coins get replaced. I can give you 6 coins since the beginning of crypto. The beginning, since 2009 when Bitcoin first came out. I can give you 6 coins that remained in the top 20 more than one cycle. Out of 25,000 fucking coins, I'm giving you 6. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Dogecoin, XRP, Cardano, BNB. I may be missing a few others, but that's it. Everything else goes in the top 10 and goes out. So with your mindset, which is a completely fine mindset, I'm not doubting your mindset because there's different type of investors. This whole space is speculative. This whole space is risky. But within this space, there are large caps, medium caps, small caps, pink slips. Where did I get that from? I got that from the fucking traditional market. But guess what? People day trade the stock market too. They day trade pink slips, they day trade small caps, they day trade medium caps, and they do the exact same thing that crypto does. But you want something very safe. That's what you were taught. That's what you were marketed. That's what you like. That is okay. I tell my brother to only buy Hex. Why? Because he does not want to mess with other coins. He did not want to sacrifice the PulseChain because he says, I just want something chill. I want something safe. Cool. Here's Hex to you. But I don't want that. That's not what I do. And there are thousands of other people in this whole market that doesn't want that either. They don't want just one little thing to do that. So when you say, how do I keep you out of here? You don't need to be saying that unless you want to create a room that says Hex Maxis only. We will not talk about any other coin. We'll block you out. But here's the thing. You cannot be a supporter of PulseChain and talk that way. You can, but you're going to sound like a freaking idiot.
Well, Moon King, really, it really just comes down to people just wanting to listen to Richard, right? Like, people, it's easier just to listen to Richard and not to research things. And I totally agree with Moon King. Like, if you bought BNB when it came out, you were retired forever. If you bought Solana when it came out, you're retired forever. If you bought ADA when it came out, you're retired forever. But Richard says they're shit. So everyone that comes in here and talks about them is just going to say they're shit. And that's the truth.
Well, I bought all those when they came out, and I made a ton of money. But I followed Moon King's strategy, and I didn't hold for long term. I didn't do the years and the time in the market. And it's not that I think Hex is the best thing since sliced bread. I think Richard Hart is a fucking god level genius, and his system, Hex, and the strategies that go around that are the thing that are providing you safety and
And I
security.
agree.
And
I agree. But like, why did Richard create PulseChain? Because he created something on Ethereum that would break because of gas fees.
well, and Ethereum's fundamentally broken, and I think
Well, so
Hex solved a particular
That would
issue.
make
And
Hex particularly
yes,
broken too.
exactly. So that Hexen, Richard's only a man. Yes, of course, Richard is a genius when it comes to this stuff, but he's just a man, and he has to play the game too. And his game was, I better get these guys to buy into PulseChain because Hex is broken on Ethereum for the average user.
What I'm saying is there's nothing wrong with what you do, but what I'm also saying is there's nothing wrong with what I do either.
And that's where we disagree a little bit, because I think that, like, we're not out here preaching buy Hex. Like,
Do
we're
you
not
have a
out
do you
here.
have a do you have a 401k?
I don't. That. Yeah. Okay. So the point
No,
is,
what I'm saying is, do you know what your 401k is invested in right now? You sound young, so I want to make sure I'm in the right path. You don't sound like you're 60, 70, 80 years old and looking for something
I'm your
safe.
age.
You're
I'm your age,
you ready
but
for
I'm a
this?
nerd.
You're looking for something that's going to grow in value, growth stocks, because you're young and you can take those risks. You know what that is? That's a fucking meme coin. That's a coin that's in the top 400 of crypto. So I'm giving you an analogy of what majority of our 401ks, if you're under the age of 40, you probably should be in growth stocks. There is a lot of risk to growth stocks. So when you say, I only want to invest in Shell and make a little dividend, and I just want to invest in that one little freaking coin, that's the analogy that you're making right now. You're basically saying, I'm 25 years old and I only want to invest in all my money that I make into Shell, into this one coin. But that's not how it's been working over the years. People have been putting heavy money into risky assets, waiting for one to go up in value, and that kills it for their portfolio. Oh, that's called a 401k. Same thing. I'm doing the exact same thing. Instead of me putting my bunch of coins and all in the Hex and doing that one little shell stock that Warren Buffett style of just what, and that's even Warren Buffett even does it. Fucking the best investor in all of freaking the world has done it that way. Find value in other stocks and other coins that will go up in value over the time. But for 401ks, it is literally growth stocks. And then once you get to a certain age, retirement, you want to lower it down into like a savings, something very safe. Sounds like Hex. Kind of like a savings account of crypto. That's how I look at it. You say I'm
And when you get the gains, Hex, from riskier plays, do you not think the individuals that are partaking in kind of the things that you're saying you wouldn't are not taking a large percentage of those gains and going straight over to the Hex ETH pair and swapping into Hex?
Yeah, that's the goal.
So I couldn't do that if I just have everything in Hex or everything in this very safe genre of investment, because I never see the 10, 20, 30, 100,000 X. So I can't go and put it over into another new Hex stake because I never have the opportunity to make it, man.
Laws of Bitcoin. Should watch the video.
And I'm going to tell you, here's the funny piece. I know this for a fact, that a large majority of Hex purchases are coming from the people participating and operating in that genre of crypto. And then they want the safer asset. After they lock in those gains, give me another Hex stake. Lock in those gains, give me another Hex stake. It's pumping. It's bringing new people into the ecosystem. It's keeping Hex healthy. So it's not just new money coming in to buy Hex. It's people participating in the entirety of the industry and coming over and locking in those gains with Hex. And as a matter of fact, in the law of meme coins, that's what B has taught everybody to do. He uses Hex as his savings account.
Laws of meme coins. You should watch it.
So, and that's kind of, again, at the crux of the issue. Like, this is a strategy to make money. And don't get me wrong. I've been down the day trading road. I've been at my computer 18 hours a day for years and years, trying to make money, trying to lose money. And I think what Richard Hart's philosophy really gets at is that you can day trade in crypto. You can make a ton of money. However, you're probably going to lose your ass and get fucked. And it may not be for everyone. And if you say that to everyone, go trade, bring your profits into Hex, most people are going to lose everything that they took and gambled at
Do you
like
think
the
there will
markets,
be?
you know?
Do you think there will be world peace one day?
I think the nukes are going to hit.
What I'm trying to point is you can't save everybody, so stop trying. And that's a message to Richard Hart too. You're not going to save everybody.
And here's the thing too, man. Like, there is only, in reality, like a very small subset of Hexicans that are actually holding to your mindset. That's just the truth. There's only a small subset of, I'm only ever going to deal with a Richard Hart thing, and I'm never going to venture out to make money in another thing. It's a very small subset of a subset, right? And I respect it 1,000%. Because you don't want to sit there at your screen. You don't want to sit there worrying about, am I going to get rug pulled or am I going to get that? I totally respect it. But for the people who do want to make those quicker gains, to buy that car for their wife or to pay for that education for their son at college, and they don't have a 15-year time horizon, and when they do get gains, they want to put it into something like Hex, which is just a game changer product. I'm just saying that we have to be open to allowing the people within our community to like what they like, to be what they want to be, without hating on everybody all the fucking time. You know, it's just not, it's problematic.
But they're just setting the tone. I mean, Richard sets the tone, right? Like, Richard sets the tone. Richard wants them to act like this. You know, Richard wants them to be maximalists. And he's going to Richard's very good with, marketing this stuff for certain guys. I only talk about things in certain contexts with certain people now because, frankly, everyone just blocks me if I even mention something. It's like, okay, I might as well just talk to my bros about this, like in a telegram, because I just mentioned the word and they're like, Richard said this is a scam. Oh my God. And I'm like, all right, Tony the Tiger, somebody fucking boot him.
Man, nobody has
Hey,
to.
co-host.
I just want to say I agree with everything that
Not you,
said.
not boot you. I meant boot the guy making noise. God damn it, guys. Jesus Christ.
Hey, Lo, did you have something to say?
Thank you. I just wanted to say I agree with everything that was just said in here. I've said that many of times. There's other ways to, make money. People have different strategies. Long term, you can't just transfer that over to like short, day trading or whatever. Like, there's different strategies. So I agree with everything. You guys are really dropping some like hardcore alpha, and I really appreciate that. That has been my thing from the very beginning.
Another thing is I love when like a lot of these people will be like, pro liquid loans. We love liquid loans. Oh, please day trade and pump up the price of PulseChain, but we love liquid loans so
Listen,
much.
it doesn't work that way. There's day trade.
Like, what?
Wait, Tony.
You're really gonna give Jeremiah a microphone?
Tony
keeps
the
popping up.
Tiger.
All right.
Tony
Jeremiah,
the
think he drugs everybody in your community?
All right, man. Tony, man. Jeremiah, what do you have to say for yourself?
So
People are
Yeah,
very
Tony,
upset here.
Tony,
you
you're
know,
on the hot seat right
you
now.
know.
I mean, come on,
At the
this is
end of the
unavoidable.
day, I mean, come on.
Yo, so let me just finish what I was saying. Like, as a crypto investor, there's people that day trade, which is far different than what we consider, being a long-term investor. Day trading, you're day trading. Okay. It's not,
That is some funny shit, man.
see, this is what I'm
It's
saying.
Yo,
It's
hilarious.
so hard to talk to
wait,
you.
hold
You're
on.
a
I
joke,
want to stay
bro.
on
You're a
topic for
joke.
1 second. Hold on.
You're a thief.
Hold on 1 second.
Who who
So,
who is being talked to? Like what the hell's going on?
so Tony the Tiger is the Safe Moon guy,
He's
and
the one from
as we
Facebook coming
know,
in here. They give him a fucking mic. I don't know why.
all the liquidity from Safe Moon was got hacked. Hey, look,
And
do
it's gonna,
you want to comment
yeah,
on
sure.
this?
And it's going to be back. So, again,
Hey, Tony.
it doesn't matter if it was
Hey,
Binance.
Tony, I got a question for you.
I see. That's the thing. Somebody, hold on 1 second.
Did you lose money, or you made people lose money?
Somebody asked me to do something. So when I tried to respond, someone else would jump in and ask a question. And then that person says nothing. Like, let me get the one question at a time and I'll be happy to answer it. But I'm just simply saying what these guys are telling you, they're absolutely, yeah, they're absolutely right what these guys are telling you.
Uncle Fred,
I
can you
mean,
throw me a towel?
so yeah.
Yeah. So, did you lose money, or you made people lose money? Can you answer my question now?
Am I rugged? I'm trying to figure this out right now.
Mic for me, so I can't answer your question.
I would like a co-host position.
And now they want to kick me out. Okay, so you have a community that goes through a huge problem, and then you.
No, Tony, answer my question. Did you lose money, or you made people lose money? That's what I want to hear. Are you part
No,
of this scam, or you're?
Safe Moon again made it completely clear. Okay, everybody will be uh uh I won't even say this, but restored. Okay, and the money and everything, all their money is always it's insured anyway. But all their money,
My brother, answer the
I
simple
can't.
question.
No,
Did you lose
I
money, or you
don't know.
made people lose money?
I'm not worried about it having to check my wallet. To be honest with you, because I know these people. They're going to take care of everyone. And then guess what?
So you lost money.
Trading and buying is going to continue. Plain and
Did you
simple,
lose
bro.
money? Why don't you just answer yes or no question? Did
I
you lose
said,
money?
as far as I know, listen. Listen, no, my tokens are still there, most likely in my wallet. I just haven't checked.
What you don't? Did you sell before the liquidity
Of course not. For what?
exploit? Good
No.
for you. That's what I want to hear.
Yeah,
Good
for what?
you. Good for you. And I hope you lose every goddamn money you invested in SafeMoon because your
Okay.
dumbass wouldn't listen.
Can I tell you something?
Yes.
Can I
Let
tell
me
you
tell
something?
you, how is
There was
this a
the
coincidence?
There was the
Is this a
export.
coincidence?
You're
Even
wrong.
Moonking
You're
that is
just
here
absolutely wrong. You're absolutely
even
wrong.
told your ass.
Man, what a joke.
So let me ask you something. Do you think all
You
their
know
money
how
was in
many
Bitcoin?
times this have happened to SafeMoon?
Bro, no, it never had. What are you talking about? This
How
what I'm
many
saying.
versions do you guys have?
Okay, so prove it to me. 700,000. 700,000
You
investors.
are still, I would be pissed off if I were you. You are
So,
still defending a piece of shit.
so you're wrong. It was $8.9 million in the liquidity, but it's a whole lot more money in the treasury.
Exploit is somebody pulled that money out. Somebody
So
got rich over you. So that's a definition
the
of
money
a
is coming back.
scam.
Listen, the money is coming back. Doesn't matter. Listen, at the end of the day, it was a whole lot more money in the treasury. They got a little small part of the money. They ceased trading, and that money's coming back. You don't understand how things work. You love to say, "Oh,
No,
look at
you
you, I
do
was right."
not understand how things
All
work.
right.
And you're
So
still sitting down here defending a fucking scam. You are, I don't know what to call you. I don't want to be personal, but dude, get off that freaking and listen and learn.
All right, guys, I took Tony. I took Tony out.
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. These even Tony made freaking Hexagon set up a freaking group called Pure Blood. Pure, is it Pure Blood? That's how pissed off they were. Allowing this guy come in here to even freaking speak. I don't give a shit if he's shilling or not. Everybody fucking knows Safe Moon.
We should bring Joker back.
No.
All right. Okay.
No.
Okay. Jesus Christ. All right. So where were we? Now I'm interested in watching the Law of Meme Coins, not because I know what he's talking about, but I like MoonKing, and I want to watch that video. Is that a new video, MoonKing, or is that a series?
That's been a video for a long time, and that's the funny thing. A lot of people don't realize
Oh, I've
that.
seen it then. I've seen it then. If it's
Day
20-year-old
one, I've been talking
ones,
about
I've
it.
seen it. If it's 20-year-old
Oh,
ones, I've seen it.
Hey Moon, I'm just curious what you were going to say, what your opinion that you were going to say exciting about liquid loans. What are your thoughts? What did you say?
Liquid
What do you
loans.
mean?
Everyone preaches liquid loans. Everyone loves liquid loans, but you know what that's teaching you and telling people? It's day trading. It's literally what everything that you're pointing at me doing. It's literally day trading to pump something. That simple. It's day trading. It's actually a leverage trade. That's even worse.
Leverage.
But everyone's
but who's
pro it.
pointing at
Everybody's
you?
pro it. Everyone's pro liquid loans because it's built by hexagons and it's going to help pump the price of Pulse. But then as soon as I do something that does literally the same as that thing and to make me money, you don't have to sell it. That's the market behind it. You don't have to sell your Pulse, but you can day trade it and go back and forth and keep going up and pumping it up and do that.
Hold the phone. I've been in these spaces all the time. Ain't no one brought you up, MoonKing. And we bring up liquid loans all the time. And I think making those two comparisons is kind of you just pushing two narratives into one direction.
It is two narratives. Is it? Hold on. Is it a trade?
Yeah, but I'm not. Who's worried about you trading? I mean, I
Well, no. What I'm saying is that the comment came up on day trading. The comment came up on doing things that are risky by just not holding. It's a leverage position. That is what it is. So if you are pro liquid loans, you can't be denying any other coin to make money. That's what I'm saying. It's literally a leverage trade. You can say it's a safer leverage trade, but I can go on BitMEX right now, put a 2x long on Bitcoin, and as long as it doesn't go over 50x or 50% drop, I'm safe.
What's the lowest leverage you can take on BitMEX?
2x. No, actually 0x, 0.5x.
Okay, so almost the lowest possible setting is the same as the absolute max setting that you could take in LL.
Exactly. But do you teach leverage trading? What does King Richard say about leverage trading?
So leverage trading, again, is usually talking about massive amounts of leverage and moving these things really fast. Like that's not any way the intention.
You can do that with liquid loans also.
You could do the most mild version of that if you choose to be the most aggressive possible in the system and trade, but you could also just trade with anything else. But the advantages you have with LL aren't present in most leverage trading.
So, but what I'm saying is you can still do a trade, the lowest leverage. What's the lowest leverage, like the lowest percentage PulseChain has to go down to get liquidated?
110% is the minimum collateral.
And how low does the price have to drop in order for that to get liquidated?
What was the original collateral? You could set it at 110, and basically, as soon as it went down, you'd have a liquidation because you'd be putting it right on the edge.
The point I'm making is Hex went from 9 cents to what, 8.73 to 9 cents in one direction, literally in a day. So that is just as risky as any other fucking leverage trade when you're dealing with numbers.
No,
and ready for this? Richard Hart, the fact that Richard Hart owns 95% of the coins makes it even more dangerous.
One at a time. One is not the same. If you take a position with LL, depending on what you're doing with whatever it is that you pull, you actually have the USDL. So if I take a position, it gets liquidated. The most you can actually lose there theoretically is 15%. If you take a leverage position on BitMEX and you get wicked, you're done. You go to zero. If I took the same position in LL, the most I can lose is 15%.
Yeah, but Walrus, if you take any more collateral than that, right? If you way over collateralize, like some of these strategies, like 1,000%, you could end up losing the large majority of your bag, right?
No, not at all. If like this is that one is most people should not use the collateral tool in the beginning, which I say all the time, but that always starts with, well, what if it drops 95%? Okay, what position would you be in if you just held the thing and it dropped 95%? You're down 95%. So in these positions,
you're not down the coins. You're down 95% in USD value. You're not down 95% in your coin. So your coin gets liquidated, which means you don't even have the ability to go up to go another 2, 3, 4, 5x. But if it goes down 95%, it absolutely can go up another 2, 3, 4, 5, 6%. Or
you're not all the way liquidated. You have the stable coin you pulled out. It's not just a levered position on Pulse. That's not how this works.
But in the end, it doesn't matter. You still lose.
It does matter.
You still lose. Now you're saying it's different because it's 15% versus anything else.
Versus zero, versus being completely liquidated and wrecked and having zero. Yes, losing 15% of whatever that position would have been is massively different than having absolutely zero because you took a levered position on BitMEX and got wrecked. There's a million difference. Like they're barely even in the same world.
So what is the scenario where somebody is using liquid loans and they do lose 80% of their bag?
You can't.
No matter what. No matter if you're 1,000% collateralized.
You would lose your collateral. You can still lose your collateral, which is, I see what you're saying, but you still have collateral on that top that you still lose.
So if you took out the point is you actually have whatever it is. When you collateralize 1,000%, you have whatever you pulled out. So for example, if I have 100K, I take a 50K in USDL, it goes all the way down and gets liquidated. I still have the 50K USDL versus a levered position.
But you still lost 50K.
No, you didn't, because the only way you get liquidated is if that value goes down in the first place. So the most you would lose is if it went all the way down to your liquidation point and hit, and you would lose.
You would lose your collateral, would you not?
Hold on. Yes, the collateral would go, but it's not worth the 100K it was that when you started. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been liquidated in the first place. So when that price goes down, so for example, if you took that position and it drops 95%, you would have 50K USDL to then buy into the dip. The only thing you would lose is that difference there, which is 15%. 100. And also, these things aren't static positions. So most people who use this don't just set it and then just sit there and watch it go in. If you have 50K of USDL, whatever it is you choose to do with that, you can add back to that position to add back to it and not just sit there and take the liquidation event. Like things don't just sit out there to get wrecked.
Which is a style of trade.
But also, Walrus is right, because mathematically, if you do collateralize at the top and it drops 75%, you're winning.
You're timing the market, which is what King Richard doesn't. King Richard doesn't want you to time the market.
I understand.
But the point I'm making is what you guys are saying. The point I'm making is what you guys are preaching is great, and we love liquid loans and blah 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 blah. Is literally the same kind of stuff that. It's the same mentality. It's a trading mentality. It is.
I think he's saying it's an option, though. Just to be someone listening that came up, because I do agree with what Walrus is saying. It's an option. It's not the golden goose option, but it's an option, and that option is mathematically feasible. It's just that it's not like you're completely collateral, but you are completely collateralized.
It's a tool, but it can be used to go against.
Of course, just like purchasing any crypto is a tool, but
exactly. All I've been saying since I brought up liquid loans is if you're preaching the love of liquid loans, you're basically also could be preaching the love of trading too.
No, that's like comparing a pocket knife and a machine gun. Like that is absolutely ridiculous. You can say those are both weapons, but we're not talking about the same thing, man. Like no, there is not even a remote comparison between how 99.5% of people would use Liquidity or LL and BitMEX Casino spinning that thing up at 50x leverage and getting wrecked. Like they are not even remotely close to the
100%
same
agree with
thing, other than loosely some terminology.
I
A
disagree.
Uniswap
No, man,
V3 position is technically a levered position in versus a standard LP, and no one says that Uniswap V3 is leverage trading. It's capital efficiency. Like these things are not even remotely close.
It's all relative how you look at it and how you believe in it. It's like that's just in my opinion, that's just how you look at things. Now, I agree with you on how you look at it, but most people have no idea what they're doing. I've seen the chat. Hey, let me learn this strategy,
but it's
how to build more
but
houses
you
and
can
get more
agree you
houses.
can
Let
agree
me
that
learn this
like you could
strategy.
agree that like the whole concept of like what liquid loans is doing, what fiat is doing, what Aave is basically collateralizing your assets and taking from it is kind of like buying a house cash and refinancing it. It's basically refinancing and you're taking risk. And you're taking risk at whatever cost or
Risk. You're taking a risk, and
exactly.
that's what
But
I'm
it's
trying to
still
put out there. Your
but it's
risk.
an option. I understand you're saying it's risk. We're not saying it isn't. If I understand what Walrus is saying, it's an option. And that option is probably better than someone going and trading and trying to like.
Well, no, it was
No,
actually
no. What
it
I'm
was actually
making, the point that I am making, when someone asks me, like, why do you think liquid loans is this, is that? I said, liquid loans, in my opinion, how I view it, is a form of trading. It is.
No, man.
Whether it's less risky or more risky, it's still a form of trading.
No.
If you don't know what you're doing, you're going to get wrecked. That's
What,
simple.
what liquid loans is doing is very risky. First of all, because they're involving in themselves and obviously hoping that Pulse doesn't go against them. That they're
Yes, and
betting
I'm
on
not
that.
hating on that.
But it's
I'm not
also a
even
play.
hating
I
on that.
understand, but
I'm just
I
saying,
just think liquid loans
I'm
is
just,
dangerous because of the intelligent decisions you need to make in order for that to be very profitable. Because
just like any other
of
trade.
course, but on the way up too, you could be leverage trading, man. Holy fuck, you're talking about Hex doing a 10,000x. Well, think about doing that at 100x. You just like, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just saying, like, it's crazy. It's degen, but it's an option.
He's not getting the stop loss component of what Waller's trying to say. The stop component. I think B Roots is understanding the stop loss.
No, what I'm saying is you can't be pro Richard Hart, number one. That just let me spell it out. You can't be pro Richard Hart and say I'm only Richard Hart, blah blah blah, this and that, and be pro liquid loans, pro
That I
famous,
agree.
pro fiat.
That
You
I agree with
can't
you.
be the same
Well,
people.
famous would be in
So
that.
when you sit there and come at
Famous would be
me,
in
if you come at
category.
if you come at me and any of those coins on your fucking profile, you're a hypocrite.
Well, I'm not coming at you. I'm just saying I agree with
No,
what
no, not you, not you. I'm just giving the idea. So when someone said liquid loans, I'm like, you can't be pro Richard Hart and say I'm this and that Richard Hart, and I look it on your profile. You're talking about
and just to
famous
clear the
and
deck, I mean,
yeah, it's like
liquid loans, the liquid loans protocol, it's at the forefront of discussion all the time. Wallace, you know that. I mean, we've been going over these strategies for well over a year now. Everybody's very excited about that stuff. His point to B Roots' point, it wasn't is liquid loans good or bad. It was, you know, if you're just trying to play the Richard only Hex narrative, you can't. These are tools. These are options. These are things that people can use based on their personal strategy for making money, right? Based on their risk levels, their risk tolerances, their educational level on what they know and understand about using these different types of things. They're within our community. And they're being run by very smart people and talked about by very smart people. Walrus is one of the best we've got. Very smart. Famous knows that. B Roots is very smart. One of the best TA guys I know. So every single one of these people are super smart individuals. They can speak at a very high level about a lot of different things. And everyone in here can learn a lot from every single one of us. And they all are coming from different variations of products that people can learn to use that are not Richard Hart. That's the point.
But do you guys consider, okay, so then wait, can we utilize the same conversation? So then what do you think about PulseX then? Is PulseX anti-hex?
No, PulseX is phenomenal. I think PulseX is an iteration on Uniswap that we've never seen before.
I know what you're trying to do. Do I think yield farming
No,
is the same
not even
thing?
yield farming. Like, because the conversation, and I liked what you said, because like hex maxis or Richard Har only, like you know what I mean, like the heck, whatever you were calling it, because these days I don't know what it is anymore. But like we would have to consider Pulse X in that group of like, well, if you think that liquid loans is like trading, well then Pulse X is definitely trading. So then it's anti Richard Hart.
Well, what he's doing, his main thoughts when he's talked about that is how can I get as many people over as possible? That's going to be better if I can give them something to yield farm or get an incentive token and give them incentive to come over to the ecosystem. That ain't no different than me fucking bringing a pile of meme coiners over there to do the exact same damn thing. You're giving them incentive
Well,
to get
actually,
onto
no, it's a
the
big difference.
platform.
It's a big difference. You're talking about
It's not.
no,
Because yield farming is a style
It's
of
not
trading,
even
bro.
that for the DEX itself. Like, how much more confidence do you have that it's Pulse X is created by PulseChain? Like, if you were to tell me Uniswap was designed by the same core dev team that made Ethereum, I'd be like, okay, Uniswap is top. Fuck everything else. Even though we do utilize it like that, but at the beginning, the UD coin would be completely different, and it would be utilized and the way people would cherish it would be completely different. But now I feel like there's like this sort of like, well, I really like Sprite because it's a Coca-Cola product, and you know what I mean? Like, I feel like Pulse X is trading, but we're having this conversation, but it's like, is everything in our ecosystem trading?
Well, okay, look at this. I just got a DM, and this is what started this whole conversation. Okay, because we all sacrifice for freedom of speech. We all we all represent people that are doing things on our own volition, right? And there was, Sean was given his opinions about, pump and dumps and things like this. We all need to let each other speak, right? I just get a message from Yolimi. Looks like you getting B Roots allocations too. You got many people wrecked in Hex. I heard you in PulseChain chat telling people to stake while you dump. Now, this is the type of shit that we have. I don't even know this guy. Walrus and the whole crew during the PulseChain sacrifice set. Was I sitting there pumping Hex while I was, dumping on everybody? Well, what the fuck does that even mean? I didn't dump shit. All my Hex literally went into the PulseChain sacrifice. Every fucking Hex I had went into the PulseChain sacrifice. And I'm getting messages right now talking about, oh, you're on the ass of B Roots and you got every. How the fuck did I get you wrecked, man? I don't even know you. I've never even spoken to you. And this is what I mean. Walrus, Famous, Jim Rat, B Roots, everybody in here. Why do people that are doing the work, that are willing to put themselves out there, why do we have to be the targets of being accused of getting everybody wrecked? Why? Why don't you take your own fucking responsibility for when you push that motherfucking send button? I'm tired of it.
Hey, man,
I 100% agree.
I agree.
I'm
I agree
tired of
with
it.
you,
We
bro.
get threats. We get all this shit. We were the guys helping everybody try to not get
It's okay.
wrecked.
It's
We
okay,
were the
man. Just
guys.
These people
calm
weren't
down.
even in those chat rooms. These people aren't
It's
even in
just
those chat
absolutely
rooms.
insane.
They have no idea how many hours people put in the chat rooms.
Hey, can I
Thousands
say
of
something?
hours.
Yeah, a lot
Can I say?
of time talking in chat rooms. A lot of
I
time.
mean,
Yes, sir, Reggie. You
away
can
from
say
my
something.
family, away
Whole
from
lot.
our kids, right? And
Yeah, I want to. Oh, go ahead.
no,
I'm sorry.
go
Go
ahead.
ahead.
I'm just letting you know these people are jokes, man. All they do is they add nothing to the ecosystem. I guarantee you, this guy has never brought one person into Hex or PulseChain. You got people wrecked, Mando. Come on, man.
Was he Asian?
Facts.
What? Why you guys like that, man?
Nah, he was making fun of how you said that. Yeah. But now I wanted to say to the point to the conversation y'all was having earlier about liquid loans, trading, Richard Hart's ecosystem, and all that. Um, Correct me if I'm wrong, Warris, but I think one of the reasons liquid loan was created because when Richard Hart was doing his streams, he would often say, "Oh God, I can't wait for the day when you can short hex. Oh, I can't wait for the day when people can, uh, short hex or whatever, so they can get wrecked." And so, even though yes, trading or leverage trading is not what Richard promotes, but at the same time, this is something that Richard Hart desired to exist,
Not
just so
desire,
he
but
could see,
also does.
hold on, just so that he can see people get wrecked for not
But
believing
you don't
in
short hex, but like
the
you don't
product.
short hex with liquid loan.
So that example was fiat. Those guys have used that example. That's not
Okay,
LL. There's no
okay.
long, no shorts, none of those things. But go ahead and finish your point.
But now that was pretty much it. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, as far as liquid loan is concerned, I don't see it as normal leverage trading, just for the points that you pointed out earlier, Wars. But y'all got it.
But
For
it's not
those who
leverage trading. It's like, is it like, I don't understand how someone
I agree.
I
Yeah.
but I don't even understand how
No,
someone
I'm
can
with you.
I don't even understand how someone can even get it confused. It's like
Yeah.
leverage
Yeah.
trading, and then
Hmm.
there's like where you're anyways, whatever. It's okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'm
I just
with you.
don't even
I'm
want to
with you on
explain. I
that.
don't even want to explain it. But I don't think it's at all nothing. It has nothing. It's the outcome of both situations are completely different. Even before you get your profit,
Different facts.
even if before you get
Facts.
losses or profits, it's like just what you do is
Exactly.
completely different.
I think any form of collateralization is a form of leverage.
Yeah, but this one you're
It's not
getting something
delever. It's
out of
not
it, but you get
deleveraging. It's
something
not
right. But you
deleveraging.
get something immediate.
The only
So I mean,
difference is
again, like,
it's flip flopped. That's all it is. It's just
Nah,
flip
man,
flopped.
it's completely
It
different
literally
than
is flip
going
so
on
flopped.
futures or fucking
Instead of a
cross market
loan,
trading.
instead of a loan, instead of me saying giving you pretend money, I'm actually giving you money. But you still have to put up something to give me that for me to give you that money,
Yeah, my
which
money.
is a type of leverage. It's not a deleverage. It's not
so
even. If it was even, you
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
have
it's
to put
not
in
trading. You're
collateralization.
not trading. You're leveraging. It's just simply leveraging, in my opinion. It's not
so
trending.
we're like
Well,
we're
yeah. So that's all I'm saying is like leverage trading. It's a form of leverage, is what I was saying. Like I don't know what leverage trade. Like it's a form of leverage because you have to put something up to back what that is, or you're
okay.
going to
Like
lose it if it goes around a certain position, which is no different than a bank. It's literally just like a bank.
the
You take out a loan, and you gotta have collateral to back that value up.
Can I ask a
the
question, B-Road?
like when we say trading, like we mean people who try to sit there and trade charts. You trade dollars or USDC for hex even when you stake it. So yeah, that's a form of trading. That is 110% not what anyone means when they say trading. When they say trading, we all know what they mean. We're talking about high frequency candle every single day, 4 hour, 15-minute, these windows. That's what people mean by trading, not people who just trade as in hand over some form of currency to get into hex or any one of these other things. So yes, it's leverage, but it's not leverage that people are concerned with. It's hyper leveraged positions where people are using that for that same high frequency movement that you would see on BitMEX or anything else. So because they're loosely attached to the same word does not mean they're the same thing.
Yeah, they are not the same thing. They are not the same thing. They're different.
so,
So, B-Road,
hey guys,
can I
I
ask
got
you
a
a
You can,
question?
question, guys. Go ahead.
yeah, yeah.
So so there's like things of credit cards where you can put up collateral and get less of an APR on it. You have to pay for interest. Do you count that as leverage? Like, if you put up like a CD or something, that's like I put it up as leverage. Therefore, now I can get a credit card line. Is that leverage?
So you're saying is a line of credit leverage? Is that what you're
Right.
asking?
So if you have a credit card and you put up like a $500 CD and you have a $500 credit card, that's leverage, right? According to your
No, if you put that, if you if you, it is a leverage. Yeah, it's a form of leverage.
Okay, well then if
Because
that's leverage, then
what
right.
they're doing is they're giving you a line of credit,
Yep.
and you have to put up an additional $500 CD with it, whatever it is.
Right,
Now, here's the thing:
So
if
that's
you put
okay,
out,
that's all
if
I
you
want to
take
know.
out,
You see
go
that
ahead.
as leverage, so I get it. Okay. No, if you would have said no, then what LL does wouldn't be leverage. But
Correct.
if you say that is
Anytime you have
leverage,
to put up something, that you can lose and get liquidated, that is a form of leverage. If I get a second mortgage on my house that's paid off and I don't pay it back and I lose it, guess what? I just lost out on a freaking massive asset.
Okay, but
I got liquidated.
is taking a second mortgage the same as taking all the money you have and betting it on black?
Is that mortgage part of that money?
What I'm getting at is, again, like, these are very, very different instruments because they're loosely attached to the same mechanic.
It is. That's the thing. The thing that I'm saying is, from the beginning, when the person asked about liquid loans, I think my narrative got twisted a little bit. What I'm saying is the Richard Hart way that everyone wants to preach and say you shouldn't do this, you shouldn't do that. I believe that liquid loans is actually against that way of thinking. Why? Because you can lose the asset of collateral that you put in, whether it's 15%, 25%, 100%, or 1%. You can still lose more than what you actually got in out of value.
You see,
that is
I'll
no
agree with
different
you.
than a trade.
I'll
That
agree.
isn't in my mind. In my mind, the mindset of that is no different than a trade.
I'll agree with you. That I do agree. It goes against
Yeah,
the.
but and then we're talking about trading on centralized exchanges and keeping your own
It's third
coins.
party act. No,
There,
it's a third
there's
party.
a lot of factors to
It's
this.
third party acting, man.
Yeah, but I could just talk about Uniswap and just only deal with
Yeah,
Uniswap. I'm
Uniswap
not
is
talking
against
about.
our ethos too, but we need to get Hex somehow, some way, right? But once you're in Hex,
Yeah, that's the point I'm making when it comes to liquid loans. All I'm saying is you cannot be. I only talk about what Richard Hart does, and this is how he does
but
this.
this is the
And they don't even
RX maxis are
realize that
dead,
he
man.
does it himself.
RX maxis
He
are
does
dead.
it
that's not the
himself.
Richard part when you get a chance.
The guy trades himself. He took DAI and did a freaking that means he was at the computer looking at the charts, looking at it. He does it himself. The
Yeah, but
difference
we're
is that
talking
most
about
people
Richard.
don't have the
Richard's talking about
intelligence.
the average crypto investor, not Richard.
Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Most people don't have the intelligence to do it, but there's no issue for a person to want to learn it and be that person. You know why?
No,
Because I was that
learned all this
person.
shit too.
I had no idea how to do it. I had no idea how to do it in the beginning. But guess what? I put my hours in and I can tell you everything now. I can literally tell you where the Bitcoin price is going literally months before that based off of lines.
Yeah, but it's also not necessary.
I got
That's
Jeff
to you.
waiting,
That's
but
your
it's
opinion.
good
That's your
conversation.
opinion.
Thanks,
No,
guys.
it's not
That's your
necessary.
opinion, bro.
It's
That's
not
your
an
opinion.
opinion. It's not necessary. What do most people in this world want? Not to sit at their computer all day.
That's
and
your
stare at charts.
opinion.
It's a mental
That's your
health
opinion.
nightmare, and it makes you have a horrible fucking life.
That's your
Generally
opinion.
speaking. No, it's generally speaking, that is the truth. If you put most people in that position, they will have a fucking miserable life.
Guess what? Most people can't shoot a basketball 10 out of 10 times into a foul shot. But guess what? They all play. The majority of people play basketball in their lives.
No.
They want to practice. If someone wants to practice and learn it, go ahead and learn it, bro.
Well, it's about
Basketball is
learning.
not
There's a
about
difference
getting the
between
ball into
learning
the
and
hoop,
then getting
though.
people in risky situations
When you
with their
say
finances.
don't do
I
it,
mean,
bro,
when you say don't do it,
every kid has tried
I
to
do it all.
well, no. When people say don't do it, they're literally
what your
saying
messaging is to the average
they're
person.
literally
Like, if you're
saying you
messaging
cannot be above average. So stay down here,
Okay,
little
so
man. That's what you're telling them.
hey, we got a hand up. We got a hand up. Humble, what's up?
So, B Roots, I just want you to know, I agree with what you're saying. I understand what you're saying and why. As far as Richard goes, if he doesn't use, I cannot not see him using a GMX type of leverage platform when he's making moves, because it would just be stupid. And Richard is pretty smart. And I do believe what you're saying. The reason why he says what he says is because most people are greedy and they don't know how to use these tools. So I agree with you 100%. The majority of people, if you put them in front and teach them leverage trading, they're going to lose. They're going to lose bad, right? But the good thing about liquid loans it's not true leverage as people see it in cryptocurrency. It's a safer way to collateralize what you have. So like you said, B Roots, if somebody says, I'm going to take 10% of my $100 and take out $10 against it, I'm just using the even number. If that drops, that $100 in coins drops down to that collateralization to $10, they lose their coins, but they lose it where they can take those $10 and buy it back at that same price, right? So they're really not losing like you think they're losing, right? If they still hold the coins, they still only have $10 worth of coins. So they can buy it back with the collateral that they already took it out. The reason why this tool was created is so people can actually take loans against what they're appreciating assets, but there's risk. Like that's what you're trying to say, and I agree.
That
right?
second
And
part
so,
though is where we're disagreeing a little bit. So where I'm
Well-
saying is the mindset of you saying, if it does this, I will buy back in and write it back up so I don't
I didn't say
lose
they
that.
would. I said they could.
They could.
They
Yeah,
could.
but when you that's what I'm saying. When you say they can, and those that do, you cannot be pro this, and that, because that is a style of trading, and that's where that trading came in. Is that mentality to have the ability to buy it back lower, which is nothing but a swing trade, by the way, to buy it back lower and write it back up. It is a form
No, I
that
get
meant.
it.
If you took that money and you literally just went and used it for what you needed to use it for, and that's you're right, 1,000%. But when you say I'm going to hold it here just in case the price goes down, and then I'm going to buy that, look, that's a trading mentality.
I agree. So you got the people that take a loan out that want to use it, say to buy a house or whatever. They've got it, and if it goes down to that point, they lose their coins, but they do have value, right?
Yeah.
Yep. And they have the ability to buy it back, right, if they want. So that's good. But then there's the people that do it, and then they put the money into, the pool, right, where they can actually have the money there that's buying as it's going down. But then if it goes down to that point, they can recalibrate, right? Then you have the gamblers, which you're talking about, that will say, I'm doing it 80% because I think it's going to go up. But then it drops down, they lose their coins, it goes back up, they don't have a chance. So yes, I agree. There is risk, and people can lose.
There is an agreement. That's cool. King Daniel, what's up?
Yeah, so I have a quick question about being a PulseChain validator. So what's the pros and cons?
Didn't Gamma give direct breakdown on how that works with the validators in PulseChain?
Yes.
Yeah, I think he is mostly
Okay, you
about,
should hit up Gamma because not everyone is into the validation part, but yeah, if you really want to get into it, into the nits and bits and the grits and all the little good things that come with it, Gamma is your #1 contact person.
Yeah,
to walk you through.
And if you go to howtopulse.com, they have a really good website on PulseChain validators and staking instructions.
Yeah.
That you can kind of read.
Sorry to break the conversation. I'm just trying to ask the pros and cons. I'm not trying to find out how to set it up or anything.
Well, the cons are you have to do a bunch of work. You're going to get a little bit of yield, and you're going to have to learn a bunch of shit. And the pros are you might make some yield, and you can help the system work better, more decentralized.
Also, the con is you can lose if you get slashed by making a mistake, you can lose all your PLS. That's your con.
There you go. So now the question turns into, do you want to be a validator?
Yeah, I mean, I already ordered my equipment. Actually, the question was
Oh, okay.
for B Roots. I think he's doing that too. So I'm trying to.
That's actually strange, King. For somebody who comes from with a military background, you went into war and then you check for equipment. You ordered first and then you get the info. That's cool.
No, I've been following David Feder. He got a pretty good video, and I've been watching it. It's pretty easy from what I've seen so far. I just want to know the pros and cons. I know one of the cons he said was, okay, yeah, you can lose some of your PLS if you get slashed, but I don't have that. I think I can mitigate that risk. I think Beirut is doing something like that. That's why since he's here, I'm trying to
Oh,
Sometimes you learn from people
oh, for sure.
that knows what's going on. So that's why I threw the question out there so I can at least leverage, since we're talking about
Yeah.
leverage
I
his
mean,
madness.
to be honest with you, I like the value, the ability to. Well, I mean, I wish it was more than the percentage that is being offered. I just put it at that. But we'll see.
Okay. Sean, what's up?
Okay, for those who missed the start of the shit show, I didn't call Beirut a scammer. I said that this guy is shilling shitcoin, yet he gains followers. So, Mondo, if you missed the shit show from the beginning, that's what I said. But at the same time, I might have added him, mentioned him in general among the other scammers that I named that have like scammed lots of people with their shit projects. Like, what the fuck was it? Drunk Doge. I even know the fucking person who was behind the project. So, anyways, I didn't call him a scammer. I have never disrespectfully, like others, said bad words to be rude, but I'm just saying that what I know, what I have seen him doing, he has shilled shitcoin, and I didn't like it. And it was kind of like, confusing for me how the fuck he gains followers. That's it. So,
And my answer from the beginning is you
yeah, I
gain
got your answer.
followers. You gain followers when you bring value. Whatever value is to that individual, they will follow you because they like the value that you present. Whether you agree with my value that I bring or not, there are a lot of people that do agree with it. So that's how followers are created, and that's how I gain followers for what I do.
There's also a TikTok of a dog that barks at a camera that has 3 million followers. So, people just enjoy stuff too. Like, it's not always
Yeah.
like, and I'm not saying the Moon King I think Moon King provides value too. There's a lot of other communities and people like to chat and talk about these things. They don't just have to do one thing. Like, he just, a lot of different stuff. Generally not in this group because everyone just, gets pissed off and then like blocks everyone and then just, but in general, like value, entertainment, trading advice, different strategies. Like people don't just want to talk about one thing for the rest of their life. Yeah, I could just do bench press,
Yes, they do,
squats,
Jim
and
Rat. Stop.
bicep curls, but I
They
like to do
do.
other shit at the gym sometimes too, whether it's beneficial or not. It's fun and it's
Jim
cool.
Rat. People talk about religion till they die, right?
Sure. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to verify that because I'm dealing with the revolution and their clerics. I just wanted to make sure that I'm
Yeah,
just
it's just
proving
like
that.
people like to chat. I like to chat about other stuff. I like to
Yeah, no, it makes
to
sense.
different groups, and I got guys I talk to about the gym stuff. I got guys I talk to about pharmacology stuff. It's just everybody has a different flavor. But if we all just talk about one thing, I think Moon King brings a lot of people into Hex. Probably more people into Hex than 95% of the people in this room. Because he does venture into other groups and talk about other things. And I don't know the portions of his bags and anything, but I know that he brings attention to Hex. He talks about Hex, but he talks about whatever the fuck he wants.
Jim
I
Rat.
get gym
In
dudes
in
to
his
talk
in
about
his
Hex that would have never mentioned Hex. It's not like I'm only talking about that with them. We talk about fucking gym shit as well.
in the law
So I
meme
think talking
coins,
about
Jim
other
Rat.
stuff is important and smart. And if you want to gain followers, you should probably do it. And most people don't want to gain followers either. Like it just depends. Everyone's different. Like gaining followers is such a weird way to put it. Like, oh, he gains followers. Okay, like he's been doing this shit since 2013, and he's probably talked to 100,000 more people than everyone in here. So I mean, that's
All those followers have come in like within the last like 12 to 15 months tops. And in the law of meme coins, when you take that course, all these people shitcoining, at the end of it, he tells them that when you make the money, ping some off into Hex. And he doesn't tell them to do that. He tells them that's what I use Hex as my savings account. So every single person that gets introduced to that strategy, that training course, gets introduced to Hex. as a way to ping off gains into long-term savings?
I don't comprehend. Like what course?
It's not even a course. It's a free YouTube video.
Yeah, it's just a free, about an hour and 20-minute long YouTube video on strategy.
That's too expensive.
So what happens is you don't have no idea the DMs that I get that says, "Hey man, I got wrecked." Your guy's answer to that is come into Hex, and then you try to convince them. Here's the reality of that whole situation: they're not coming to you. Why? Because you're not like them. They don't know who you are. They don't even know what Hex is. They're trying to get rich. That's simple. So if there's no avenue to introduce you to something like that, you don't have anyone that introduces you to it. What do you think you're going to save people? How do we save people? How do we gather people? You know how you do that? I said it in the Spaces call last time. It was like 300, 400 people in there. They all laughed at it. You literally go to the outside community. You talk to them. You know about what they're talking about. And therefore, you give them a solution. How to win at what they do, but not at the same time. If you want to get out of that, or if you want to do something a little safer, you have this ability also. But that's how you convince somebody. You can't sit there and convince somebody to be a Christian sitting outside Las Vegas telling them if you drink, you're going to hell. You're not going to get a single person to convince that person.
How did you get
maybe if you drink lightly and say, yeah, I mean, I enjoy drinking lightly, and you have a beer with that person, and you just have one beer while they're drinking 3 or 4 beers, but at the same time, they like listen to you and they're like, oh man, it's cool. This guy's actually drinking a beer. Like this guy might know something. Like, let's converse. And then you might be able to say, well, here's my religion. And then you talk about that. It's the exact same process. That's how I was able to, in the last 15 months, gain followers. It's literally to talk to the people that I do the exact same thing, and then you can introduce to them something. So all those followers that I've gained in the last 12 to 15 months got introduced to a product that you guys all love, but you sit there and you make these judgments and this and this and that, and you don't even understand the game plan, what was started from the beginning, from when I sacrificed the PulseChain.
Yeah, but here's the thing, bro. Like, you cannot be upset if people question things, right? Like, if it's not according to the norm, people have the right to question things and get answers.
You know how I got involved and even heard about this? I was actually just making a YouTube video, and someone messaged me and said, bro, they're talking hella shit on you.
Yeah, but Moon King, come on. People talk shit about you and me and everyone that talks all the time. If you talk, you get shit talked about.
That's completely fine. But best believe, I'm not, to the day I die, I'm gonna have shit. I've been shit talked since.
Exactly. So, I mean, it's
the more
like,
successful you get, the more shit you're gonna get talked to. Like, I get it. But here's the thing. At that time that I came in, there was about 80 people in this chat room. And as soon as I came in, I was looking at the listeners, and there was probably about 25, 30 people that came right behind me to listen to what was going on. That's what happens. I've got a group of people. When I come into a Spaces call, they literally will just, B Roots is speaking. Well, let me see what he's got. Is he going to shill a coin? Is he going to say? They literally come in packs behind me and just come in and out to see what I'm doing or what I'm saying.
Well, good for you.
So you have an opportunity to not sound like a freaking idiot to newcomers.
I mean, Moon King, I mean, you're really, fluffing your feathers, man. You guys.
No.
These
are facts.
really,
These are facts, bro.
I know you got 30 guys that follow you into chat rooms. I mean, that's a pretty low standard, in my opinion.
The point that I'm making is, Jim Rat, you have a fraction of people that come and follow you.
Yeah, of course, but I mean, you're just trying to be like, it's because I talk a lot. Like, it's because I talk a lot and I'm interested in the stuff. And
okay, so you don't think I don't talk a lot? Like, what are you trying? What's the point you're trying to make?
No,
man?
what's the point that you're trying to make? That
The
30
point
people
that I'm
came in
trying
here
to
behind
make
you, and
is
somehow that makes you from
listen, bro. The point that
10
I'm trying
years
to
of
make,
work,
the
you got
point that I'm
30
trying to
people
make
to follow
is
you into space.
there is more people.
Congratulations, Moon King.
There is more people that don't know about Hex and PulseChain that literally come behind me and finally hear it for the first time.
Of course, dude. Of course. But like, I know that's true. I know that's true from watching
But
you.
there are people that don't know that, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and just like, you know, when I talked about Zen, everyone gave me a bunch of shit. I gained 1,000 followers, and there's probably half of those guys know about Hex now. You know, but I'm not. No one's gonna reason with me.
What about this? Am I like pointing fingers at you?
No, I'm not. But I mean, when you say 30 people come behind me, when I go in, it just sounded lame as fuck.
No, I'm saying 30 people came behind me. It's a fact. They came behind me,
Yeah, but
and
we
they
all
probably
have
have
it
an
more or less,
opportunity
right?
to be
Maybe not
introduced to Hex
30, but
PulseChain and more confluence.
yeah.
I do think that people should be more open-minded about guys like Moon King and just everyone in general. Like, if you're just more open-minded to everyone coming in, it's just going to make things work better.
Except Tony, and no fucking discussions around that.
Right. Like, yeah, except Tony, obviously. But I mean, people don't like, you know, half the guys in here don't want to talk about any fitness related shit. Half the guys in here don't want to talk about nutrition related shit. And it's like, it just is what it is. Everyone's going to do what they want. Most people are just passively living their lives.
Then don't. You ready for this? Then take the name PulseChain out of this title, because PulseChain incorporates every single ERC20 token on Ethereum.
No,
If
I
you
do.
don't
I
want to
do
talk
agree
about
with that. I
then
do agree with that to a
you're
degree.
being
Like,
hypocritical. You're being a
things
hypocrite.
are going to have to change. Like, people are going to have a perspective change when it
Yeah.
comes to the layer one protocol, for sure. Like, it's not just going to be like 3 things on there, whether we like it or not, whether that's what people would want or not. That's just not how these things work. That's not how they grow, and that's
You
not how
ready for
they
this?
adopt.
It literally says PulseChain is imminent. So if someone comes in and asks about SafeMoon, you should be able to freaking have a conversation about freaking PulseChain. Like, this is what I don't get. Like, you guys are like pro PulseChain and this and that, and then if someone comes in and talks about a different coin, you're like,
fuck Tony and fuck
No.
his
Moon King,
whatever the fuck he says
Moon
behind
King. When
Tony.
someone comes in,
Okay? Fuck
in,
Tony and
and you
fuck his
literally
moon
hear
and
them,
fuck his
you
safe and
literally hear.
fuck Tony.
Give me a second, Parker. When you hear someone scream CEX, authority, I love POA, proof of authority, our wallet is the best. When you hear things like that, it's a trigger. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I'm sorry, man. That is fucking awful. When you're aware of the things you're doing and we're telling you, like, that's not DeFi. And then every time we're helping you, you keep coming back and you're just being like, you're taking us for a joke, then we're just gonna take you. Like, no, I'm not saying you. I'm just saying the person. Like, the person was a joke. It's not even about the community. Anyone that comes in here from anywhere, we greet them. But if they're idiots, we treat them like idiots. That's it. We don't owe people anything. You know how we are. Like, the other day, someone came in.
it's
The guy
fine.
Alpha comes in and he's like, bro, if you don't want to listen to me, then shut the fuck up and go down. Seriously, like, if you really don't want to listen to me, like, you're like, I know he has the right to state to everyone that he doesn't want to listen to me, but okay, well then I have the right to literally tell you in front of everyone, you don't want to listen to me, then get the fuck down, because you're wasting my time. And that's the truth, and that's how we should all handle it about anything. So the Tony guy,
Correct.
now
Yeah.
I saw it was a problem. You know, it's good when there's 3 hours of dead time, but
Fuck
you
Tony,
always
bro.
have to understand, like, the way I'm trying to make everyone understand is that we don't need to go up to someone and say, hey man, do you want to come in Hex? No. We need people, or we need to be at a point where someone comes to us and says, what's Hex? I'm not telling you. Why? Because I make money and I don't want you to know. Then you're gonna see people fucking, bro, I want Hex right now. Not like, oh man, did you hear Hex? Yo, like as if like the way we are. Like, you should hear people when someone new comes in. There's like 7 people just like, yeah. We're all like that, including me. But the day where we realize that we need to step back and just literally be like, I'm not telling you shit. I don't want to tell you. And then the person's gonna be like, why? Well, because it's too good of it's too much. I'm not giving you my Like, we need to treat it like that now to certain people, because at this point we have the upper hand. I don't know how people don't see this. It's like we have an upper hand, but yet we're gonna go and kiss ass. It doesn't make sense to me.
I think the whole idea of, stake and weigh and do this, that's just a section of people. I believe when Richard says, I can't wait till these leverage trading things come in so people can short Hex, I think what in his mind is not what you guys are all thinking. I'm thinking all the haters come in and they're all now buying and selling and trading Hex, which creates more volume, which creates more ability to become more viral, which creates more people in your assets. Volatility, which creates higher prices. So people need to realize the way Richard Hart thinks is completely different than that whole idea. He's a marketer. So yes, he wants those products to be built because more people will actually come into it, whether you like it or hate it. So anyone wants to come in and you talk about Hex, whether they're a trader or not, talk about volatility and the ability to freaking go up in value, also go down in value. They love that shit. They actually love it because they can swing trade it. And what does that do for any staker? The staker that day where that volatile person comes in and freaking pumps the price up, guess what? They make more money. It's that simple. So you got to look at the whole picture when it comes to saying, this is how we want to present our community. And this is how all the whole community should be. Yes, that's probably the safer way, but how we talked about earlier, not everyone thinks that way. And if you want adoption, true adoption, you want that volatility, you want those traders in. Thank those people who are swing
No, man,
trading
says
Hex right
who?
now.
Says who? Why
Thank
would we
those
want
people who
day
are
trade?
swing trading Hex. Because you need buyers, bro. It's inflating coming in. So you need a buyer.
Yeah, but they're buying anyway. It's like,
Well, it
here's the
depends
thing.
what
You
kind
have
of
to
buys.
whoa, whoa,
It
whoa, whoa,
depends
whoa,
what
whoa,
kind
whoa,
of
whoa,
buys.
whoa, wait,
On-chain
wait,
buys is
wait, wait,
different, but off-chain buys is
wait,
clearly
wait, wait, wait. So here's the thing. You have to understand that this is the blockchain. Okay, everything is transparent. You go to on crypto bubbles, the assets during downtime pop up, right? Like you can't hide from Hex. That's the thing. That's what Famous is saying. We don't need to go out there and try to convince people because they're finding it out by themselves
I'm
anyway,
saying
right?
to Vince, I'm
Nah, bro,
saying,
because literally you're
don't
losing
say
money.
this
You're
is all that's
losing
needed.
money. The more we tell dumb fucks, weak hands, paper hands, dumb fucking idiots that don't deserve these games. You understand and hear my words? Cock-sucking motherfuckers that shouldn't get it are taking our rewards because us, we have to preach it like a dumb fucking prophet. It's stupid. That's what I'm trying to get at, and people don't
It's a
realize it.
decentralized system, though, man.
You
You
think
can't
I
say
want
like
Crypto
really.
Mason to start giving his pleb ass stupid fucking XRP crackheads to fucking Hex? I don't give a fuck about them.
He's H bar. He's H
These
bar.
fucking
He's into
XRP
a Hedera.
crackheads turned to H bar because he fucking
Yeah,
calls H bar, but they're all XRP crackheads, bro. Listen to me, man.
yeah, yeah,
At
yeah.
the end
But
of the day,
here's the thing.
no, man, no,
That
man. I
Famous,
don't want
listen.
these
That's the
people. I
win.
don't want them to have my
They're
That
coming,
business.
whether
I
you like it
don't.
or not, though. They're
Yeah,
whether you
of
like it or
course.
not.
yeah.
If you want
So
the adoption,
so
guess
But
what?
I
It's
don't want
coming.
my community who's been fucking for a year and a half now, super fucking enraged, super
That
intelligent.
community is going to
I don't
split
want.
up, though. I'm be
Yeah, they
real.
will.
That community is going to split up.
Not the real ones.
And we're all in, Famous. Like, we're already in.
I know we're in,
Like,
but
we're all
it's
in. We're all in, and we
yeah.
all.
But the
I mean, I
ideas we come up with, oh, let's go get this guy. It's like sometimes people don't understand. It's like, no, our us foundation
fuck Tony,
has
bro.
that.
Fuck
all right. Let's let
Tony.
Gaines Club talk because we need some
Oh,
Gaines Club.
yeah.
Hey,
Nah,
if Tony shows
Humble
up
was up
again,
first.
just all together say fuck Tony. Like as a
We
core.
already crucified Tony today.
No, like again, every time he shows up,
I
like the
know,
Messiah,
I
fucking
know, but
kill him
most
again.
people in here don't even know who Tony is or what SafeMoon is.
Yeah, that's why. That's why real awareness. Tony is a
Facts.
fuckhead.
All
He
right,
goes by
let's
the
let
name
Gaines Club
Jeremiah.
chat. Let's let Gaines
Fuckway,
Club
what we're
chat for
gonna
a second.
do is SafeMoon. Go ahead. Go ahead, Gaines.
No, Humble was up first. I'll go second.
Oh, go ahead. Okay.
Now hold on, Humble, for 1 second. You're in a potato chip bag inside of a fishbowl.
There, I fixed it.
Okay, there you go.
But I want Games Club to go ahead.
I think everybody's hitting some good points. Even B Roots, everybody has some points, and what's happening is with the RH ecosystem, you have your diehard maxi hexagons. Think of it like a filter, and you're gonna get resistance in the filter. You're gonna get things passing through the filter, and now you have PulseChain, and then you have all these things coming on PulseChain. They have to go through the filter, so you have to go through this resistance, and you have to go through all this kind of back and forth to get through it. So yeah, you could put mad work into the community or whatever community you're in, and have expectations of others, but I mean, you're gonna get what you deserve no matter what. So if you make it up to having so many followers, or you bring value to certain people, you're gonna get a certain crowd that doesn't like you. And then if you're on the other side of not liking that other person, you have to understand you're in a decentralized world now, and you can just hit the mute button and keep it moving. So the number one rule is leaving the feelings out of it, right? And then most of us here, or I would say all of us here, if you're here, you understand what Hex is already. And then you understand that, they made PulseChain because of Hex. And then you understand the next layer is, well, PulseChain brings everything on Ethereum. So, I'm not saying welcome everybody from Ethereum onto it, but they have to pass the test. And it's up for everybody to do the research and kind of like level up on this shit. This shit's not you're not going to learn this shit in one day. This is like kind of a couple of years you got to put in. You got to put the work in to understand what's going on, because there's so many variables. And the point I'm trying to make is basically like, you're in the right spot no matter what if you're here, because you know about Hex. Basically, that's it. And no matter what side you're on, the middle point is Hex right here in this conversation. So I just want everybody to kind of like, not chill out, because I like the feelings. I'm listening for the drama. Like, I'm watching like Real World and shit like right now. So like I'm kind of like just vibing with you guys. I kind of like the drama and shit like that. So that's cool. But a lot of people do get turned off about it, or like they come in here trying to start the drama. But you got to kind of look at it like, how can I say, like,
I can translate for you. When they come in here and they want to start shit, okay, you will be identified. You will be sniffed out. We will understand who you are, who you hang out with, and we will also identify who your crew is, because they don't come in number, like they don't come as an individual into the space, but rather in numbers, 2, 3, 4 people. So you will be identified. We will figure out who you are, just like we did with Jeremiah. And we will call you out before shit hits the fan. But if the community puts a consensus out, then we will have to wait till the shit hits the fan, till we take drastic measures. Then yeah, so it will be. But other than that, yeah, we will sniff you out.
yeah, you have to go through the fire, and at the end, you see if you come out of it. We'll see if it works out, and then you'll have people, either following you or not. I think my main point, Parkway, I like what you said, but my main point is the feelings got to be out of it, though, because we can all point fingers at each other and say certain things, but we shouldn't be worried about each other's bags and shit like that. Everybody's decision is their decision. So if they're in this room and it does say PulseChain on it, I mean, we kind of have to have everybody in here. And like you said, Parkway, if we sniff somebody out and everybody agrees and has consensus on booting somebody out, that's fine. That's part of a decentralized shit. And you don't like it, you leave. You just don't come back. But yeah, the main shit is just leave the feelings out of it, and we all can learn from each other.
I guess I'll jump in here now. Earlier, B Roots was being talked about. I think earlier, as in like the last few minutes, about chilling, about pushing coins that other people may not agree with. And I used to be one of those people. The majority of people that will give B Roots shit, or Mando or whoever, are the people that actually used to do that. Actually trade, right? Or invest in the low caps, trying to gain economic energy, because we're starting off so low, right? Here I am in Hex. How did I get here, right? How did you guys get here? Well, there was a process. It wasn't until you got here and plugged into the community that you realized that, wow, this actually worked, and those things I was doing before weren't working. So if we're going to tell people that, you know, we may not want to promote the stuff that we used to do because it didn't work for us, and we may think that they're influenced, you know, people that are influencers, we think that's, you know, a bad standard, that they're getting paid to shill some coin. Fine, think that. But, you know, you can't judge. If you were offered $10,000 to shill a coin, that's a new coin coming out, maybe it's on centralized exchanges, half the people giving these people crap would take the money. And that's what's funny about this. So I really think that before people judge people, like, I'm just using Moon King because he's here, like himself, you don't know what you don't know. And half the stuff that he's doing, you used to do. And you used to look at people like him and follow the influencing that they were doing, right? So just realize that the people in this community, most of the Hexkins, that used to be us. We were the people that listened to B Roots, or people like him. But thanks to B Roots, he's actually bringing people that were like us and following him here, because he does talk about Hex too. And guess what? Once they plug in here, guess what they get to learn? They get to learn about all the stuff that we get to shill, which is Hex. We got people in here that are giving B Roots crap that talk about new startups on PulseChain that really aren't. They shouldn't be talked about, but they do.
Hey, Humble,
we're not giving them shit.
Can I ask you something?
I'm just saying. That's what I'm saying. That it does judge you guys. There's nothing wrong with somebody else doing that. You know what I mean? That's my point.
Hey, Humble, you don't have to answer this question. You don't have to answer this question because you don't have to, but I'm just going to ask. Have you bought any other crypto outside of Hex? Sacrifice for anything outside of Hex in the last 12 months?
Yep.
Have you bought more than one or two? Have you bought maybe 3, 4, 5 outside of Hex?
Okay. Well, yeah. Yep.
Okay. So here you are every day, community member, Hexican, loves Richard Hart, right? Is bought into the reality of everything. And where are we at? We're talking to a gentleman who's a good guy, and he's bought a shitload of other coins. But if somebody else has a following and is on Twitter and talks about coins, they're a scammer.
Yeah, fuck Tony.
Anyways, I'm done. I just wanted to say that, hey, you guys don't judge, because most of the people I see judging others, the first thing I think is that they are probably doing it to a degree, or they have experience in that
Guys,
type of
I mean,
stuff.
you guys talk about such a strange topic, because it's like the humans on this planet. You guys are saying, oh yeah, everyone drives a Lambo. No, not everyone drives a Lambo. Some people have horses. Some people don't even have a car, they walk. Some people got a bike only. Some people use skateboards. I don't know. The same goes with our community, right? Like in the crypto community in general, there are different types of investors. There are the people that did all the stupid shit and got burned and realized, hey, maybe I just put something and invest in time versus trying to time the market, you know, not do day trading and try to move shit around for like 0.5% here per day or 1% here per day. You know what I mean? Versus just leave it there, get the gains. We all know the cycle, da-di-da. And then you got your day traders that want to make the most out of the day, right? And then you got the newcomers that they cannot identify white from black or black from white, right? They're fresh, they're new, they don't know anything. So they're like different stages, I would say, in different people. And people that are different, they behave different in a market. And it's absolutely normal. Like, we don't need to talk about it, I think.
And it comes in ranges too. Like,
for sure.
A lot of the Hexicans blocked me when I started talking about Hedron.
It's
Like,
fine, bro. Like here,
and it
when
doesn't
I did
matter. It just
LL,
doesn't matter. Like, if you just want to, you can't just. It doesn't make a difference. Like,
bro, when I sacked for LL, I got bombarded by famous. Who was back in the days co-host? I forgot her name. She was cute. Yeah, she was on it. Anyway, like a lot of people, like they started talking down to me, like, what are you doing? But hey, guess what? It's part of the family now, right? LL is part of the family, and that's what it is. And it's just acceptance, I guess, right? Just bring a better, brighter, wider horizon, and we all should be good.
Dude, Maddie blocked me for talking about Hedron, and I'm paying to go to one of his events in Miami. Dude's literally blocked me just because I said Hedron's a good thing.
wait. What kind of event in Miami are we talking about?
He's doing something online, but then when the Bitcoin conference comes, there's a little meetup. If you pay for the online deal on April 7th. So we're doing a little meetup here. I live down here, so it's not a commute for me. But
How much you paying for
oh,
this?
nothing. Oh no, it was like $100 to sit in on his course or whatever. I don't even know what the hell it is, some virtual thing. But I don't mind. Fucking $100, nothing. You know, I haven't met up with Hexicans since I've been in Hex, so it'd be
You
cool.
let me know how many people
You mean
joined that and how
Maddie's
much you figure
shilling a
that out.
course, man?
I don't think it's a course. I have no idea what it is. I'm not even gonna log into that thing. I'm just doing the meetup. That's literally why
All right. You're making this sound like a Tony McRugster.
I have no idea. All I know is that dude has blocked me for a long time just because I was pretty much talking great about Hadron when it first came out, and all he did was shit talk it. So I don't even know when he
Yeah, and
blocked me.
it's just because they didn't know what they were talking about and they were nervous,
Yeah.
right? Johnny Chaos did the same thing. I told him I liked Hedron. He told me to fuck off, and he blocked me forever. And guess what? I'd rather be dead than switch spots with fucking Johnny Chaos. So who gives a fuck?
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
It's like, it doesn't matter. Everyone's going to hate you for no reason, like you for no reason, do a bunch of shit. It doesn't fucking matter. You just do your thing, and then everyone talks shit about you, and then you laugh at them when you win.
That's the point I'm making. I'm literally giving the guy money just to attend some meetup down here, just so I can meet other fucking Hexicans, which I've never met in Miami in my entire fucking time living here. But you know, that's all. The point I was trying to make is, yeah, there's plenty.
That's a separate point, which we'll investigate later, sir.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so yeah, I don't know how that meetup's gonna go. I don't know how many people are attending, but you know, I figured, oh, the only way to gain access to the meetup is to pay for this April 7th virtual whatever the fuck it is.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I came in the middle of the conversation, but I can't tell you how many times I've been shitted on by other Hexicans for talking about holding other coins and for taking profit. Like people, for some reason, people act like you're gonna fucking hold on to everything you have until you die, and that just sounds like Bitcoin maxis. And you know, anytime I'd ever mention it, well, yeah, of course, yeah. And when I figure out the top of this bull market, I'm gonna take some profit. And people start freaking out. No, you never sell. 15 years, 5. Like, man, shut the fuck up, man. I did this last cycle. I did it the cycle before.
And a lot of those guys are just I call it staker syndrome, actually. I have a name for it. And then when people staked all their money, they're just going to wish and pray to God that nobody sells. But that's just, everyone that keeps liquid bags is smart. That's the smart thing to do. Everyone that's been through full cycle is going to try to sell the top. And that's just the way this shit works. Like, it's like, and if people made a mistake along the way, well, then fuck them. They suck at this.
You ready for this? There'll be an evolution of Hex, just like there's an evolution in crypto. When you get wrecked that first time, you realize that the second time you better take profit. So that's what's going to happen this second time within Hex. Because they staked along, they had the ability to freaking sell thousands, millions of dollars. Best believe when they unstake and they have their liquid that they're going to do that exact same thing the second time.
And that's why Richard keeps those liquidity pools tight as a drum. You know,
Like,
like there's a reason there's only $13 million in the liquidity pool. It's because even if someone empties it out, it can be replaced. If there was fucking $400 million of liquidity in there, I guarantee you, everyone would fucking sell. Godwell has one stake that could empty our liquidity pools 14 times over. So it's a market made system too. Like the liquidity has a lot to do with it. It's very tight. It's very small. It keeps certain people from selling and future projecting more so. So there's like a lot of different, but yeah, no, like that's why I like Hex so much personally, is because the liquidity pools are managed properly and they're tight and they're small. And I know that if somebody dumped all of it, it could easily get stacked back up. 13 mil isn't that hard to get back in the pool for Daddy Richard or whoever market makers are involved. Like, it's just not that much cake for them.
Yeah, and it's the one thing that everybody yelled scam, scam, who didn't really understand how liquidity works in crypto. And now you're looking at it going, the uniqueness of this is understanding that there's actually people that understand how a liquidity pool works, you know? And it is the crux in a way, but at the same time, it's exactly what you said, Jim, right? You would have everybody and their mother dumping into that damn thing.
King Daniel and CZ have had their hands up forever. Just jump in. It's one of those
Yeah, CZ,
conversations.
jump in, and then King Daniel. Sorry about that. I've been making food.
Yeah, I know. I'm watching.
King Daniel was first, so let King Daniel go.
King D,
We
King
can
D,
talk to
King D.
Daniel like we do to you.
Hey,
Where's
go
Daniel?
ahead, CZ. You know, I got respect for my elders.
You're older.
Oh, okay. Hi, guys.
I'm just fucking with her. Go ahead, CZ.
How's everybody tonight? This is an amazing space, by the way, you guys. Thank you for hosting this space. I am enjoying every bit of this. I only came up because this is actually like an hour ago conversation, but I have had my hand up for a minute. I'm just going to say B Roots has never, ever shilled a mean coin to me, by the way, just to let you know. And I'm a personal friend and a supporter of what he does. And I just want to say he's never told me I had to buy anything ever, ever, ever. And that's why I love him to death, because I know what he does. He goes out there and he does all this like cool stuff. I don't know half of it, what he does, but he's never told me I had to buy anything. So I just wanted to say, like, I'm my own human being. I make my own choices and I get what I want to get in this whole crypto freaking world that we live in. And no one's ever told me what I had or could not do. And I'm very grateful. And there's a lot of good people that are in this community that's never shilled me anything. I've always made my own decisions. I just want to say that. That's all I have to say. And I hope everybody's having a good evening, because I don't feel shilled on. So anyway,
Well, hey, CZ,
I'm
what
about
about
to
when
give
you
this
were
girl some
shilling us?
moon meat one day. Don't give
What about when you were
Okay.
shilling?
Oh,
Whoa,
don't go there,
whoa,
man. Don't
whoa.
do it. I know what you're gonna fucking do. That is not my fault. That's Hexy Quinn's fault.
No, I was
I
just
agree
gonna
with
totally
what CZ
joke.
said. When I see Moon King talking to other communities, I say, well, that's probably good for fucking me.
Were you
Because
gonna
then,
were you gonna do the chatty now? Is that what you were
rather
gonna
than
go?
guys like, no offense to fucking Matty all in, but like, he's going to find as many Hexicans that are already in Hex as he can, and he's going to charge them $100 and tell everyone he's a billionaire.
But I wasn't talking about Matty Allen.
No, I'm just saying, like, what Moon King is doing is
Oh.
actually effective.
Yeah, and by the way, to the guy that Ruckus, don't ever fucking think you have to pay for a meetup, dude.
Oh,
There's so many cool meetups all over the
you know,
place. Never ever feel you have to pay
I
for
don't
that.
mind. You know, I used to
Okay.
go to the Bitcoin conference every fucking year. That shit cost me like $1,600. So it's not a big deal to throw somebody $100 for. I'm not even going into whatever the fuck he's doing on the 7th. You know, like I said, charity work. Yeah, I could give a fuck less.
Exactly.
It's not.
No, but on the real, there's this little magic rule. If you take not the $100, I ain't talking about the $100, all right? But if you take whatever money T Money's about to get from you to go to the event and put that into your favorite coin and wait 5 years, you will make way more than the fun that you have at the T Money Rugger event. Although that Vegas trip was awesome, but it
You
had
did not
nothing.
just call it the T Money
Nah, I
That
called him
fucking
T Money
shit was
Rugger at the place.
awesome.
I was tripping on mushrooms.
Hey,
I was
Jim
like,
Rat,
T Money Rugger.
it ended up being a great time
It
for all
was
of us.
fabulous, and
It was great.
the best thing was my pool party. I will have to say, because that was pretty lit. Jim Rat, I know you don't remember it much, but it was fun.
Oh, stop acting like you're some sober queen over there. Like you ain't getting it.
I always been dirty. What you talking about?
Gives me shit about being fucking fucked up in Vegas. I'm like, if
You
you
were
guys
so fun
flew
to
me down to
watch.
Vegas and
You
I
were
got
so
fucked
fun
up,
to
like that's what you're
watch.
supposed to fucking do, I thought.
Absolutely. And you were so fun. It was hilarious. I just wanted to spank you a couple of times because you didn't listen for the fashion show. But other than that,
And you
you
know,
still pulled it off.
P are back in
You
good. Me
still
and
pulled
P
it
are
off.
back on good terms, Susan.
I love it. I know. You told me. I'm so happy for you.
All right, let's let King Daniel go before we start fucking rugging him, T-Money style.
Yeah, man, I forgot everything I was gonna say.
See, I'm sorry, King. You should have went first.
So when are we going to have this
It's okay.
PulseChain thing I've been hearing about?
Friday.
I'm like trying to make sure that I don't schedule any work for that day. And
PulseCon 2023.
It's gonna be Saturday morning. Whenever that 10th candle is out.
Will PulseChain be out before PulseCon 2023?
Depends what T-Money Rugger's feeling.
Yeah. It'll be out before then.
Wait, hold on.
If
Are
he's in
y'all
good
kidding?
spirits, that could be next week.
No. Did I miss something? Not being in Twitter? Is he doing another?
Nah, that was a joke. I have no idea.
No, he's doing ZenCon 2023.
You made me sweat for a minute. I was about to say, hell no.
T-Money's he's doing what we call an audible in the NFL. He's audibling over to the Zen community, and I guarantee you, there's going to be an audible here. I know T-Money like the back of my hand. He's going to do a quick audible and get a meetup going here somewhere. You know, the worst part about the meetup, I'll just say this, is that I walked into that, into actually like the PulseCon event. Never one person asked me for a ticket. And motherfuckers are flying from like Australia and fucking fuck the UK. And they didn't even ask me if I had a ticket. I was like, and you know, at the time I didn't want to say anything because I know people spent a bunch of money on it, but I was like, and there was no fucking water. Like, I was fucking so thirsty, bro. We were hungover as fuck. My girl was with me. I was about to knock someone out for some water. Like, they didn't even have liquid.
No water in the desert?
No liquid.
In the fucking desert?
Oh, man.
I mean, we were eating mushrooms. We were drinking. We were smoking dope. And I was like, someone got a water bottle for the kid? And then 3 hours later, I like grab Rags to Riches by his shirt. And I'm like, bro, I need some water. And he like found like a little fucking cubby hole with some water bottles in it. But I mean, my God, there was no H2O.
I'm really sad, Jim Rat, that you're not going on the Hex cruise.
No, I'm coming down
because you were so much fun, and I was like hoping. And now that you're like kind of sober, not kind of.
You know, first of all, I could party in any condition. I don't need to be that. I thought when in Vegas, you just go down, you get down and dirty. Like that's what I thought. Made a little assumption there. I went a little too hard, and everyone was putting drugs in
And
their
also,
pockets.
people
Like
should
they
have
were
never said
finding me
anything, man.
and giving
What
me
happens
drugs.
in Vegas stays in Vegas, apparently, and everyone just told everything.
That's what
Like
I'm
a bunch
saying,
of pussies.
Famous.
Dude.
You know me. I'm a
100%,
swear
bro. What
over
happens
here.
in
Talk
Vegas
about
stays in
Vegas,
Vegas.
and
That's
I'm
like
ready
the
to
number
party.
one fucking rule.
No,
Yeah.
nothing stays in Vegas. Your fucking VD comes back and shit. Ask fucking Jim Rat.
No, I mean, I lost every. I had to get sober because of Vegas. Like it was an issue. But I mean, that was the best trip that I have ever been on. We were skinny dipping, we were fucking naked, we got in a fight with a couple people. That dude tried to drug my girlfriend. I fucking tossed his ass across the floor. That shit was crazy.
So you went all out like Fear and Loathing style, right? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas?
I just did whatever the fuck I wanted to. I said, I'm done. I'm done listening to all these fucking rules. I have a lot of rules for myself at my house. I keep it square. I fucking work out. And I said, I stepped foot in Vegas. I said, and then people start literally, they're like, oh, you want mushrooms? You want weed? You want out? What do you want? And I'm like, okay, hold the phone. And then it was party time. I ate a big bunch of mushrooms right when I got there and poolside, grabbed the mic for the whatever we were doing with the mics, and it was game on. And I don't recommend other people doing that, but I was just trying to feel myself a little bit.
Yeah, if I'm eating shrooms, I'm not drinking with it. That's the only thing I'm doing.
You did good. You actually did good for somebody being so fucked up like that. I think I would have been just laid out and freaking missing.
Yeah, come on. I was in the fashion show. I was alert.
Where would you be missing?
shopping.
I would be on top of the Caesar's Palace somewhere, tied up on a mattress, like that movie.
Okay, so not
Okay,
that.
okay, whoa.
You know, like the Hangover. I would have been missing like just like roofied or whatever is what they called it.
Yeah, that's old school. That's like some late 90s, early 2000s shit.
Exactly, and that's in my head how I would have been.
But like on purpose?
But yeah, Vegas. So no water in Vegas, hey?
We got plenty of water in Miami. We should do meetups down here.
California lately speaks about overflow of water.
Yeah. Yeah, but we're not a communist country down here. You got some freedom still. A little bit of freedom left in Florida.
Yes, I love Florida.
So that new TikTok bill is gonna take all your freedoms away, eh?
No, our governor, there's legislation in this state that's trying to counteract that shit. It hasn't hit the floor yet, but I've gotten a little peek at it. So they're working on it, and it's not just Florida. There's other states that are getting involved too.
I think so. As a collective, so Hexicans that reside in the States, call your representative. This is your last chance to hold on to whatever it's dear to you, which is your freedom. You guys lose that, it's done.
And if you're well off, get in your fucking representative's pocket.
What's going on? Like, I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like,
yeah, what's the TikTok?
So
shit?
they're sneaking in provisions in the fucking bill that basically, if you ever use a VPN for any app or any service they deem illegal in the future, they can fucking imprison you for up to 5 years, $250,000 fine.
What do you mean 5 years? It's like 15
Oh, 15 years.
$200,000.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, $200,000 in fines
Yep.
and like some 15 years.
$250,000 fine. Yep. Yeah. So
state or federal?
That's federal. This is federal.
Parkway, your mic has feedback on other shit.
Yeah, it's horrible. It sounds like you're in like Godzilla's asshole.
It's fine. I just want to tell.
Yeah, now this bill has a bunch of shit hidden in it. It's not about TikTok. It never was about TikTok. And if it passes, it's not going to pass. I mean, they're already scrutinizing it. But if it does pass, there's a lot of shit at the state level that you can counteract a lot of this bullshit. And if you live in a fucking state that is looking out for their people, I'm not saying red state, blue state, I'm not getting political like that, but I mean, my state, every time they're trying to push shit like this, they're already, one step ahead trying to push legislation that's going to counteract it. So we'll see if it passes.
Texas ain't having that shit.
What was that?
I said that ain't happening here in Texas.
It should be.
Not at all.
It fucking should be, man. That's upsetting. I have a lot of family in Texas too. I don't understand what's going on.
I want to move to Texas.
Yeah, Texas is the best state in the planet. Love it.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I thought you were saying.
Oh no, I said not in Texas.
Yes.
That ain't gonna pass.
Yes. Thank you. You see, I thought you were saying the opposite. Yeah.
No.
Texas ain't gonna let this shit
Well, it's trying to go opposite, but it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, I mean they can take over Austin, but they ain't taking over the rest of the state.
That's exactly what's happening. So my husband just told me about this thing tonight called the 15-minute cities. Have y'all heard about this? Because it tripped me out.
Yes, this is
what is it called?
WEF shit. Yeah, this is eats the bugs and be happy. Yeah, they want to make everybody in a fucking compound. 15-minute cities. They don't want you to be able to drive wherever the hell you want.
Oh yeah, the 15-minute cities. Yeah, where you like lock down into your own.
YouTube it.
That's in Europe though. That's not here.
No. B, listen, they're doing it. Austin is one of the places that they're going to do it. Austin, Houston. Yes, Austin, Houston, 30 states.
Camps.
30 states
What they're trying to do is not let you basically like
concentration camps.
Your traffic through like main city centers. They're trying to get rid of.
See, I actually wanted to buy some land in Fredericksburg, which is right outside of Austin, wine country. but
No.
it's just too close to Austin. There's just so much BS going on there.
Yeah.
It's not even
So
worth it.
B Roots, you in Texas?
Yeah.
Oh,
Guys,
that's what's up.
Reggie, B is not too far from us.
Oh, word. Okay,
Yeah.
that's what's up,
Yeah,
mate.
y'all are close to my sisters. They're out there.
Hey,
okay.
sisters are invited to the.
Well, they're both. They'll bring their husbands with them. One's an
Nah, I'm
ex-Navy
married
SEAL.
too, man. Don't trip it. Don't trip it.
So this is a FYI, CBDCs, guys. It will not just be a CBDC. I mean, the system will be CBDC because it's a centralized banking digital currency system. But when you get paid in CBDC, you will they will break it down into food coins, car coins, rent coins, mortgage coins, insurance coins. I don't know whatever the hell it comes with. That's what I've heard
Not
so
in my
far.
state.
So
We already pushed legislation says we're not going to fucking accept any CBDCs in the state of Florida, so the federal government can go fuck off.
yeah, once they approve it, they're just gonna change the name. They're gonna call it BICBs or something. I don't know. Then go and have fun.
Anything
Like
that resembles.
yeah. So here's the thing. Once the dollar is being pulled, all your legislating things they will follow whatever it's on the table. Right. As far as right now, cash is untraceable. It gets printed by the central bank. It has to be honored. Once that's being pulled out of the game,
It doesn't have to be honored. It's backed by
well,
nothing. It's backed by war and oil, and the rest of the world is not honoring it
that's very
anymore.
correct. I totally agree with you, bud. I'm not saying it has to be honored. I'm just saying. So here's the thing, right? On a world geopolitical stage, the U.S. is technically right now running a war against China and Russia at the same time,
That's right.
That's what they have announced. That's what they want to do. Okay, great. Now, the dollar, as you mentioned, is backed by nothing. 80% of the dollars ever printed was printed in the last few years. 80% of it, right? Of whatever dollars were printed in the last few years. Nancy Pelosi, this is news to a few, I guess, if you hadn't heard yet. She sold all her stocks. She liquidated with big losses. Does that ring a bell? Does that sound an alarm? Nancy the fucking lion. That the one person that doesn't give a fuck about wars happening due to her travels, right? She almost caused a fucking world war by going to Taiwan and being like, "Oh yeah, I'm here to talk politics, even though this is not America." But yeah. So you got all these red lines. Eventually, this is the exit strategy game. This is what I'm seeing in regards of the dollar. It's like, oh yeah, the dollar, it's out. We're not printing it anymore. The machines are destroyed, and whatever you have, you can take it to the bank. You can convert it into CBDCs, and this is how the structure looks like, right? Now, a lot of people that don't have nothing or have little will convert to that system because that system is giving, from what I've heard. They will make it in such a fashion that you always can save coins. Like you will not go below. There's always too much. So you get your car coins to buy a car. You can only buy cars with that car coin, right? Whatever the coin is going to be called, automobile coin or whatever, right? So, and yeah, so it will be in such a fashion that people will have overflow of a certain coin and maybe a little bit less of the other, and this is going to create a trading environment as well. Yeah, just a heads up, man. This is like literally designed, has been in the works for years, and it's being implemented as we speak.
Yeah, but like I said earlier, there's states that are sitting here going, they're like, we're not taking this shit anymore. They're not going to allow CBDC currency within their borders, and that pretty much would sign the end of this fucking union that we've had going for a few hundred years. Because once the currency supply
It's not
ends,
coming out this year.
What's that?
If anyone banks any big banks, it's nothing that you can really do about it. Not to
yeah,
not to agree with that, but I'm just saying Fed now is rolling out, and any big banks, they're a part of it. It's not even something consumers are going to feel for years.
Yeah.
I think states are going to split up.
Yes, me too.
Awesome.
That's what I'm hoping for.
The states are going to.
That's what I'm
You
hoping
better
for.
live in either Texas, Tennessee, or
Florida, Georgia too. I mean, Atlanta's kind of caused some shit, but
I'm Texas and Florida.
hey, look,
Texas, Tennessee is. I'm gonna let y'all know. Tennessee is a sleeper
yeah.
state.
Well, see, I got property right on the border of Georgia, Tennessee, North Carolina, and South Carolina. Georgia's not bad. It's just too many people flooded Atlanta, but the state itself is pretty rock solid. I mean, they're following a lot of the policies that we're implementing down here too. So I don't see them taking this shit either.
Well, we're looking at 56 acres right now. So if you guys really, really, truly want to come
I'm
out,
looking at 300.
Are you okay?
I
Well,
ain't
right now
joking.
we're looking at 56. We're looking at 56
I'm
right now.
not joking.
I
In those
already
three
gave
states.
you the info of where to look, but that's one of the places. So 56 acres is where we're going to land first, and we're like looking right now, and maybe going to make a bid on it. So we'll see.
Check out Tennessee. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I've been buying up land as fast as I can, man. I don't like keeping money in banks. Fucking stupid keeping money in banks.
CZ, what you plan on doing with that 56 acres?
Hey guys.
Your Jay-Z is going to set up a bunker.
Y'all gonna have y'all
okay.
little boom boom room. I know y'all playing boom boom
The
bunkers.
red room, boom, boom. Hey,
I'm just trying to see if y'all gonna be growing herbs or something like that.
Tornado / gun room / food room / boom boom room / we got it all.
You gonna be growing food too?
I'm gonna learn. I want to learn. That's the one thing I'm weak at. Like, I know how to fight, I know how to shoot, I know how to cut somebody, but I don't know how to grow shit.
Oh man,
Oh,
that's all I
okay.
do.
Oh my God, I know. So listen, actually there was a guy on here. He's the raccoon. He's his name is Bougie Raccoon.
Yeah.
He gave me some info on where to go look. And so I literally want to do a big green room, because you know how hard it is to grow in Texas, right? It's hard. If you don't actually have a system and a green room. So it's pretty bad. Oh, I'm sorry. King Daniel, your hand is up.
Yeah, I was just saying, if you guys want to totally leave America, just let me know. I can get you a second passport. I mean, if you're white, it'll be a little bit difficult, but I can still do it. We all go to Africa.
What if you're Asian?
There's a lot of you over there, so I can really
Like,
get it done.
because I'm Caucasian. That's Asian, right?
It's okay. Whatever color you are, I can get it done. Well, I mean, if you're black, the easier. I can just give you an African name. That's fine.
What would my African name be?
Hey, it's called Sissy. Sissy.
Okay, I like that. Is
Yeah,
that me? I'm a cougar, though. Can I be a cougar?
Sissy means a pretty girl.
Okay, but I'm still a cougar.
It's okay. You don't want me to give you a cougar name?
In Africa, there's no cougars.
Oh, there's not? There's no cougars in Africa? Get the fuck out of here, really?
What are you talking about? Well, I mean, but we respect
There's
cougars,
panthers.
Yeah, there's everything else, but like, yeah.
There's cheetahs, panthers, lions, no cougars.
I'll just be a lioness. As long as I can pounce.
I mean, being a cougar really it depends on how flat the bulls are. That's a measurement. So if you get it
Oh, well,
done,
fuck, I'm out. I'm out of that one.
Technically a cougar is just a puma, which is loosely related to a mountain lion that used to exist in North America that have been wiped out by the colonists.
Don't say loosely, please.
Sorry.
Hey, Moon King, I can get you a bunch of freaking acres of land you want over there. You should. I'll make you a goddamn fucking king over there. How about that? You have your own little kingdom. Do whatever you want to do. Got all the Beyonces running around too.
That's a moonga.
There's so many freaking big predators out there. I just don't think I would want to live there. I would visit there in a heartbeat because it's a beautiful country. But man, having your back every day like the fucking everybody else does, like waking up every day looking over your shoulder, that's not something I want to do.
What are you talking about? You talking about Africa?
Yeah.
Africa's
Hey,
such a
all
big continent.
right,
If
good.
you want to move to the Serengeti,
Hey, careful, CZ. You ain't
I
coming
thought we were
back.
talking about living in the bush.
No shit. What the heck you talking about? Don't be watching them. You watch too much TV. You ain't coming back, man. There ain't no party over here. Shit. You ain't coming back, bro. Dude, you haven't seen the guys over there? Freaking mandingos, bro. Don't. You ain't coming back. You're gonna be like in heaven over there. Trust me. It is
Where's
beautiful.
Wakanda at?
it's a beautiful continent.
It's gorgeous.
It's
You
actually the
you
only
will
place where
love
you
life.
actually own your land.
Exactly.
Ooh, you made a
Yes.
point
So
there. That is
it's the only
100%
place where you can
sure.
actually own your stuff.
You can
Now,
actually own
actually,
it. It's actually
can that
yours.
change at all?
Isn't Africa like run by the U.S.? Like they're not
What?
allowed to export nothing.
Africa is a continent, and the countries within Africa are not. They're heavily influenced by China right now, which is
Yeah,
fucked
I say
up.
more
But the
than anything.
U.S. was heavily influencing them.
Yeah,
But
you're right.
China's been moving
You're
in.
right.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
Oh yeah,
B
so
that's true.
Roots.
hey, Google
B
the
Roots, you just get a superior title here, and you can still own your land.
Google the richest black man in the world. The richest
Eddie
black
Murphy?
man in the world. No,
No.
it's from Nigeria. Sure they one,
Goonie
two,
Goo
three.
Goo. Goonie Goo Goo.
Yeah, one, two, three richest people in the world. Black man in the world is from Nigeria.
Moon King, did you hear what I said? Superior title. You can actually own your land here in the United States of America.
Mm-hmm. Yep, right here, Barney in my background. These kids will watch anything. You put on some Barney, they quiet.
Gross. Barney got beat up in Deep
Barney,
Ellum when I was
Have you seen the documentary on Barney?
Do you remember back in the day when Barney actually went to a bar in freaking Deep Ellum and got his ass beat
dude.
because he got drunk and was bragging that he was Barney? They like beat his ass.
Did it get super quiet in here, or did I get stepped on? Oh, Leo's got his hand up. My bad.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Can
What's
y'all
up,
hear me
buddy?
well?
Are you good?
Yeah, we got you nice, loud
Okay,
and
cool,
clear.
man.
What's up?
Nothing, man. I've just been listening the whole time, and it's been a very, very interesting conversation, hearing everybody go back and forth and talk about the different topics. And one of the things that came to mind, I'm driving, sorry, I'm leaving Paris, Texas, headed back to Dallas. But one of the things that I was thinking about was just, everybody was talking about community, community, community. And one of the things that came to mind is like, there's always a community can be dynamic. It can have different elements to it, different philosophies here and there. But there's always still a centerpiece culture that we understand and recognize. And we all know that pretty much Richard Hart has established a culture of things. And I think that's why the Hex community is very
No, no,
no,
no. I gotta
hold on.
correct
Let
you.
me
Sorry
finish my
about that.
idea. Let me finish my
So, oh yeah,
let
sure,
me finish
sure,
my
sure.
idea
My
real
bad,
quick.
my bad. Go on.
What I was
Yeah.
getting at is this: is that when you look at things, when you see what has happened in the Hex community, and I've been around since for 2017. I've watched Hex. I didn't get in when it launched, but I got in early 2020. Watched all the videos. Watch a lot of you guys. A lot of you guys on here. I watch you, even Matty Island and everything like that. And I do see a very protective spirit around if a project has, is it audited enough? Does it, have an oracle, or is there admin keys and all of these things. People wasn't on that until the Hex community and Richard Hart start teaching those type of things about how to be more intelligent within crypto. And I was listening to Moon King, and he was making some very good points. And I've watched his video that he had on YouTube for free. And it does make sense to say, hey, let's get our bag up, and then then we can go into these more what we would consider stable, long-lasting projects. And so I just felt like it was an interesting dynamic of conversation that you guys are having. And I do want to hear a rebuttal on what do y'all think is the culture of the community in general, not in specific corners of the community, but in general. What do y'all think is, if there is, and somebody was definitely getting on disagreeing, that's fine, but do you not think, or do you think there is a culture of the PulseChain Hex community? And if so, what do you think are some of the standards of that? Because just one of the things
I would
I
like
would
to
say
answer
is
first.
one of the things I would say is it does seem like the Hex community is adamant about a certain level of intelligence about understanding crypto. And even when it comes down to pumpermentals and everything like that, these things became more at the forefront with the advent of Hex and everything like that.
Well, it's always changing, right, Twin Fam? You gotta one thing you have to remember is it changes with Richard's word, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like when I got in, it started with no centralized exchanges, counterparty risk, own your own crypto. But and I stuck to that. I was like, okay, that makes sense, right? Like that makes sense. Like that's clear. And then other projects come out that have that you own your own crypto, and they say, I don't like those ones. And then Richard says, yeah, that one's a scam.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, is it a scam? So really, it just really depends on whatever Richard says, for the most part. And Richard is really good at this, and so he's probably right about 99% of the shit. But it changes. Yeah, when I got in, it was centralized exchanges. Don't keep your crypto in your wallet. And then it was like, and then it slowly switched from like keeping your crypto to like, oh wait, just keep your crypto in Hex. Like that's really all. But Richard's just marketing his product. Hex is his baby. Just like anyone would market their. Imagine if you owned one business, that's all you did, and it was the legacy of your life. You wouldn't be talking about the neighbor's business that did the same thing as you.
Right.
You just would.
Right.
So everyone has to put it into perspective what Richard's saying, and I think sometimes people forget to do that. Richard is marketing his project. He will call everything else in this world that exists fucking shit.
Yeah.
Unless he builds on top of it. And so it's really just up to us to be as safe as possible. But I think the one thing that the community has pushed towards lately has been security. Like, because we see a lot of people lose their crypto from numerous different ways. So I like to think it's moved from everyone kind of understands the centralized part of it now. Like if you're in a centralized exchange, that is not your crypto. We watched 5 centralized exchanges go down. And then it's like any kind of counterparty risk. Then it moves to like Terra Luna, for example. Anything that has admin keys, anything where somebody can do anything to it. And then even if it has that now, it's kind of like it just changes and switches over time, depending on the narrative of what really Richard says. And that's something that frustrates me, but I've kind of gotten used to it. Like I'm kind of just like, yeah, I'll just talk to my other buddies about shit.
Yeah. But
But
everybody
that's how I
still
feel
loves you, because I know you caught a lot of shit, but everybody still loves you. Everybody still loves you, man. And you're going to have that because you're going to have kind of like the Hex zealots. And that's what happens within communities. As it grows, people will open up. We're still at the very beginning of things, and people are so protective about one thing. But is this also checking off the boxes that we've all as a community understood as a good thing in crypto? And what you had everybody just got so pissed off about Zen, and I was just like, yo, everybody calm down. Calm the fuck down.
Right, like I told everyone that I minted on 16 wallets for roughly $300 on day one.
Yeah.
And everyone's messaging me saying how many people I ruined their lives. And I was like, I literally did it live. Like I literally told everyone what I did live and showed them exactly what I did.
And then everyone in the community just hears a narrative. But that was just my learning process, right? Like I have to learn how the message gets carried as well,
Right.
and how I present it, right? Like just because I think something could be interesting doesn't mean I guess that I could speak about it to certain people. But another thing that I noticed is damn, what was I gonna say? Like I like if you want to do social media in any way, like you just have to be ready to take your licks as far as random ass people talking shit about you. Like
Yep.
it's just is what it is. Like, and you learn that. It bothered me early on, of course. I was sitting in my chair like, man, I'm trying my hardest. But one thing I always did to protect myself, because I heard Richard say this in 2019 loud and clear. If you have affiliate links to centralized exchanges, if you are charging people for useless garbage that you learned from me, Vitalik, and other prominent leaders in the space, you are a piece of dirt. And that's what I said, I'm gonna just do my shit for free. Like if I'm gonna learn this stuff, I'm gonna do it for free. And that kind of gives you the free pass, because it's like, oh, what are they gonna say? Like,
Yeah.
whose money am I taking? I streamed 600 days straight. I never charged one person one dime.
Mhm.
Even people will like in the community will be like, well, you got donations from people. I'm like, well, I fucking put a donation address for fuck's sake. Like I'm sitting there like streaming, literally quit my job 600 days straight, and it was just doing it for a learning experience more than I wanted money at the time. But I think one of the things that Richard taught me and that I actually stuck to was like that affiliate link thing. Like people will try to take your money. So I don't want to talk shit about anyone, but like there's paid groups. I've paid for 5 or 6 paid groups in my life when I was brand new, brand spanking new. Most of those guys don't stick around. And I did stick around, and I remember what those guys were saying. And they're still doing those paid groups today. And they tell everyone they're the richest people in the world and that they're the smartest people in the world. And they make $1 million a year off paid groups. And they tell everyone they got rich off crypto. And so that, I think, like, sticking to the ethos of, like, no middlemen, right? Like, we're not here for middlemen is something that Richard has preached. But at the end of the day, like, Richard's going to market for his stuff, and he knows how easily he can sway the group with just one single tweet. So he doesn't have the power, and only God has the power to stop him from saying like Zen's a rug. Like everyone knows that he's gonna fucking say that. I mean, if they're being honest with themselves, even though you just minted it, and it could be stupid, it could be not stupid. I don't fucking know. I just wanted to cover it. I thought it was interesting.
Yeah.
And so I just think the no middleman, centralized exchanges, stuff like that. But I've just learned to just have thick skin in it. Like I'm kind of with Moon King, where it's like he just says whatever. Yeah, we get frustrated on occasion, but he just says whatever. He just does exactly what he fucking wants. And that's what you kind of have to do that if you want to like continue to do this. But it's I'm talking too much now. But if anyone else wants to chime in, but like basically whatever Richard says tomorrow is the truth tomorrow.
Hey, that whole
Doesn't matter really what anyone says.
that whole Maddie thing we are talking about earlier, I am not paying to listen to somebody to try to. I became rich off of crypto land way the fuck before Hex existed, so I'm not paying him to try to fucking sit through
Well,
a
that's
course.
not a paid course. I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking
I just
about.
wanted
I'm
to
talking about
do the
like
meetup
Charlie
thing.
and Dollar Cost
Yeah,
charging
yeah,
people
yeah, yeah.
$1,200 a head
Yeah,
to fucking.
I don't really listen to any influencers. I've never have. But this community, I will say this: the influencers in this community seem pretty legit and
Yeah.
cool.
And
There's
they're
good influencers in
important.
this
They're
community.
important, man. They're very important because
Yeah.
it does funnel you into a group of people to where, I was there during the BitConnect days. I got to meet Trayvon. I was there during the whole lending scam period in 2017, and
Oh yeah.
I didn't know what the fuck was going on, but having people sit down and say, hey, does this have admin keys? Oh, what the fuck is admin key? Hey, does this have this and that? And actually breaking it down. And now when I'm looking at something, even if it is a Moon King about a different coin, which I still watch his videos, I'm looking like, oh, okay, it's interesting. I have my core, but now I have a foundation of knowledge and information to say, I'm good. Or, okay,
And
well,
we learn, like, it just shows how early we are, right?
right.
Like, we are so early, and people are like quick to be like, okay, this smart contract is the way things are going to be forever. Like, fuck no. No fucking way. Like, there's no chance. I'm not talking about Hex or whatever. I'm saying we are so early. People don't even know how to secure their fucking money.
Right.
People don't even know that when they're on a centralized exchange, it's not theirs.
Right.
3% of the population is in crypto. like it's hard to see yourself positioned. Like when you're standing on the earth, it's hard to see that you're in a solar system that's just vastly larger than you. And it's just really similar in crypto. Like it's just, we are so early still. Even if you made a bunch of money, you're like, fuck, like imagine like these big investors looking at a $13 million liquidity pool. They would just giggle.
Can I disagree on that we're not early anymore? We're almost like halfway through because once the masses
3% of the world is in crypto,
so
Parkway.
yeah, Jim Rat. So here's the thing. Once the big move from the governments happen, that's slowly where your 90%, 80% comes in, right? So going off by like 2-3%, we're almost like halfway through, bro. Right? So if you just go by the 80-20 rule, right? And I think we're a little bit over 3% already. 3% was like
Well, I
3
just
years
look at
ago.
the adoption curve of all technologies.
Yeah, so I wouldn't even look at the adoption curve. I would just look at like really like how many people are adapting into the system, right?
No
Not
one.
Hex
Everyone at the gym I don't see. Every one of my employees I don't see. Everyone I work with don't see. My
It's a
parents
bad
don't
echo.
see.
Maybe
It's Parkway. When you're not talking, he's got to mute his mic. But yeah, so
Yeah, I've only met one Mexican in South Florida I've lived here forever, so I've only ran into one person my entire time here wearing a hex hat where I sparked up conversation with the gentleman. So I'm not running into Hexicans all the time down here.
but I think Parkway is true that most people don't invest ever in anything.
No.
So
The
here's
401k.
what I was saying before I got muted. Listen, so the mass adoption, once that happens, those that were lucky to get their minds on some decentralized projects, they're going to be free people. The rest will turn into slaves, right? And this is like pretty much that by that time is the end of adoption time. When CBDCs drop, there is no more adoption after that. That was the adoption. That's yeah, that's pretty much what I wanted to say.
I actually agree with it. Just main reason on that, what he's saying is right now, like you can even look at gold or any type of major asset. The whole world's not invested in that major asset. We're just assuming that the whole world, Bitcoin is going to become the world currency. If you're on that level of thinking, then yes, you could agree to say that mass adoption isn't even going to be here when CBDC comes. I'm on the same mindset as Parkway, is that the whole world is going to be just that. Like the majority of that world is going to be a slave. Like the whole world doesn't own gold. How many people in here actually hold physical gold? So there's the US dollar still going. So if they go to the CBDCs, well, there's going to be a percentage of people who are invested in decentralized projects like Bitcoin and whether you want to put Hex or whatever that coin is that ends up doing well, that bucket of coins that does well, they're going to be free, as he said. But the majority of the world is just going to be slaves, just like they're kind of slaves to banks right now. So they're all it is going to be a shift, and they're just going to shift over because in the end, people go with what governments fees. They just feel that they're safe with the governments, and I don't care what happens. Banks could shut down. They're going to look to the government to actually like bail them out. And if the government says CBDC is the way to go and that's the safe way to do it, and you don't want to go with Bitcoin, majority of people will be sheep and go that route.
Hey, if anyone's not talking and they don't mind stepping down, Hex Hangout's trying to come up and there's no more room. I can't let him up. Wait.
I go down. That's fine. Bring him up.
That's not Hex Hangout.
Huh?
Oh, maybe it is.
Who is trying to come? Where's Hangout? What are you saying?
Parkway, why does it sound like you're in a cave?
Yeah, man, you got to fix your mic.
And that's the reason you got muted, Parkway.
You sound like you're in the paper bag and Godzilla's asshole at the same time.
Inside of a fishbowl.
And Fellas is trying to come up. Yeah, we'll try and bring you up, Fellas. Hang in there.
The scary part about CBDCs is the level of control, where okay, if the whole social credit system being implemented with central bank tokens and being able to tell you can't buy this shit anymore. This is
There
too
she is.
polluting,
See,
you know,
said the
like
racist and Bruce the scammer.
God
oh,
damn
this
it.
guy
Thank you,
again.
Mr.
Y'all
Brightman.
really
This
serious out
motherfucker.
up here, man.
Who brought this dude
Who
up?
brought
No,
the most
this
Oh,
dude never stops, bro.
oh
He's
my
Hex
god.
Hangout
You
now.
got to look at the followers. He had 8
No,
followers.
I did, but I was like, maybe Hex Hangout wanted to make a
I'm
name
a
for him for some reason.
racist.
No,
Oh,
he
I'm a
never makes a
racist.
legit comment. Not once ever in my life have I ever heard him say something legit.
That guy. Oh my god.
Yeah, if you know
Hey,
from
CZ, don't
Telegram, you
CZ,
know.
don't even start. CZ, don't
I
even, I'm mad
know,
at you still.
Jim Rat. I know Jim Rat, but he's gonna change his. He's gonna change his account again, and he's gonna come at me. So
No, you're gonna stop saying his name, and he's never gonna come at you.
I don't
I want to
fucking
hear.
say
I'd
his
rather hear
name.
Tony than hear that guy. And I like Tony.
Well, that dude.
I'd
Hey,
rather
but
hear him
that
talk
dude
about safe
literally
moon than
harasses
listen to
people.
him talk.
That motherfucker like starts spam reporting other people's shit with like 87,000 accounts until it's like completely booted. Like he's fucking crazy. Please don't do that to me, Cleo. Please, fucking please, God.
He's a fucking retard.
He's been doing this for decades now. I want to know what his Adderall stack is or whatever the fuck he does because he can keep up that shit forever.
I think he
Maybe
gets up early in the morning and he has a list of who he's going after, and then he just does it.
little social media hit list, right?
Yeah, something like that.
Everybody's on it. Everybody's on that hit list.
Hey, Moonking, remember I was telling you, oh, he's changed. He's okay. Like, whatever.
Hell no.
He has not changed. I always
Yeah,
give the
that's
people
why he
the
comes
benefit
after
of the
you,
doubt.
CZ. You be
There
thinking
is
people
no.
change it.
Listen, I
You
always
can't
give
change
people the
that man.
benefit of the doubt. Now that motherfucker's attacking me and my family. He is a loser.
So let me ask a critical question here. I heard I got contacted, like literally after we spoke about Tony the fuckface. Tony the scam artist. He showed up and then he was shown the door. So I just wanted to see, was it as quick as Convicted or was it a little bit slower?
He's back.
No, I booted him. I asked to be co-host because I
No,
wanted to
he
boot him.
made himself Hex
Yeah.
Hangout. He's back.
No, that's Cleo, not Tony.
That I know. That's what I'm saying.
Who are we talking about? Cleo or Tony?
Both. They're both
They're the
psychos.
same.
Yeah. Well, where's Tony? He's not in.
Nah,
No,
Tony's not here.
that was Cleo as the imitation Hex Hangout
I love to say.
Yeah, but Tony was here just
Yeah.
about an hour and a half ago.
earlier. Yeah.
Now let's say it all together on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Fuck Tony.
Tony. Yeah.
Go fuck yourself, Tony.
Dude, they're getting reimbursed, Farquhar. How dare you?
Hey, so
My
what
name
you guys,
is
I got a
Cleo.
question, guys. So what you guys gonna do is if Moon so PulseChain?
I'm gonna rug it
You guys will be ready
with the exploit.
ready for all the scams coming to freaking PulseChain.
Yeah, but just because there's a scam doesn't mean someone's gonna put liquidity into it. Like,
So
just
here's the
because.
question. Here's the question that all the safe mooners were asking literally 5 minutes after the rug. They're like, who's gonna stay even if we get reimbursed? And everybody's like, I'm fucking out. I'm not gonna stay.
I know that's so. It's just like, what the fuck? Is this crypto or is this just fucking? Yeah, I don't like. It's just like Terra Luna, dude. Like, let me look up Terra Luna V2's fucking liquidity. It's probably higher than it was before. Like, it's like these some of these coins get bounce backs harder because more people learn about them after a rugger, and then they V2 it up, and then it's like, oh, and everyone knows about it now, and they think they could get like a 20x or whatever.
But I'm gonna be a devil's advocate here, man. And I have never put a penny in the safe moon or talked about safe moon ever, except for like now or with Tony. But people have a tendency to love the coin that made them a ton of money. It's just psychology. If it made them a ton of money, you can't tell them any different. And XRP XRP is the number one coin of all time. If you got into Ethereum earlier, that's the #1 coin ever. You can't tell him anything. SafeMoon, you can't tell them anything. SHIB, you can't tell them anything. Hex, you can't tell them anything. If it's the #1 coin, that's how they made money. That's what they're going to preach about. And that's always been the way in crypto. Rug or
Always the
not.
way in crypto. What are you saying, bro? Like, what? I like how old is crypto that it's like? It sounds like it's like a dynasty of
There's
way
been
of life.
there's 25,000 coins and
Okay,
many 10,000x coins out of that.
right.
If you got that 10,000x, when someone asks you what the best coin is, 9 times out of 10, it's the coin that gave them that 10,000x or that 1,000x or their first 100x or that first whatever. They
I
love that
heard a
coin.
lot of safe mooners that were like, yeah, I didn't like after the first issue, they sold, right? And they're like, yeah, I never went back to Safe Moon, but you know, kept my eye on it. So there were like a lot of people that
Yeah, but they
didn't.
might not be the ones that actually got those gains. Like the guys that got those real gains might not be the ones chirping about it as much.
But I mean,
Of course
I'm
not.
not saying it has to be from beginning to end, but it could be it could be their
But
first 1,000x or their first
but
100x that made them
here's the
some
thing
money.
though. A lot of people that got their first 10,000x on Safe Moon, right? They got burned as well. They're like, all my wins are gone. Like everything
Yeah,
that.
that's like 2 years later, though, man. I'm sure a lot of people cashed out since then.
No, they didn't,
So let's
Nobody
use
cashed out of
XRP
Safe
for an
Moon, you telling me?
example. If you
bro.
bought
Like
XRP
XRP
in
is garbage, bro.
July of 2018,
You'd
or
be
no, like
killing it.
you would have bought it like because XRP's been down since 2018.
How about
So
XRP
that's
in
5 years
2016,
Nah,
straight
but
of
there was a
XRP.
ton of people in XRP, like realistic,
No,
ton
I
of
know, but
people
I'm
that made
saying
a
if people
shitload
got
of
that
money.
pump in there, I agree with Moon King. Like I believe if people bought at that 12-cent point, people bought at that 1 cent point, and they saw it go up to $3, like that's something that they're not going to
Forget.
but here's the problem, Jim Rat. Even if it goes to $100, you can only take so much out of XRP.
That's not true. When
What do you
it's
mean
at the
it's
height
not
of the
true,
market, see, that's
bro?
what I'm getting. I'll give you an example. Millions of dollars I've cashed out like SHIB. If I tried to do that same exact thing, I'd probably rug the damn thing. But at the top, there's so much freaking money in the pools. Everyone's talking about it. It's so hyped. Same thing with Safe Moon. Same thing with Floki. Same thing with SHIB. Same thing with Hex. Like the amount of money that's in there at the time of the peak retail market, and everybody's up in there trading. That's the time you take it out because you can't do that exact same thing at the bottom of the bear market. It ain't gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to cash out.
Now
What
Hex is a
says
little
who?
different though. Hex is a little different because the liquidity is managed very well. Like at the top of Hex, the liquidity was roughly $43 million. And
The
after
volume
dropping
is crazy.
all the way down to where it is, it's just $13 million. So it did like what, a 5x in price appreciation. Well, I guess it is kind of
Here's the
similar
key, man.
now.
Here's the key of that whole thing. Forget liquidity pools. Look at the volume. And that will
Right.
tell you, you're like, yo, there's money getting traded like crazy. Because people are
Right.
buying, people are selling, and it's just back and forth, back and forth. Who cares what's on the liquidity
Like
pool?
when
Yeah, but
It's
nobody
high,
does
it's
that
hype
with
season.
Hex, bro. You buy your Hex, you stake it for
That's not how
15
it
years.
works, Parkway. I know people that
No,
trade that shit all day long.
I know, but the majority. So here, not even majority. So I had a buddy of mine, right? I brought him into like accidentally. I brought him into Hex. He bought himself into Hex. Like I didn't even like I just showed him. I'm like, yo, this is what I believe in. He's like, yeah, but you guys don't. I'm like, dude, you don't understand. Okay, this is my keys. These are my coins. It's an immutable contract. I don't got to worry about shit. Okay, and this is how I see crypto in the future, the way it should be. Right? He came, he bought Hex at 2 cents. I don't know, he sold at 6 cents, 6 cents, and he was prouding himself. I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Look, well, where did you put your money? He's like, oh, I'll put it back in ETH. My wife gave me shit, da 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 da. Right? And then I put the chart. I gave him the chart. I gave him a comparison chart from ETH versus Hex in a month. ETH was up by 15%. Hex was up by 40%. It's simple math. It's like not rocket science. If you're a day trader and you want to hold liquid, you want to do that bullshit and interact the whole time with your wallet and move your coins around and feel good and get that dopamine in your brain going and be like, yeah, I did something great. Good. Or you could wait and benefit all the way at the end, and you go through one or two cycles, right, where the token appreciates by so much more, right? Then you look at it and you're like, yeah, this is a no-brainer, bro. This is my money printer, and it prints me money every 3 to 4 years, 5 years, whatever your time horizon is. That's when you cash out and you're happy, bro.
Well, let's say PulseChain doesn't exist for a second, never was created, and blah 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 blah. If I am under the impression, and I streamed about this once, like if you are staking under 100,000 hex at a time, technically you're just breaking even on gas fees if we stay at this rate.
But that's again an if, right? If we stay, and the question
All right, so the
remains like,
roadmap is for 6 years. So if you stake within 6 years.
yeah, either way, like all I'm saying is the system which it runs on, it's Ethereum, right? That's why Hex is an ERC20. Ethereum's network wants to switch up, right? And we're assuming PulseChain doesn't exist. So they're going after proof of stake, right? So eventually, sooner or later, Hexicans will benefit from low gas fees. When? We don't know.
6 years plus.
Right? Whenever. We don't know. It could
Well, there's a
happen tomorrow.
roadmap on the website.
It could never happen, right? Or
There's a
it could happen
roadmap
6
on
years
the
plus.
website.
Yeah, no, I mean, bro, it's crypto. Who's going to hold them liable?
Well, I know,
What
but
are
the
you gonna
roadmap's
go
6
to?
years, so that means you can say it's 8.5 to 10 years.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, which
So
court are you
8.5 to
going
10 years. So a lot of people come in with they buy 3,000 hex, right, at 26 cents, and they spend like $1,000 or whatever, $2,000, I don't know, and then they stake it, right, and they think, well, good thing I'm getting this interest because I'm going to be the richest person ever, but they don't understand that they're going to break even on interest if it's within 6 years. And
Depends
that
on
is
what
why
the price
That's
is.
PulseChain
you're
was
also
created.
thinking like price of Ethereum also goes up too.
Yeah.
Then you're really super fucked.
No, that's what I'm saying. Like, because I always project Ethereum 20K and then the next cycle 100K. Like, that's kind of how I think about it. I'm not exactly, but it's network activity times the price of Ethereum. That is how the GUI is calculated. And if you in Hex, the problem with Hex, the only problem with Hex is that it takes so much computational load per day in order to when you stake it, and people don't really know that, right? Like they don't really know what it's like to take out a stake at the top of the bull run, and you're like, wow, I don't have $2,200 worth of Ethereum, like because I remember I didn't. I was just like, oh, fuck me, like. But of course, you add it, and then you do the shit, and then you can get it lower if you want to, and if you learn about all all the little things to make gas lower. But at the end of the day, it's like it's not just a free ride. You have to have a lot of capital up front, just like any investment, right? You need real capital. A lot of the people that come in with $200 and stake it for 15 years, they don't really know about GUI. Like people just tell them they're going to be rich. And, all the guys are telling them at 56 cents, you put $2,000 in and your kids are going to school for free. And it's like, I beg to differ, right? And Richard always says, the majority of price appreciation of Hex comes from inflation. It does not come from staking rewards. Staking rewards is just a way to get people from not selling because humans generally get a 5x and then they sell all their shit and then they're like, fuck, I can't buy it again because it went up 20x. And then they get lose sight of where they're at. So really staking is just a way, unless you have a lot of money, is just a way to stop yourself from selling. And Richard's made that abundantly clear.
Well, I mean, starting tomorrow, we're all going to be able to have lower fees with PulseChain anyway.
You say tomorrow? Oh, fuck. I got to switch my
Who
schedule.
gave it up? Who
Hey, I
gave up?
love how
Who
he
gave up the inside info?
It was
It's the
HVAC.
candles, man. It's the 10th candle.
I'm loving his positivity. That's what I'm saying. Throw that shit out in the universe. That's what I do every day. Make it come back.
But that's why PulseChain was invented. Like Richard said it verbatim.
if the gas fees ever get broken,